Coming to you from the Troy Lee Design Saloon in Corona, California, it's the Whiskey Throttle Show, bringing you the legends and leaders of our sport with your host, David Pingree. This week's guest is brought to you by Yamaha, the leaders in the power sports industry. Motocross bikes, street bikes, adventure bikes, generators, side-by-sides, quads, boats. Yamaha sets the standard. Yamaha revs your heart. Today's guest is presented by Therabody, the world leader in human performance, wellness, and recovery. The pioneers of percussive therapy, Therabody changed the game with the Theragun device. Their arsenal has grown to include recovery compression systems, powered electric muscle stimulators, adjustable vibrating foam rollers, and a complete line of organic wellness solutions with their Thera One lineup. Whether you are a world-class athlete or you are just looking to improve your overall health, Therabody has the tools to help. Today's show brought to you in part by Method Race Wheels, the strongest, lightest, fastest wheels in off-road. Method dominates the off-road market, and they have the wheels for your truck, sprinter, SUV, Jeep, or van. SKDA Graphics. SKDA has turned the motorcycle graphic design world on its head by bringing a fast, fresh look into the sport. From outside-the-box designs to retro looks to a complete line of Whiskey Throttle show graphics, SKDA is operating on a completely different plane than the rest. With free global shipping on orders of over $100 and unrivaled customer service, right now is the time to freshen up the look of your ride. Troy Lee Designs. Built for the world's fastest racers, Troy Lee Designs blends elite-level protection with a history of industry-leading style and performance. From motocross gear to custom paint to bicycle protection, Troy Lee Designs is waiting for you on the next level.
Hey folks, thanks for tuning into the Whiskey Throttle Show. I'm your host, David Pingree. We've got a fun guest today. I've connected with this guy after a long time of us growing up racing together. It's Greg Schnell, two-time Supercross winner. Buddy, thanks for being here.
Man, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I was stoked. You and I kind of reconnected on social media and excited to have you in. We had a lot of seasons racing together.
Absolutely.
Going way, way back, and including the 2000 season, which we just had Shae Bentley on not too long ago.
I saw that.
Got to kind of go through that. So emotional, brings up some, good and bad, but that was a hell of a season for both of us. I don't think it ended the way either one of us would have hoped. Ideally, but
it was a really good season for yourself, myself, and obviously Shae.
Yeah.
At the very end, it was very emotional for everyone, I think.
Well, we'll get there, but that last race was, you won it, but I think we were all rolling across the finish line going, what's up? Who's the champ? Nobody knew. We start with the front end chatter here, brought to you by Method Race Wheels. If you're a fan of the show, you know this. They bring the lightest, strongest, fastest wheels to off-road. So if you've got a truck, van, sprinter, a side-by-side, and you want to make it look better, be a little more reliable, you can get 20% off on a set of wheels. And it's changed a little bit. Don't use the Whiskey Throttle code. They've kind of switched up how we're doing this. Go to methodracewheels.com/Whiskey Throttle. That takes you right to our landing page. They send you a code, and the 20%'s applied. So still works. You just got to get there a little differently. So pay attention to that. So I want a couple of things when I was having you on. The first couple of things that came to mind were card games at Sean Norfolk's.
357.
357. So I don't know if this game never really went anywhere outside of our sport.
No.
But holy shit, dudes lost a lot of money playing this game.
Absolutely.
And so for those of you who are not aware, there was a period of time in the 90s where whether you were at a hotel the night before a race, you're on an airplane to somewhere, or just we had midweek games at Sean Norfolk's house, and we play this game 357. You get 3 cards, and threes were wild, and just the best 3 cards would win. Everybody anteed in, and then if one guy went in, he got a leg. If 2 guys went in, that guy had to pay the winner. The loser had to pay the winner, and every time you get another card, you anteed in again. So this pot would grow, and if there was multiple people that stayed in, one guy would pay the winner, everyone else paid the pot. So there was times it would go from $30 or $40 in the pot to several hundred.
At least.
Or several thousand, depending on how many people were playing. And then you get 5 cards, 2 more cards, so then now 5s are wild, and then 2 more cards and 7s are wild. Super fun game, but I lost a lot of money at times. I took a lot of money off Skip Norfolk, And he had a book. You'll hear this, Mitch Payton, because Mitch was involved in this too. And Skip had a book of who owed who. Because at a point, it was like IOUs everywhere, because no one had the cash. The pot would jump up to $1,000 or something all of a sudden, and guys would go in and be like, "Oh, I don't have $1,000 on me." Well,
yeah.
Anyway,
I'll tell you a funny story about this was like mid '90s, late '90s. My brother used to play. I don't know if you remember.
I remember Eric. Yep.
He used to play a lot and lose a lot. Well, anyways, like back in the mid '90s, he lost like $5,000 or something to McGrath, and we were walking. I think it was New Orleans, and out of nowhere, Jeremy says, "Hey, come here." Walking, doing track walking. He pulls out his wallet, an IOU that my brother owed him money. He's like, "Have you talked to Eric lately?" I'm like, "I have no idea, dude." Like 5 years after that, he still had it. he still had it in his wallet. I was like, "No way."
Well, anyway, that was a fun memory I had. And then I wanted to chat with you about living in Texas. Since you left here, that was the last I had heard. You were living in Texas, but you said you've kind of been all over from there.
The last few years I've been all over. Kind of I got out of California in 2010, moved to Texas, spent a lot of time there, 7-8 years working.
What were you doing out there?
Working in the oil field. So I had an opportunity to haul some fuel. It's really good money. And I was doing some coaching before that, and then I wanted to do something else. Wanted to kind of learn some new skills, things like that. So I moved out there and did that. The last few years after my bout with cancer, I kind of bounced around everywhere. Now I live in Boise. Okay. So I went to Florida, Arkansas, Texas.
Oh, you've kind of been all over the place.
All over.
How you liking Idaho?
I love it. A little cold in the winter.
Are you a California hater? Like when someone rolls in with California plates, you're like, "Hey, beat it."
No. I'm not one of those guys.
There's a lot of those guys.
There are, yeah. Yep.
Well, awesome. Hey, listen, get over to whiskeythrottlemedia.com, guys. We've got a ton of new content going on over there. New merchandise. If you're looking for flannels for wintertime, beanies, we got all kinds of stuff. And I want to remind you, we've got our charity golf tournament November 4th here in Murrieta. We've got a lot of good dudes signed up. Bailey and Glover are coming back to team up. Joe Shimoda, Seth Hammaker, Langston's coming. Sounds like we got the Dogger talked into coming. So we're going to have a good group of guys, and this thing's all about having a good time. We're not worried about low scores or any of that nonsense. We're just going to have some fun and raise some money for Road to Recovery. So join us if you can, and that's all that sign up, whether you want to sponsor a hole or just play. It's all at whiskeythrottlemedia.com. So check us out. Let's get to your story, bud. Tell me where you grew up. Rancho, right? Rancho Cucamonga?
I grew up in Rancho Cucamonga. I was born in Cleveland, Ohio, and my dad moved us out.
Right away?
Right away. I was 5 when they moved out. So
okay.
Yeah.
You don't remember a lot of Cleveland?
No.
Yeah.
No. Been back a few times, but my early years, no, I don't remember anything.
Not a lot to remember about Cleveland, I don't think.
No.
not
a whole lot, no.
So how'd you guys get into bikes? Was your dad a rider, racer? Or?
My dad, he was not a racer. He got us bikes. Like he started riding, when I was young. I started when I was 7, and he would take us out to like Lancaster. Okay. And I would see. I have a lot of memories of watching Bob Hanna out there as a kid.
What years would this have been? Like 80?
87-ish, 86 maybe, something like that. Maybe somewhere around there.
And he would have been on Suzuki at the time? Or
He
Honda?
was. I think he was on Suzuki, yeah. And I remember seeing him out there. And I had, at the time, I was like, he's hauling ass, but I didn't really know who he was, Yeah. But yeah, my dad was just like a weekend warrior type guy.
Okay, but he rode and then got you guys bikes, and something you guys did together. That's how you got.
Yeah, he wanted to keep us, keep us out of trouble, keep us doing something positive, and motocross at the core is a really good sport.
And you and Eric are how far apart, your brother?
1 year.
Oh, only 1 year.
Yeah.
Okay. And you guys, no other brothers or sisters?
No.
Okay. So you kind of both got started together.
Yep.
What was your first bike? I guess by 7, you're probably too big for a Weisinger, huh?
Well, my first bike, my dad got me an old school, I don't remember what year it was, but it had a clutch on it. It was a Suzuki. And I got on it and I looped out. My dad tried to teach me how to, I'm like, I got this, Looped out, and I was in front of my uncle's house in Moreno Valley on a dirt road, looped out, was bawling. I was like, I'm never riding again. 7 months later, I gave it another shot and loved it, ever since.
Right on.
Yeah.
And your brother, so he started too, same bike, or did you guys have different bikes?
No, we had different bikes. He started about a year after I did.
All right. And then you guys just rode, kind of go out to the desert and ride on weekends and kind of that stuff. When did you start racing?
I started racing when I was about 9.
Okay.
And, you know, I got a
Do you remember where your first one was?
Dianza.
Yeah.
Old school Dianza. Yep. See, I think it was a CRC race.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they closed early 90s, right?
They did, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that place.
We kept sneaking out there for years.
The Yamaha test.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was good.
Yeah. For a long time, it was the best, you know, one of the better places to go ride.
Well, back in the day, especially in the 90s, like if you weren't a factory rider, you didn't have a
Yeah.
Supercross tractor
Yeah.
at all.
No, so we'd break into places.
Exactly.
Well, we'll get to that. Who were you growing up with then? Like, I was trying to think of who was, because how old are you? 46?
47.
Oh, you're my age, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. So was it like Decker? I'm trying to think of who were the fast kids in that time frame.
So Decker, him and Huffman were about the same age, but they were ahead of me like a year or two.
Okay.
I got a late start. It's a long story, but I got a late start. But I was racing with Wyndham, Robbie Skaggs, guys like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about locally? Was there local kids that were kind of in your local classes every weekend?
Yeah, like
I remember Jesse James. You remember that kid?
Jesse James.
And, like Steve Andrich was fast.
Steve Rand, we grew up together.
Okay.
Timmy Stauffenbill, guys like that.
Stauffenbill, yeah. I remember that.
Yeah.
So have you kept in touch with any of those guys or no?
I have not.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. Donald Upton was in there.
Yeah.
you know.
I seen Don Upton once in a while. Now.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He lives right here in Marietta and riding again.
I haven't seen him in at least 10 years.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was actually the first moto guy to become a fireman that I knew of. And so I hit him up way early on. Hey man, like what's the path? And he's like, you got to become a paramedic. I'm like, I don't want to do that. He's like,
You have to.
good luck then, you know? And I'm like, all right. So anyway, that's cool. That was a fun era. And man, I remember I was living in Arizona at the time, but I'd come over for GFIs and Golden States and Transcals and what was the one in Blythe?
Kyle
Fleming Memorial. There was a lot of good racing back then.
A lot.
And fast kids, you know.
It's a lot different nowadays. Like I remember when GOAT had GFI in Paris and you know, we'd go to like Anaheim 1 and then go race a GFI race on a Sunday.
Yeah.
And you'd get like 3-4 factory guys out there. And it's changed. It's not anything like that anymore.
No, and some of it is a product of not having a lot of racing going on.
Yeah.
But now you also have prepped tracks every day of the week. So guys are kind of like, well, maybe I'll just go ride this day and
It's not really worth it. Yeah.
drink beers and spend the weekend with my family.
But the money was good back then. Like,
Yeah.
I was on a Suzuki at that time, and they had like you win a GFI Winter Series race, you get $1,000 a class from Suzuki.
Yeah.
They don't do that no more.
The support money from the manufacturers was huge.
Yeah.
So back then, kind of what pro riders did you look up to?
Obviously, Jeremy.
So he was already winning
Yeah.
by that time. By the time you were kind of getting into it.
Yeah. Yeah. So when I was younger, around that 9, 10, 11, 12 age bracket, I was just like a local guy. We were racing, but I wasn't any good. I didn't take it seriously. Just going to races, Glen Helen, stuff like that. And then as time got on, when I was a freshman, I started getting into trouble a little bit and ditching school to go ride my bike. And I was 14 at the time, and my dad said, hey, if you keep doing that, keep ditching to go ride your bike, I'm going to sell your bikes. And I'm like, no, he's not going to do that. I'm going to call his bluff. So I kept doing it. I'd come home one day. Not only did he sell my bike, but he sold my brother's bike, and my brother didn't even have anything to do with it. So I didn't ride from 14 to 16 at all.
2 years.
2 years, nothing.
Good.
Nothing. But
Good for your dad. My dad did the same thing. It wasn't for 2 years. I brought home an F and sold it all.
I was shocked, really. Got into BMX, and I think that helped me a lot later on. But just the skills that it takes to dirt jump and do all that stuff.
Did selling the bikes kind of straighten you up a bit?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and then out of nowhere, when I was a senior, my dad says, "Hey, you want another bike?" And I said, "Absolutely." So then I took it really seriously. I started out as a C guy. Maybe 3/4 of a year in the C class, then a B, then A, then.
Wow. So that was a big pause. And when you came back, then your curve was steep, huh?
I think, when was I senior? 1992.
Yeah.
No,
93, right?
92. At the end of 92 was when he got me a bike.
Okay.
It was a KX 125. Went out to Glen Helen, the night track, the old night track they had.
Yeah, I remember that.
Over a little double, like third lap, it locked up. Went over the bars. I said, I'm not riding this thing anymore. So my dad says, you want a Suzuki? I said, yep. So he sold that KX 125 and went to Suzuki country in Norco and bought me a brand new RM 125.
Okay.
C-class rider, and then from 92, it literally took me 3 years to be at Anaheim. So
Wow.
It went really, really
Yeah.
fast. But I didn't have a choice because I was already behind, you know?
Yeah.
So I just,
Yeah, by 92, like myself, Decker, Huffman, Renard, we were top B-level guys already.
Yeah.
And so you're having to bridge that gap.
Yeah, I bridged it pretty quick. And I thank my dad for it, because when he took the bikes away, I had realized what I had lost. So when he bought me a new bike, I was like, I'm not going to mess that up. So,
Man, I love it. I don't feel like I feel like dads have gotten soft a little bit. Like, would dads really do that today? A lot of them?
I think, I wouldn't say all of them, because there's always the group that is like overbearing and pushing their kids. Like, you know, I like Tony Alessi, but you know how he was back in the day, like that. So I think that there's certain dads that are still like that. But I think that you're right. More on, like, nowadays, they're more mellow, I think.
Yeah,
Which I think is good.
I love to hear stories like this, though, where parents, you know, they do the right thing for you, even though it probably bummed him out. I'm sure he'd like to go to the races, right?
That's a hard decision to make.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what direction, when you know how it is when you get into high school, like, you can make a hard right and go down the wrong path real quick.
Yeah, big time. That's crazy. So the pro guys who you met, I like asking people this, you know, because when I was a kid, Wardy was my guy. Like, Jeff Ward walked on water as far as I was concerned. And when I met him, he lived up to the hype. Like, he's as cool as I hoped he would be, right? So if it was Jeremy or whoever you looked up to, when you met them, was that like, that's who I expected? Or, you know, they always say don't meet your heroes, they'll disappoint you. But I find in moto that doesn't happen a lot.
I don't know. I was super stoked to meet Ricky Johnson and David Bailey. Like, those are my guys. Johnny O'Mara.
And they're just as cool as you hope they would be, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's one thing about moto I really like, is I feel like the guys you look up to, you know, maybe they're not as perfect as you imagine they might be, but like, as far as people, they're awesome.
Absolutely.
You know? Okay. So my next question was kind of about your amateur career, but you sort of answered that. I mean, you missed 2 years, and before you took that time off, you were kind of local. Were you novice class? But when you quit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I quit. I was a intermediate, like an 80 intermediate.
Okay.
But just not winning hardly anything, just kind of having fun with it.
Yeah.
Didn't take it seriously at all. And then once my dad bought me that 125, that's when it started to click.
Okay. And man, you went from novice, so you went 125 novice and just bang, bang, bang. Huh. When did you start going to amateur, like out of state stuff? Like, what would you have done? Maybe World Mini?
We did some amateur stuff in Texas, like the GNC. That was at Lake Whitney back then. Did some Mosier stuff when I was on an 80. And I did okay back there. Lake Whitney was my favorite track. I love that track.
That place was awesome.
My favorite trophy that I have is a 6.5 foot trophy from 92 in the C class that I won it. And I still have it, and they don't make trophies like that.
Yeah, I know.
But that was my favorite track.
Yeah. Yeah, that was always, I remember going there. I remember planning, okay, if I win, where are we going to put the trophy in the trailer? Okay, because they're massive. Yeah. It's not like you're sticking those in a car.
No, you got to plan it out. Like, back then we didn't have motorhome. You had like a box van or a truck with the trailer or something.
Yeah, that's funny. So did you ever go to Loretta? You went to Loretta's a couple times, right? I saw your name in there.
I only raced Loretta's twice. I think it was 93 and 94, I think.
Okay.
And
got a second, right? If I paid attention.
I did, yeah. I did. I got a second. Robbie Skaggs won.
Okay.
And coming from Southern California, as you know, like, not good mud riders at all. I absolutely hate the mud. And here we go, third moto. I did I don't remember what my moto scores were, 2-1-5 or something.
Yep.
Third moto, it rained. Robbie Skaggs, I think he's from Kansas, kills it, just destroyed me. And so I think we tied for points for the championship, but he won the last moto.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Loretta's it's not like it's like no mud we have out here.
Oh no.
Here's kind of maybe gets puddly or a little splashy. You get back there and it's like riding in refried beans.
I didn't know what to do in the mud. I was I felt terrible.
Yeah,
I still feel terrible.
Yeah, same. I just don't ride it anymore because I don't have to. It's muddy. I'm like, let's go home. Okay, so I have it here. Second and third at Loretta's, 93, 125B. You had to be pretty stoked though.
I was
for coming back as in such a short time and finishing second at Loretta's, damn near winning a title. I was thinking that's pretty good.
No, it is good. I mean, I was at Loretta's 2 years ago and watching the B class and it kind of brought back memories of me. And I'm like, dude, these guys, we were those guys back then.
Yeah.
And obviously during that time, I didn't view it that way, but I was pissed off that I didn't win, especially at the final moto. And every time that I occasionally I'll talk to Robbie and he'll bring that up.
He's gonna jab that in.
He'll jab it in there.
Well, he probably is bummed that his pro career didn't transition as well as he hoped. It's this sport is such a crapshoot.
There's so many different variables. It's a money thing. Nowadays it's a team thing. If you don't get on a team when you're young, it's hard to do anything.
You got to stay healthy. You got to, now you have to commit to these crazy camps or whatever. It's not easy.
No. As you know, motocross and supercross it's the most difficult thing that I've ever done.
Yeah.
By far.
So when you went back for that year, did you have sponsors?
I had a Suzuki ride for Loretta's that year.
Okay. Was this Pat Alexander? This is pre-Cole Gress, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pat, Tool Time was there. Jersey Joe. I think Jersey
Joe. That's right.
Caveman. Do you remember Caveman?
Oh yeah.
He was there. But yeah, Pat's the one that hired me.
Jim Danforth, he was probably back there too.
I don't know.
You remember that name? No. He was Yogi's mechanic, but they'd send him to Loretta's. When I was there, 90, 91, 92, he'd jet my bikes just before we went up. Because it would change, right?
Yep.
From morning to noon to afternoon. The air density is changing, the humidity.
That's one thing I don't miss is trying to get the bike perfect like that.
Yeah.
Because it's so hard.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because Straight Rhythm's coming up. It's what you're out here for. And Ken Roxon's riding our bike and I'm watching those guys jet that thing. And it's just such a science, listening to it and an eighth of a turn on the air screw. They're in there just fine tuning it. And you're like, man, what are you hearing? I can get it when it's really rich or really lean, but it's a science. Those guys that are good at it.
Guys like Mitch, they're masters at that.
Yeah,
for sure.
Fun to watch. So, your first pro race, tell me about that. Kind of your transition to pro, and you were just Suzuki support still. That's the same thing I was.
My first Supercross was 94. I think I tried to qualify for Seattle. I think it was 94.
The results show San Jose.
It may have been San Jose. But I did not qualify for my first Supercross.
Oh, okay. Oh, so maybe it was Seattle.
Yeah,
because you made the
Tool Time. I went up there with Tool Time.
Okay.
And I didn't qualify. When I was a Suzuki support rider, they were pretty. I think it was different back then. They let me do kind of whatever. I had 5 races to do: Loretta's, GNC, whatever. But when I was a pro-am, I was able to do Supercrosses if I wanted to, as long as I didn't mess up the whole amateur stuff. So in 94 I was able to do it. In 95 I was able to do that, and then 96 I was full pro at that time.
Okay.
So I really enjoyed riding for Suzuki, as you rode for them for many years. And
yeah, it was always a little bit more of a loose program, but that gave you some freedom to do it your own way, and they paid such good contingency.
So good.
You could kind of go, all right, I'm going to hit this series over here because that's paying well. It kind of lets you be a privateer guy, be able to go out and make a decent living. Brandis, I remember him doing the same thing. He told me I hated Supercross. I never wanted to race it. I just wanted to keep going around all these little money races, you know, but the contingency started to dry up. And it had to change. Did you, if I remember right, because I tell this story a lot, people are probably sick of hearing about it, but that Supercross, I say Supercross track on Pyrite Street. Mm-hmm. And I want to say I saw you out there. Like that would have been a place you would have gone regularly. Because we had no place.
That was Irv's track. The old guy with the beard, that was Irv,
You knew that guy? Or okay. Because like when I moved out here, I didn't know where to go. Jeremy would let me ride with him once in a while, and I had to come shovel his whoops.
Yep. Oh, trust me, I know.
You had to put in work if you were going to ride down there. And this would be one of the only places I could go. And it was not a Supercross track.
Oh, no. It was sketchy. Super sketchy.
But it had like a couple jumps, and it was tighter, so that was as good as we got.
That was it back then.
And it was fun.
I think.
But I remember seeing you out there, so I'm like, okay, maybe this is one of your spots.
I remember it was one of the closest spots and the only spots, right?
Yeah.
But I remember being out there one time. I think you were out there. Phil was out there. There was a few guys out there, and it used to drop down the hill, make a U-turn, come back up, and then there was like that double lip. And I went over the bars like so bad, like had to be jacked off the bike because I hit like there was rocks in the faces, like big old boulders. And it wasn't.
We were out there when you crashed?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
I probably tried to
play it off,
brush it off a little, because I think everyone would park down, so it was going up the hill. Yeah. So it was,
That's funny.
Yeah.
So I do remember seeing there. That's funny. You seemed like you kind of like Supercross, like kind of like me, a little bit better than Moto.
Yeah.
Just looking at your results and stuff, they kind of looked a lot like mine. You know, Supercross season we kind of be like, oh shit, look at those results, and then outdoors, not so much.
I just always wanted to ride Supercross. You know, I looked up to guys like Jeremy. You know, I liked the whole fly-in. You know, back then it was you get to practice on Friday, then practice race on Saturday, then fly right back out. Super convenient. Yeah. All the actions are right there. The fans are right there. It's not that I disliked motocross, like outdoor stuff, but it's just less money, way more, money in parts and bikes and travel and all of that. It's a lot more.
I always hated that I had to do easily twice as much work, probably more.
Yeah.
And I was getting paid half. If I got a fifth in Supercross, whatever a fifth paid in outdoors was half of that, right? Like, so I'm like, wait, I'm doing twice as much work for half the money? Like, that made it tough for me to get motivated.
It's hard to, I'm in the same boat because I had a hard time getting motivated as well, like for a long time because of that. I mean, you go, I don't remember what it was. I think it was $1,000 to win a moto. I'm like, dude, you got to be like,
yeah. Do you realize how hard that is?
Dude, I've never won an outdoor moto. I got second was my best one, but
same.
And I felt like I did win because Stewart beat me. I'm like, how am I going to beat Stewart? Like,
Carmichael beat me for my second. And I'm like, that's a win. Just give me the win.
I felt like I won. I'm sitting on the podium like, dude, I won.
We kind of did. High five. That's as good as a win as you're going to get. If Stewart and Carmichael are the guys that beat you, you're a winner.
I agree.
So when you turned pro, you were still Suzuki support.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it's kind of your first full year would have been 95?
96 would have been my first full year. And I was a Suzuki support guy, but I had to deal with Pat Alexander through Suzuki, and I signed it, and then later on, Larry Brooks hired me. Oh. So like end of 95, after I signed my Suzuki deal, Larry signed me for it was the
Chaparral.
Deegan was on it. Larry was on it. Remember, I was on a white Suzuki. Yeah, Larry was still racing at the time.
It was like 3 different brands, right?
Yep. Yeah. Larry was still racing at the time, pulling double duty as a manager too. But he only raced like half a season. He's like, I'm over this. Like,
yeah. So that was 96.
That was 96.
Okay.
Yeah.
95. So you're still Suzuki kind of half pro-am deal, right? You got a third at San Jose that year. Mm-hmm. As I was looking through your results, I'm like, wow. As a pro-am guy, that's pretty damn good.
There was, if you remember, did you win that race?
That was my first win. Yeah.
So there was
and Casey Johnson broke his femur. That was his first Supercross as a pro too.
And there was a first turn pile up. Rhino crashed and Huffman crashed.
Yeah.
So it kind of, obviously helped me out a little bit.
Well, same. I don't think anyone's beaten Huffman straight up that year.
No, I think he finished right behind me. That's how fast he was going.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was my first podium. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I really liked that track. That was a good track.
It was fun. Nice and tight and technical.
Yeah.
Okay, so you only did Red Button Washougal that year, so that was because of your Pro-Am thing, right? Yeah. So tell me about 96. You signed with Suzuki, and then they just said that dovetailed into what Brooks's Chaparral program was, so that was an easy fit. So they continued to support you with bikes and parts, and you just traveled with that team.
So when I did the deal with Suzuki, the whole Chaparral deal wasn't even there yet. And then from my part, so I asked Pat, I said, hey, do you have anything against me going over here? And he's like, no, just do whatever you need to do. And the deal for me back then, Suzuki was giving me 7 or 8 bikes a year. And you get to keep them and then sell them or whatever. And
it was a pretty good deal.
Super good, really good deal.
Yeah.
And I gave up all that and gave it going to Chaparral was kind of a bad deal for me as far as financially, because I could have stayed where I was. But the reason why I went there is to get the knowledge from Larry, because he pretty much, I learned so much from that guy.
Yeah.
And you can't, as you know, you can't substitute experience.
Sure. Was the team paying your expenses to go racing?
They were, but it was hardly anything. But and obviously I knew that going in, but I was doing it for the experience. I wanted to progress as fast as I could, because I was already a little bit behind. Not riding for a couple years when I was 14 to 16. So, but yeah, Larry, he helped me out so much. He taught me the most out of anyone.
Is that right?
Yeah, without a doubt, hands down. And he's super funny. He's obviously super intense, but he's super funny. I'll give you an example. I was at the test track, the old one that we had at Glen Helen. When you pulled through the gate and it was on the right down there. I was on. He's like, hey, you want to ride a 250 at Charlotte or something? I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Not knowing what I was getting myself into, And so we were out there in the whoops. They weren't too big, but I crashed and hit my nuts. And he was there, and he runs over. He's like, what's wrong? I'm like, dude, I hit my nuts. And he's just on the ground laughing. I'm like, dude, are you serious? And he was, I'll never forget that. I was like, dude, you need to knock it off. But that's how he was. When I broke my wrist in 96, he did the same thing. He wasn't laughing, but because I hit my nuts and over a triple, and I went over the bars, and I'm sitting there. I didn't even know I broke my wrist. But Larry runs over. He's like, hey, you all right? And I'm like, dude, I hit my nuts. He was laughing, and then I'm like, I try to get up.
I'm like, oh, hey, my wrist is hanging and turning the wrong way.
Yeah, then he obviously wasn't laughing. But.
Now he's Larry's an interesting guy.
He is.
Because he'll intimidate the hell out of you when you first meet him. He's got this crazy look in his eyes, and he's real intense, and he'll crush your hand with a handshake. But he does have a sense of humor.
He does.
But he doesn't care about your feelings.
No.
At all?
No.
So
no, he's really old school.
Yeah, he'd fit into a firehouse really well.
I remember, I believe my first 250 race was at Orlando. And I'm sitting there was a picture. McGrath was, it was Rhino, me, I think Emig was in there, maybe LaRocco. And I'm sitting there, and there's a picture of Larry, he's talking to me on the side, and he's like, I know exactly what he was saying. He was like, dude, why are you so nervous? And I'm like, you can see it in my eyes. I'm like, deer in headlights. And he's like, dude, he's laughing. In the picture, he's laughing because he's talking shit on the starting line. I'm just like, dude.
Yeah, Larry was one of a kind. I got to get him on here, let him just go off. Okay, so take me into 96, how that season went. And you were, this year for sure you were fast, because we had a run in at Anaheim, and I think I was pretty pissed at you for years afterwards. And it wasn't because you did something dirty. I was just pissed that it happened, right? So that season Kevin Wyndham was just an animal.
Yeah.
And the first round, which I've got here, was in Minneapolis. It was an East-West shootout. And it was tough because there was a lot of good guys on both coasts. You were 12th at that one. I think I was 4th. So at Anaheim, I'm like, okay, I got it. and I think Wyndham had won the opener.
Yeah.
I'm like, I gotta make up points on him. And so I hole shotted. I can't remember maybe it made a couple of turns and then went down a straightaway into a 180 right.
Big bull turn,
steep, like tall berm. And you came inside of me, and I watched the tape, and now I'm like, well, I left the door open. I mean, of course he's going inside.
And
but
back then, they left the hay bales like way to the inside so you can cut.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I kind of wish they'd still do, because it did let this kind of passing happen. And I got the short end of the stick because it wasn't like I could check up and then cut down on you. I was leaned, and when you came in, my short little legs just went down and had nothing. And I hit the deck, and then I proceeded to melt down like Chernobyl, trying to come back through the pack.
And the whoops.
Yeah, and you remember the whoops? They were like a turning set of whoops. I don't think I've ever seen that since.
No.
You started into the set of whoops, and then it would bend, and I think it did like almost a full 180 around the corner of whoops. That was
really weird.
Really weird.
Really weird.
But I liked it. It was different.
I didn't like it so much.
You didn't like it?
Even though I got second, I didn't like it that much.
Well, I tried to squeeze my KX through about 18-inch gap between James Dobb and the hay bale, and we all exploded. But you got a second that night, and man, it was a good ride. This is a good season for you.
It was a good season. That was
2, 4, 7, 5, 4. Like, those are your results. I mean, that's pretty good.
It obviously, like, growing up here, Anaheim was my home race. And I loved racing there, and you're right, Kevin was a beast. Like, his bike was so good.
Oh my gosh. That Yamaha, when he'd do a start, I would just kind of like, oh. And I'm on a pro circuit bike. It was pretty good.
So his bike then in 96, this is how good his bike was. And I rode for Yamaha of Troy in 2002 on a 125.
Okay.
It was the same. I don't know if it was identical motor, but it was very, very close.
Pretty much the same thing.
This is how close it was. Okay. This is in 2002.
Okay.
One of I think it was Steve Butler brought the head and carb, and it had K-Dub on it. And I'm like, this is Wyndham stuff? And he's like, yeah, we still have some leftover parts, and you got these options to use. And I'm like, he was riding this bike in 96? And I'm like, the bike was that much better than the bike that I was on, that Suzuki was nowhere close to that.
Yeah.
Nowhere close.
Well, you remember, so it would have been the following weekend, Anaheim or Seattle. Do you remember that one triple?
Yes.
In the middle of the track that he was the only guy doing it.
Yeah.
And Mitch is screaming at me, "You got to do that triple." I'm like, "Mitch, it ain't going to happen." Casey tried it once, cased, like he barely got his front wheel over it.
In the ruts.
And it was soft, sticky dirt, so it just lugged you down. I'm like, "Mitch, I can't. I promise you, I will shift third, my RPMs will drop, and I'm coming up so short." So
his bike was good. And
he would do it like he would just throw a whip over it, you know? I'm like, you son of a bitch. It was kind of like Stewart when he would do something and you're like, how?
Yeah. His bike was good.
So you guys were still running that in 02 as the spec.
Yeah. It was so good.
Yeah, it seemed like it. So what do you think for you, like going from, and I guess you did get a third in 95, but it seemed like you made a pretty big jump into 96. You credit a lot of that to Larry?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, he's so intense. You know, he's on point. He knows what he's doing. The knowledge that he has. I mean, like I said, you can't substitute experience. Yeah. So he got me fired up. You know, he understood how to push my buttons. And I think a lot of riders, as you know, like, depending on who you are, if you know how to push those buttons, I mean, that's what fires you up. And he did that for me, for sure.
I think that's the one of the most important qualities of a good team manager or trainer, kind of whoever's working with you, is figuring out how you tick. Yeah. Because some guys need to be yelled at. Maybe you liked a little more intense, like in your face, no bullshit kind of guy. Yeah. But that someone else that would just break them down.
Yeah,
right?
And that's the deal when you're a coach or a trainer or team manager, is you need to navigate that.
Yep.
It's not a one shoe fits all type of deal. Like, I'm a black and white guy. Like, it is what it is. Yeah. You know, in my inner circle, I would tell everyone, don't sugarcoat anything. Like, if I'm riding like shit, tell me I'm riding like shit. I'm not going to cry about it. Yeah. I need to know what I'm doing, because sometimes you may have you may feel good on a track, but your lap times suck, right?
Yeah.
And then you're like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Maybe the bike's not set up properly, but he was one of those guys, and that's what I like. I can't have someone just saying, "Oh, you ride good all the time." You know, like, no, I'm not, dude. I feel like shit.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
So, did you have a trainer or anybody else you were working with at the time? Was it really just Larry and you were on your own?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It wasn't really.
Well, it depends on, I mean, if you think of, I mean, back then we didn't really have,
there was no trainers.
I mean, my training was, and this was the 90s program. You go to Club Metro on Tuesday, maybe
in cahoots, maybe hit the Rocks Club,
maybe the Australian Beach Club in San Bernardino on a Thursday or something. But we would still go ride. I mean, I'd go run, I'd go train and stuff, but it's not like it is now.
Different world, huh?
Just completely different. Completely different.
The Boogie. What was that one in Anaheim? The Boogie.
The Boogie.
The Boogie.
Yeah, the Boogie.
Oh, debauchery at the Boogie. And I never even went to like Club Rubber. That was a whole other level of nonsense.
Yeah. It got pretty out of hand back in the 90s.
It really did.
Yeah. Going to froze parties, like Halloween parties, and like helicopter coming in, strung out playing,
It was kind of like the Anchorman scene where after everybody kills everybody, they're like, well, that escalated quickly. That was kind of how we were the next morning. Like, oh, wow. That got a little nuts. Oh, we're going to race this weekend. Yeah.
Fun times.
Yeah. Okay, so take me through 97. That season, like I said, 96, you didn't do a ton of, no nationals that I can see.
No, so 96.
Good Supercross season.
Wyndham, up until St. Louis. So Wyndham, if you remember, broke his collarbone, I think. And when he broke it, we were going into St. Louis, so obviously he was going to miss it.
Yep. San Diego. It was after Seattle, he broke his collarbone because I remember Chad Watts coming into my room. I was living with Chad Watts at the time, and he goes, Wyndham broke his collarbone. And instant karma, I'm like, yes, I can win this weekend. I've got this many point lead, and then I can ride out and manage the rest of the series. And I broke my femur at San Diego in practice.
I remember that.
So it was before San Diego. So what did you get there? 7th.
So the next round, I think, was St. Louis.
Okay.
And I ended up breaking my wrist. So, I broke it.
What happened at San Diego? Because I would have expected you to, with he and I out, you should have, that was a win for you.
I honestly don't remember what happened in that race. I don't know if I fell, probably a bad start. I didn't get very good starts a whole lot back then. They'd be real sporadic. I was 172 pounds.
Oh, really? Back then, huh?
Yeah. I couldn't get any lighter than that. I'd start getting sick, weak. That was my
happy weight.
170. That was it. I couldn't get any lighter.
I think I was 135 to give you an idea. So
I would have gave anything to be 135 pounds on a 125. That would have been awesome. I don't remember what happened at San Diego, but I ended up breaking my wrist.
And that was the end of your year?
That was the end of the year.
Surgery and stuff or no?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Bad deal.
It was a bad deal. Permanent nerve damage in my hand. So I have my medial nerve is still damaged. So this is all numb. Part of my thumb, that inner thumb's a little numb.
Did you lose movement with it?
I didn't.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't the issue. I only broke the radius, but it shot into my hand pretty good.
Oh, okay.
And
just caught nerves and tore them up.
Caught nerves, and I had, I think, 4 surgeries on it. So that hampered a lot. Well, I didn't race at all that year after that. So
then what did you go and do going into 97? What team were you on?
Chaparral again, but we switched to Yamahas.
Okay.
Phil was on the team. Jimmy Button.
Chad Pedersen.
Swap. Brandis.
Oh, yeah. It was a huge team.
It was a huge team.
That's right.
Preston was on there.
Holy cow.
The bikes were really good too. Way better than the year before.
Who was doing them? Because I know for a minute, Damron they were doing them in-house.
Yeah. I don't remember the engine builder's name, but they were good.
Okay.
Buttons Outdoor 125 was sick. It was really good. But that year, I think I may have podiumed once in 97 at Supercross, but
let's see, 2nd at St. Louis. And you rode east. What was that about? Just more time for your wrist?
Yeah. And my wrist was so bad, I couldn't feel. I remember my first time out, and '96, and I tried to go to Paris, and I rode, and I'm like, dude, I can't even feel my hand. Like, it was bad. Like, it's like what Adam Santarello was dealing with. He has nerve damage, right? But his is like I think it's the interior nerve. Mine was the medial nerve. Just imagine riding and you can't feel your hands. Right?
No, that's no good. And throttle hand.
Yeah. So it took me a long time to even learn how to adapt to ride at that level.
Wow.
And Paul Murphy did my surgeries, and he was like, I don't know if you're going to get feeling back. Like, it may be 100%, it may be 50%. So it could take 5 years, it could take 1 year. We just don't know. So, yeah, and I'm like,
that's what you want to hear.
That's exactly what I want to hear. I'm like, okay, well, can you fix it? He's like, there's not really back then. I mean, even now you can't really fix it. So I just had to deal with it. He's like, you can either learn how to ride with it if you can, depending on how bad it is, or you just call it quits. And I was like, I'm not doing that. So I just kept going, and yeah, my hand would go numb all the time, but I was like, I'm not.
So it would get worse as you rode?
So one of the reasons why I stayed in the 125 class pretty much my entire career is because I couldn't, in Supercross, I was good for 15 minutes. Anything more than that, my hand would go numb, and then it would be super sketchy. Outdoors, 20 minutes on a 250, a big bike back then, I had 15 minutes outdoors, and that's it.
Wow.
Yeah, so I was between a rock and a hard place, and I'm like, well, we'll stick in the 125 class. I tried to ride a 250 in 03, and I did in Supercross. I did all right. I think my best finish was a 7th or something.
Yeah, you had a couple of decent rides, I noticed.
With a numb ass hand. I don't know how I finished, but yeah, it was bad.
Well, it was a different time back then too, where I think now you could move up and you could find a place like Club MX, or you can find some teams where on a 450, motor's not an issue. You just work on handling and getting comfortable and bringing the weight down a little bit, and you're competitive. You're certainly not on a bike like Eli's, but you could be competitive, right? Yeah. I don't think it was that way back then. Like,
I think it's much easier nowadays if you're a privateer.
Yeah.
Your bikes, I mean, you're going to have to spend more money to get a good motor.
Yeah.
I mean, what's a good motor on a 250 cost? $8 grand? $7 grand?
I think more. I think more than that. I think you're in 15.
Glad I'm not racing these days.
Same.
But yeah, I agree. I think back then the gap between a factory bike and a privateer bike was wider. Nowadays, I think that gap is closed quite a bit.
Agreed. And there's just more opportunities. There's more B level teams.
Yeah.
Back then it was like you had to win a 125 Supercross title or outdoor to get onto the factory 250 team, and there was only 4 teams.
Yeah, that was slim pickings.
Very. Okay, so you rode East Coast. Tell me about that switch, because I think I rode East Coast in '97, which funny enough, and I don't remember seeing you over there or thinking, remembering that, but I rode. Why did I ride East? I was coming off a broken femur, and I think I was wanting a little more time to be ready. That was Ricky's first season. So it was kind of wild over there. But you got a 5th in Orlando, 2nd in St. Louis. You had a couple good rides.
I like the East Coast tracks.
The ruts didn't bug you?
Not too bad. I mean, on the West Coast we had Seattle, which in my opinion was one of the worst tracks, like the ruddiest tracks, the softest track. So when you went back there, back then Atlanta was really, really soft. It was spongy.
Yeah.
Didn't bother me too much, but I prefer hard pack tracks.
Yeah.
I like concrete, like Vegas.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah.
The hard part for me was when you're riding on hard pack stuff out here like we have, and we don't have sticky dirt where you can go into a turn as hard as you want, as long as you can withstand the G-forces. Like
we don't have that here.
We don't have that.
No.
So you have to kind of be throttle control and smooth and flowy. And when you are on that sticky stuff, you can ride more aggressively. So I always found my heart rate bumped up because I'm pushing harder. And if I couldn't duplicate that during the week, I'd go to the races and I'm like, man, I'm
difficult.
Yeah, I'm my heart rate's through the roof. I can't keep it calmed down. That's what I found in '97 going over there.
And my style, was more that I was more of a smooth rider, not like on the edge all the time. So the hard pack track suited me better. Yeah.
Okay. So, and then this year you did one national, looks like. You did Glen Ellen, and then that was the end of it. Did you get hurt or just?
I think I had another surgery on my wrist.
On your wrist.
Because it wasn't.
Probably after that race, you're like,
Yeah, it was not good. I mean, my wrist wasn't good until middle of 98, going into 99.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Dude, I would have times at nationals, my hands would go numb, and I don't have any wrist issues at all. So I can imagine when you start having nerve damage or that, or
and it wasn't the wrist that I had an issue with. It was the nerve damage.
Yeah.
So it just took a couple years for it to get. I think I just had to adapt to it, you know. But it definitely, I got more feeling over the years, and then it stopped progressing.
Yeah.
So
it's crazy that it'll come back at all. All right, so taping into 98.
98, lost the Chaparral ride. Jeremy came in, and it was him and Button. So everyone else was, you know, for a good reason. It was Jeremy. So it was Larry hired him and Jimmy. I found a ride at Motor World of El Cajon, and met Brian Junkie, which is the owner, and super good dude.
Great group of people.
Oh yeah, I mean, I had the most fun with that group of people. Obviously in 2000, fast forward, I won a couple races, so obviously the better you do, the more fun you're going to have. And but even in 98, 99, they're just good people. Really good, solid people.
Were you able to get those bikes working as well as the Chaparral bikes, or how was that? Because I remember, at least in 2000, thinking that bike's pretty good.
Yeah, no. So I pretty much had the same bike close from 98, 99, and 2000, and 01. They were all very, very close.
Who was doing them?
Mitch. Yeah. And I mean...
Yeah, you said that 2000 YZ125 was your favorite.
It was my favorite 125, hands down. Even though it didn't have the most horsepower, it just ran really good. Like, it was predictable. I tell people all the time, I get asked, like, what was your favorite suspension? I'm like, well, I like bone stuff. Why do I like bone stuff? Obviously it's good, but it was predictable. Even if you have terrible suspension, as long as you know what it's going to do, I mean, that's half the battle.
That's funny, because my 2000 Suzuki was that same thing. I had bikes at Mitch's and other places that made more horsepower, but that thing ran perfectly clean. It was totally usable, and I could go into any set of whoops full send, and I never worried about what's it going to do. Is it going to catch this lip and step out? It was so predictable.
That's how my bikes were, my PC bikes. And Bones and Mitch, I mean, they're wizards when it comes to that stuff.
Harder the bigger you get, though, right? Like, I never had a 250 that felt like that to me.
I had, in 2000, Mitch built me a YZ250 that
was good.
I felt good on the bike. It felt really Bones too. I mean, he had the suspension dialed. Mitch had the motor dialed. Jetting was always good. But other than that, no, you're right. I never had another bike that felt that good. 250.
And I don't think I've ever had a 450 where I was like, I could go race 100% on this thing and feel comfortable. Like, they're just... I think that's those little details that even the pro guys are chasing every weekend, right? When you hear like a Kenny say, it's unpredictable, or it's this or that, or I couldn't get comfortable. They're still chasing it.
Yeah.
When you're pushing that hard, right?
All the time. Always chasing.
Yeah. All right. So how did that season go for you in 98?
Oh man, it was a struggle. Really I was a full privateer. So hitting all the money races that year, you know, the fairgrounds races, and chasing the Jim Holly Arena Cross Series, Reno, you know, Cow Palace in San Francisco, all that stuff.
A Reno Cross, right? Wasn't that what it was called?
Reno Cross, yeah. That was back then. I mean, they paid pretty good.
Yeah.
It was a good time. Friday night, Saturday night race. I think you were up there racing a couple times.
I did it in 95, and then, I've done it a couple times. Yeah. Fun event.
And it was a bigger, I mean, small arena, but I've raced in some really small arena cross stadiums, and that was a little bit bigger, and it was fun. They had good tracks all the time, but not yet.
So was Motor World, I'm trying to think of, at that point, was this before they had a full race team?
Yeah.
So you were in a box van, or what were you in?
So Motor World had a motorhome and a trailer.
Okay.
And my dad would drive that around to the races. But in 98, just pretty much Supercross only. I think I only did one or two full outdoor seasons ever.
Okay.
I didn't ride a whole lot of outdoors.
Were they helping with funding, like gas and all? Okay.
Yeah. They were They were really good about that stuff.
Yeah.
When I was a privateer with those guys, I mean, full on bikes. You know, they would do, I think in 98 we had Pro Grip gear. 99 we may have been Pro Grip. 2000 was Thor, but they did all those deals, and then I would just kind of ride along with that, you know, whatever they would come up with, because obviously they need to make money and to supply us with airplane tickets and gas and all that.
It's expensive.
Yeah.
What do you remember from that season? Kind of what stands out to you?
98, not a whole lot.
Kind of not a great year.
No, just kind of trying to rebuild. I mean, I was ready to go physically, I think. That was when my wrist started to feel better. I just wasn't there mentally yet. At that time, my dad and we were kind of beefing a little bit, you know, and I think that had some things to do with that. Just thinking I know everything, you know, as a I don't know, everyone goes through that stage at some point, I think. And I didn't talk to my dad for quite a few, I want to say it was at least a year.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
It got that bad?
Huh. Yeah.
Just over that kind of stuff.
I mean, you know, he wanted the best for me. You know, we hear these stories quite often, and I thought I knew everything, you know, and I was like, I got this, you know what I mean? And
I know. I wish we could skip those hard-learned lessons, because you could go back and save yourself so much headache, right?
So much time and energy and effort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think all the time, like, dang it, if I'd have just listened to, you know, even Randy Lawrence, when he was my mechanic those couple of years, he would tell me things, and I'm like, no, you know, I got this. And I'm like, dang it.
Yeah.
He was right, you know, and if I'd have just listened, I'd have.
But 98, I don't remember a whole lot. I do remember, like I said, I was physically ready. The bike was good. I just wasn't right mentally.
Okay.
Yeah.
So take me into 99 then. Same team, same kind of program?
Same program. Felt really, really good. Speaking of Reno Arena Cross, at the end, I think it was the weekend before Thanksgiving. So before the 99 season, went up there and I broke the end of my shoulder blade off. So I had to have surgery. Murphy did the surgery, and went into Anaheim with like 30 minutes on the bike, and ended up getting, I think I got a fourth.
Fourth at the opener.
But I didn't have any seat time, really, 30 minutes or so. But it was the same bike that I had the year before. At least it was close to it. So I was comfortable with it, but showed up, got a good start in the main, and I think I was running second or third. Lytle was leading. Johnson was there. He ended up winning.
Yeah, I think Casey, he was on fire that year until he got hurt. But yeah, Casey, Lytle. I think Ramsey, didn't he break a chain or something at the opener?
I think so, yep.
I had hurt my back, so I DNF'd. I'm trying to think who else was fast that year.
Brandis, I want to say Brandis got third.
Maybe Danny Smith? No, he would have been the next year. Brandis, huh?
Brandis. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he got third.
Okay.
But yeah, so that's how my season started. I got a fourth, and my shoulder was garbage at that point. Like, even though it was fixed, I just had no strength in it. I shouldn't have been racing. Murphy's like, "Are you gonna ride?" I'm like, "I'm gonna give it a shot." You know, I don't know if you ever been to Murphy. Did he ever?
Yeah, Oasis Sports Medical Clinic, right? This was at the time. I had Dr. Soda do my knee. Anyway, long story, but a lot of people went down there. Those guys were really, until Dr. Ting started taking a lot of the stuff. That San Diego clinic was really big.
Murphy and Larry's the one that got me to go there back in '96 when I broke my wrist. My first surgery back in '96, I had my guy do it, and he did a terrible job. Oh, and Larry's like, "Dude, go to my guy." I'm like, no, I got it. Knowing everything, right? I got it. What do you know, Larry? You haven't. I mean,
yeah, you've only been doing this.
So then I come back and I'm like, Larry, my wrist is screwed up, and he's like, "Dude, I told you." So
yeah, you don't know what you don't know. First guy that did my first knee surgery in Arizona, that was a huge mistake, and my knee's never been the same, you know. But yeah, you got to listen to the people giving you advice, or it's not doing you any good. So that series looks like you had a couple of struggles, like San Diego and Seattle were 19-12, but then you got a fifth again, fifth at Dallas and a third at Houston at the end of that series. So
yeah, I always liked going to Texas to race. Houston, the tracks were always good. Back then, like in the mid 90s, late 90s, they were gnarly.
Yeah.
Like the whoops were super big, 13 feet apart.
still ruts. They weren't as good at fixing ruts. Like I feel like now stuff doesn't get quite as bad.
Yeah.
They've gotten better at maintaining the course. And it seems like, just looking through your results, you did have good finishes at Anaheim, but a lot of your podiums and stuff came on those East Coast tracks. St. Louis, Houston. I guess Dallas was hard packed, but you were good in that sticky stuff, even though you say it wasn't your jam.
I felt okay in it, you know.
Yeah.
It wasn't like I felt bad on the sticky, rutted out tracks, but you know, obviously growing up in SoCal, I'm a West Coast guy. I just love the energy at Anaheim. I love the energy, like going Phoenix. And I just like the energy at those tracks. San Diego.
So you got in a handful of nationals in '99. Looks like 6 of them.
Did I race that many?
Yeah, you did Glen Helen, Hangtown, High Point, Washougal, and Millville. Best finish was a 20th at Glen Helen. So I guess this looks a lot like my national results.
Forget about that.
So this was, you guys would just kind of come up with a budget. Here's what we got budget to do, and then
At that point, I think we were just winging it, trying to get a national number at that point. I mean, I was so in tune with just Supercross only up until that 2000 season that I really didn't care about outdoors.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I was like, I'm not going all the way across the country to spend $5,000 to make $500.
it's a loser unless you're on the box. That's the only way you're going to make enough money to cover the cost, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
am I wrong?
mean,
I feel like
I would sit there and be like, okay, back then, Glen Helen was round 1, and then you would, you know, start going. Well, Hangtown was round 2, then you would head east, and I look at the entry sheet and be like, well, okay, well, I think I'm going to finish in here. I'm definitely not going to beat RC, or that's kind of what I was thinking back then. I mean, he was the dude back then.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's not even worth going back there. What am I going to get out of it? You know,
you're probably barely making money at Glen Helen, and that's only driving
Barely.
15 miles away.
Yeah. Well, you just pointed out 20th. It's like, that. What does that pay? $250 maybe?
1 point.
Hey,
I feel you, dude.
point. Yeah.
All right, so going into 2000, same program with Moto World. Good bike. Are you physically good now at this point? Like feeling good? Because this was a good season for you. And
I made a lot of changes very quickly at the end of '99. One of those being, started talking to my dad again.
okay,
So like literally,
how did that happen?
so New Year's Eve, I called my dad and asked him if he would help me. And he's like, yeah, I'll help you. Out of the blue. Like, I was like, you know what? I got to suck up the pride and this. So New Year's Eve, a week before Anaheim, called my dad and he said, yeah, I'll help you. So that's pretty much what I did. I had to suck up my pride, and he was wrenching for me at the time. And he's like, I'll do it, but you got to do this. And it just, at that time I was more mature. It just clicked.
Yeah.
And
What was he asking you to do? Like, what was the stipulation?
stop fucking around. I mean, honestly, just stop going out and, you know, going to Metro and all these places. Just focus and
Take it more seriously.
You're gonna be good. You just gotta focus.
Yeah.
And Mitch and those guys, same type of deal. Like, they were all on board. You know, they gave me good stuff. The bike was awesome. I made a deal with Mitch and those guys. Like, hey, I want a carbon fiber silencer. Well, you got to get on the box first. Okay, got a third or a second. Well, I'd like to get, you know, a carbon fiber this or something, cone pipe. And he's like, okay, well, you got to win. So then that's kind of how 2000 started, like that, making those deals. And my dad, that was the only way he was going to do it. He wasn't going to do it any other way. So you're going to either focus and have some discipline, or I'm not doing it.
Well, and you saw the results pretty straight away. You were third at the opener, which I won that night. 7th at Anaheim 2. I don't remember what happened there. And then you won San Diego. So you were in the mix for points right out of the gate.
Yeah. I felt really good. I was fit, you know. Bike was good, like I said, but the program that we had, it was solid.
Yeah.
Like doing the motos, doing whatever we had to do.
And where were you riding at this time? Was Yamaha letting you on the track or no?
No.
Okay.
Star West, pretty much.
Is that
Like,
right? You still
Star
didn't have a
West-
good.
Oh no. Actually, we were going to Salton Sea.
Oh yeah.
I remember seeing you. Were you at Dostal?
Yeah, Dostal.
So we were driving 2 hours one way to go ride Salton Sea, and that's what we had.
Okay, so this place, and I don't know if we've talked about this place before on the show, but God, I don't even know how I heard about it. Oh, I know how I heard about it. I was at Anaheim, and this hillbilly looking dude comes up to me. Bobby, remember Bobby?
Yep.
Bombay Beach Bobby is what we called him, because the little town out there is called Bombay Beach. The Salton Sea, if you don't know, is salty as hell. I don't know what the concentration is, but it's disgustingly
It's nasty.
polluted. They literally pump Mexican sewage into this lake. It's nasty. But there's so much salt in it that the dirt next to it has all this sodium built into the dirt. And at night, it would leach all the water out of the lake. And you'd get there and it's muddy.
Yeah.
But you'd ride it a little bit and it would tack up. There was nothing. It was as close to Supercross dirt as you could get.
It was, for me, that was the place to go. I didn't have any other place to ride, but like we would get there at, 10:30, 11 o'clock, and it was good by then.
Yeah.
You get there any earlier, it was muddy.
So this guy, Bobby, says, hey, I built a track. If you guys want to come out and ride it. And I'm like thinking, okay, great. You built the track. And so I get there and it was about as bad as I thought it might be, right? He had a front loader with a little Gannon box on the back and the front bucket that like was a split bucket. So it would open up and dump. I mean, a piece of shit, this tractor. But he built the whole thing with it. And I said, well, could we do a step on, step off? And could we make this better? Could we do this? And I'd come out the next week and he'd do it. And so that place, we went there quite a bit in that time frame, like 98, 9, 2000. I rode there quite a bit. It was decent.
Yeah, it was decent.
And if you didn't wash your bike right away,
it would
it would just ruin your motor.
It would ruin everything. It would mess up the cases, everything.
Did you ever stay out there?
No. Oh, no.
He had a hotel. And one night we were testing and he talked us into staying there. And I peel the bed back. I mean, it's a gross little room. And there's bugs. I'm like, yep, we're out. I'm sleeping in the box van. I'm out.
Yeah, I would have been out too. I never started going out there until 99.
Yeah.
So I rode there from the end of 99, 2000, maybe early 2001, and that was it.
Yeah.
That's when the track started, like L-Star popped up and some other tracks.
There was just nowhere else to go.
No.
Man. Okay, so what were you thinking that year? I mean, that 2000 season, you had Talon Voland, Danny Smith, Casey Johnson, myself, Lytle, Bentley. There were so many good. I mean, there was 10 guys, and I think we had the first maybe 5 rounds, 5 different winners.
Yeah. It was stacked.
Horton
was in there. Billy Payne was in there.
Billy Payne, yeah.
I mean, it was really stacked for the 125.
Tedesco, I think, even right on Plano
Tedesco,
Honda.
I think was in there. Was Gio in there too? Gio Tedesco.
Maybe one. I don't know if they were different coasts, but yeah.
Johnson's may have been in there. Isaiah Johnson, I think.
Yeah, it was stacked.
Going into that season, I was I 23 or so. I was just like to the point to where I'm either gonna do it or I'm not.
Yeah.
And my dad he told me the same thing. We're black and white. Like, hey, you gonna do this or not? Like, you've got seconds and thirds, and yeah, let's go. So that was our focus on just take it race by race, not really worry about anything. I mean, we're a privateer, and I mean, no one expected me to do anything. Privateers really don't get on the box very often, right? Mm-hmm. Especially back then, they just didn't. So, but our mindset was like, okay, we're gonna go do this, and we did pretty good. Like, I won a couple races, and
were you thinking championship? Like, after this first win, you had to at least be considering it. To open with a third and then a win.
I really wasn't.
Really?
Like, I remember going into Dallas the final round, and a friend of mine, Chucky, he flew out from California, and I didn't even know he was going to be there. And I was going up to the main event, and I saw him walking, and he's like, Schnell. And he says, hey, how do you feel? And he asked me these questions, like, how do you think you're going to do? And I said, dude, I'm just going to go do whatever. Like, I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to go. He's like, are you like nervous? And I'm like, no, I'm just going to go do my thing. And I always rode better like that.
Yeah.
When you overthink stuff, that's when you don't ride as loose. And so I went into that race not caring. I said, dude, I'm like 16 points back. It's going to take a miracle for me to win anyway. So why even think about it?
Yeah.
So yeah, I was just like, I wasn't thinking championship.
Well, and you had one round here at Phoenix. You were 18th.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what happened. Did you crash on the finish line, hit a hay bale or something?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that was you. I didn't remember if it was you or Talon.
That was the week after. Well, it was me and Talon. So yeah, okay. Yeah, that was a good one.
What happened?
So got a mid-pack start. This is the week after I won San Diego. Bunch of confidence. Back then, Talon, he was a decent Supercross guy, but he was all over. He was using all the square footage.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I remember in the main, I was behind him. I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be terrible. I just have a bad feeling. So, the guys that were up front, they were starting to get away. I'm like, I gotta go now. If I don't go now, I'm not gonna catch them or have any chance. So right before you were going down the start backwards, I remember, and then you made a left and a big bull turn, and then you go to the finish. Well, I kind of blocked past Talon going up, and then he crossed back over, and we hit in the air, and it just completely threw me to the left, completely threw him to the right. Mm-hmm. And I landed on one of those big tough boxes. Mm-hmm. The ones that were in the mechanics area, the long ones that were shaped like this.
Yeah.
And when I fell, I was fine, but my bike wasn't. I broke my clutch perch. And as you know, on a 125, there was always one triple that you could barely get over on a 125. And with no clutch, there was like no chance.
Yeah.
And so, little bit of a backstory to this. My dad used to mess around with the bikes all the time. I'm like, Dad, just leave the bikes alone. Like, this is after I just won my first.
What would he do? What like tinker with what?
He wouldn't even tell me, but I would know. Like, he would put a new set of bars on, and they're not even bent. I'm like, Dad, wait. And then my levers would be all messed up, and I'm like, just leave it. So for some reason, he changed. So I like the feel of a Honda lever.
Okay.
I always have. And this is back when I used the OEM stuff. So, but my dad would drill holes in the end, so if I do fall, that it would break off. Yeah. Well, at this race, I remember showing up, and I'm like, where's the hole in the lever? And he's like, oh, you don't need it. Yeah, I'm like, just drill the hole. And he didn't drill the hole, and I ended up breaking my clutch perch off that night. So I was like, dude, I was trying everything, and I just didn't have it.
Without a clutch on a 125,
no,
you're dead in the water. It's like a flat tire.
Yeah, I was dead in the water. I mean, we all had a bad race that year.
Oh yeah, that was what made it such an interesting season. You know, Shae had a DNF. I got knocked down in the first term like 5 times, including Phoenix.
Yeah.
So I saw the carnage as I came by you guys, and I'm like, good. There's 2 more. There's 2 more spots.
You're clicking off the pointer. Like, okay, -2. You're like a blackjack player.
I was doing math. I was a mathematician that whole season, which was a part of my downfall. That's the curse of winning the opening round, right? Is like, I was in my head about the points the whole time, and I shouldn't have been.
But yeah, so
you weren't hurt, but you got up, and that was just all you could do.
Yeah, I couldn't do anything. I mean, I couldn't do anything. I was trying, ended up getting 18th. I figured that I'd be able to get close to the top 10 maybe, but no.
Yeah.
The tracks were just on a 125. I mean, you can do rhythm sections with no clutch. Like, you have to get that corner speed and feather,
just that little, that's all it took. But if you don't have it, it really changes it.
Yeah.
You also didn't have a great night in Houston, and I can't remember why. What happened there? 14th.
Yeah, I fell there too. I just was not riding that track very well at all.
Okay.
I was not. And that wasn't normal for a Houston race for me, because normally I did halfway decent there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just didn't like the track. I wasn't feeling it at all. And so I think I fell a couple times. But yeah, my dad was like, right from practice 1, when you go to race, like if you're feeling it or not. I just didn't feel it all weekend, even from Friday to Saturday. And my dad's like, what are you doing, dude?
Yeah.
Like, you need to.
I hate that. And the harder you try, it's almost like it gets worse.
That's how I felt. The harder I tried, the worse I was getting.
That's frustrating.
And there's no answer for it. Like,
yeah. I don't know if there's still an answer for it. Sometimes it's just you got an off weekend.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is when you're that far off, like if you were just a couple spots or positions off, it's one thing. But when you're that far off, I felt like it was one of my first times on a Supercross track. And I'm like, Dad, I don't know.
I've had nights where whether it was Ricky or it was James or whoever, you're like 3-4 seconds a lap off.
Yeah.
And you're like, man, I feel like I'm going as fast as you could possibly go. I'm like Ricky Bobby out there, and they're just blowing by me. But you just don't have an answer sometimes.
And that's the hardest thing is not having those answers. Like when you're riding like crap and, well, is the bike okay? Yeah, the bike's fine. Well, what's going on? I don't know.
Yeah. That's hard. All right. So you also jumped on, this was at least in the results, the first time we see you show up on a 250.
Yeah.
So, Moto World helping you? Were they helping you more? Did they want you to go back? Or?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. They stepped
At this
up.
point, they're probably just stoked, right?
Yeah, I mean, I won San Diego.
That's their hometown.
That's their hometown, and I mean, they were all of us, everyone involved, all our sponsors, Brian, everyone, Jared over there. I always knew that I could win. I thought I could. I had the confidence to. I just needed to put it together. But when I did that, they stepped up to the plate. Like they were all in at that point.
That's cool.
Yeah. After I won San Diego, they were all in.
Whatever, you could write your own ticket.
Oh, dude, I was really shocked that they stepped up like that, because for a small shop, they were a smaller shop back in the day, not near the size like Chaparral is. I mean, what shop is really, but they stepped up, and I'll never forget, like, just sitting in the office with Brian after all this the rest of the year, and he's got these big ideas, and I'm like, dude, let's go. And he was just, they stepped up hugely money wise for a shop, without a doubt.
Well, and you probably kind of jump started them as a team and their idea of what a team meant, because they went on to have a full semi and full race team.
Yeah. And how all that started was when I was negotiating with Brian, because I had offers I talked to Roger DeCoster to ride Suzuki's, wanted to ride for Mitch so bad, but he just didn't pay anything back then. And for someone that was winning, I won 2 rounds and came within 6 points. I mean, what he offered me wasn't what Roger offered me, that's for sure. Motor World stepped up.
This is the plight of the guy who doesn't have the indoor and outdoor, though, right? Because I fought that same battle.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, hey, Casey Johnson's making 110.
Yeah.
Yeah, he won 2 nationals.
Yeah.
It's like, oh.
Yeah. So we had those conversations.
Yeah.
Roger, that was the best deal. I should have taken that deal. That was the one regret that I have to this day, was not signing with
For 2001.
Yeah. 01, 02, and 03. 03 was an option. It was a really, really good deal, but I'll tell you the story. So my dad and I were at Glen Helen on Thursday. This is going into outdoors, right? Everyone
Of 2000?
Of 2000.
Okay.
And I'm on the fence, and Roger walks up, and he's like, hey, I'd like to hire you. And I mean, I didn't know what to say at that point. I was like, okay, what are you thinking? Trying to play it cool, I'm sweating. My dad's sitting over here. I turn over here, to the right, and he's just sitting on the tailgate, and he's like, I can see it in his eyes. And I'm looking at him like deer in headlights. But anyways, I didn't know what to say. And, as you know, the better you do, the more offers you're getting. I had an offer from Mitch. I had an offer from Motor World. They stepped up, and Roger. And I'm like, how do I turn Roger down? Like, that's like gnarly, like I don't even know if anyone's ever turned Roger down. But at the time, I was so in tune with the Yamaha guys. I really liked the program, even though it was way less money. I like Steve Butler. I like Keith McCarty. I like the bike. I like Oliver. I liked everyone there. It was just, to me, it wasn't necessarily about the money. It was more of the click. Like I needed to have, I didn't want to lose that. Not saying that I would have lost that. Going over to Suzuki and Roger and Ian and those guys, I wanted to stay where I was, and took a lot less money, but it was just one of those things that
was the money good with Suzuki, like that offer?
Yeah. It was. I don't know what the guys are making nowadays, and
for the time it was good. Yeah.
For the time it was. Yeah. It would have been. I mean, $1 million plus for sure after 3 years.
Yeah, you definitely screwed up.
No, I know. I know. And that's the thing is at the end of the day, I think like I said, I wanted to have that good core of and a good bike and everything, and I did have that. That was more important than the money.
Did you ever ride the bike? Say, hey, I want to try the bike first?
No, I knew the bike was
good. 01, it was changing. Remember, that was the whole new Suzuki.
Yeah. I knew the bike was going to be good. I knew. I mean, Pastrana was on the bike that next year. Wyndham was on the team. And that's the thing. I could have been teammates with those guys. And that's the one thing that I do regret. I mean, it is what it is. And I don't look down on that. It was a bad decision on my part. But, I liked that group of guys.
Yeah.
I really liked Brian Junkie and what they were all about down there.
It's hard to walk away from a good, those people around you, man, that has such an impact on your mental state, which then has a direct impact on your riding, right?
Yeah.
If you hate where you're at, it's hard to go out and perform.
And, along the lines with the core group of guys that I had around me, my dad was around me still. And like I said, Brian Junkie. And I really liked what they were all about. And back then we were just getting going, and I felt like I could still perform on the bike that I was on. And then we also knew that the 250F was coming out. And I was like, man, I don't want to ride. And I don't want to ride a 125, even though it was a factory Suzuki, against those bikes. I didn't want to do that. I was like, dude, a stock 250F is going to be better than that, in my opinion. And I think it was. It may not.
I don't know about the stock one, but like what YOT was racing.
Oh, yeah.
It was a game changer.
It was a game changer. And I rode their bike in 02, and it was.
Did you not have an offer from YOT?
I didn't, because they were full. They had I think Buckaloo was on the team. I think Ramsey. They were all signed, so there wasn't a spot. But they gave me good stuff after that. That's when they gave me good stuff for my 125. And so I was stoked on that. And I knew that going in. So that's one of the reasons why I stayed.
So you stayed in 01, and you rode the 250F in 01?
Outdoors.
Okay.
In Supercross, it was a carbureted bike, and I was like, I'm not riding this thing on a Supercross track. There's just no way. The thing was bogging everywhere, the stock one, and that was the first year. I think they came out was in 01.
Yeah, Ernie raced it on the West, and
even
Nathan
his bike, they were having some issues with, right?
It was a gamble that year, and
it was.
I think they both ended up winning, right?
I
think
so.
Ernie won the West and Nathan won the East, but they had their moments.
They did, yeah.
And it would, if you didn't have a factory team around you constantly, it would have been hard.
That was my worry. Like after winning in 2000, I didn't want to change it up that much. Outdoors, you can get away with the bogging and stuff, but on a Supercross track back then, how steep everything was, I didn't want no part of that.
So tell me, go back here to that season in 2000 when you rode the 250s. You had some, you had 2 11ths, Indy and Pontiac won, a 13th at St. Louis. I mean, not setting the world on fire, but damn it, for a 125 guy, you're stepping in, you're doing, that's pretty good. Did you ever consider maybe just bumping up?
Well, that was my plan, but with my wrist and the numbness on my hand, that was always a question.
The timing was the 15-minute mark.
Yeah. So everyone was telling me not to race the 250 class. They're like, don't race the 250 because you're up there in points on the West Coast. And I'm like, dude, I'm gonna race, no matter what. The bike was good. Mitch built me an awesome bike. Those bikes were good.
Those Yamahas were really good.
Showroom floor, right off the showroom floor, they were amazing.
Yeah.
So starting from that platform, I mean, we were already ahead of the game. My 250, The only thing that was sketchy about that YZ250 back then, what happened with Fro, was the throttle.
Oh.
They had that defect, and the throttle would stick. And it would come off that little roller where the cable goes around, and there was some defect in there. And Dustin Nelson, he had that happen to him. I think it was San Diego.
Was there not a fix for it?
At that time, no.
Because I know Mitch ended up making a little aluminum wheel in there that.
Yeah, but back then there was, you know how the manufacturers are, like they'll come out with a bike that there may be something like that, and they don't say anything to anybody. And that's how Yamaha was dealing with
liability, right? I think that's a massive company trying to go,
Yeah.
okay, we're going to kill dudes. Do we admit
Yeah.
we're about to kill dudes?
Yeah.
Or
like I've seen that throttle stick multiple times. Dustin, I think it stuck on Fro when he broke his wrist. But you know, it never stuck on me, luckily. But that was one of the reasons why they didn't want me to ride the 250, because they didn't have a fix for it yet. And I'm like, whatever. You know, when you're young, you're like, I don't care. I just want to race.
It's crazy how dumb we were when you're young. Like, you didn't consider repercussions really at all.
Nothing. Like, I talk about that all the time to some of my friends. I'm like, we were fucking crazy back then.
Yeah.
You know, like,
Yeah.
the stuff that we did, like, this is ridiculous. Like, you would not think about doing that shit today.
I was okay. Like, even if I was to get paralyzed, I said, well, I'll just go work for my mom, you know, at her marina. I'll sell boats and I'll wheel around. They got a ramp. I'll be set. Like, I accepted that as like, all right.
Yeah. Yeah. But, you know, being at that level, you have to accept that.
Yeah.
Once, you know, I still coach today, and I tell my guys, like, look, because they worry about getting hurt and stuff. I'm like, it doesn't do you any good. When I started winning is when I said, you know what? I don't care what happens. If I'm paralyzed, I'm paralyzed. If I die on the track, I die on the track. I think you have to have that mindset to win.
You have to come to peace with it.
You have to. If you don't, you're always going to have that gray area. And that's the hardest thing to overcome. Like, it's so mental, as you know, like it's not, at least that was my experience. Like, once I came to terms with that, that's when I started excelling.
So are we idiots or are we heroes? Or, like, I'm not sure. Like, are we really brave or are we stupid?
I think we were stupid, for sure. For sure.
I'm not going to argue it.
But, I mean, so back to like the Rogers thing. So people ask me that know the story. I never really told the story a whole lot before, but up until the last couple of years. But like, screw the money. Like, my thought was like, I just wanted Roger to come up and say, hey, offer me a ride. Like, that was good enough for me.
Yeah.
To have the man come up, you know, that's how stupid we were. Like, I don't know. That's I like the respect thing, you know, like walking up after when I won San Diego, Mitch rolled over to my pits, which he's never done before, and shook my hand. And like, you could, you know, I like that stuff. That stuff is awesome. I take that over money any day.
And it says something about him too. Like, he didn't have to do that.
No.
Right. And you could see, I can picture him. You can see he's genuinely happy for you.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And I think a lot of people, even if the people that don't know Mitch and see him on a regular, they don't see that ever.
Yeah. He comes off kind of like Larry.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of like an ass, but then, yeah.
In 99, when Scott Sheik rode for him in Minneapolis, I was pitted next to Mitch. And I saw Mitch like literally out of his chair because Scott didn't make the main that night. And he was yelling, oh my God, I'm like, I don't want to ride for Mitch ever. Like, he was that bad. And Scott was crying, like he was in tears. And Mitch has mellowed out.
Way out.
Yeah. From back then. Yeah.
Yeah, I got screamed at a bit. And for me, it wasn't ever, Rhino worked that way. If you screamed at Rhino, he would have the best weekend of his life the next weekend. Yeah. I didn't work that way. You know, I wanted you to be honest with me, be professional with me, but kind of like take the emotion out of it. Yeah. Okay, here's your lap times. You're this far off. They're doing this rhythm section. Here's how they're doing it. This is the line they're taking. Those are the changes you need to make. Like, give it to me flat, right? I don't need you to stroke my ego or pussyfoot it, but to lift himself out of his chair and start screaming. He did back then. Yeah, he did. He did that a lot. And I just watched the Shae Bentley episode that you had, and I watched it a few weeks ago. And I didn't realize that Shae was going through all that either through the 2000 season. You know,
I thought it was hilarious that he flipped Mitch off. He said, I mean, who does that, right?
Not a lot of people.
So, but yeah, that episode was good with Shae. I learned a lot because I didn't know any of that was going on, you know?
No, it's something I love about this show is, you know, when do we ever just get to sit down and talk for this long?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And as long as you and I have known each other, our longest conversation has been probably what, 10, 15 minutes? Maybe?
If that.
So, I really enjoy these. So.
And racing, like, I never hated you, and I don't think you ever hated me. It was just I don't even know where it started and why it started, but, you know, it was
Anaheim 2, 1996, you son of a bitch.
Well, you know, on my behalf, I don't even think I barely.
No,
I just stalled you up in the corner, and back then they were like 10-foot bowl corners, and you were short, and your legs just didn't. Honestly, and I knew that going down. I'm like, I got this right now. Because you were on PC, and I'm like, if I don't do it right now, he's gonna pull away. I knew it.
Yeah. And, no, it was. Look, I watched it back. Trust me, 100 times, and I'm like, I would have probably done the same thing, but. Damn it, Schnell.
And I was never a dirty rider. Like, I would never go in and just completely put someone in the cheap seat.
It was just a bad deal because even if I was button, I don't think his legs would reach. That berm was so tall and steep. Yeah. I was going down. Yeah. I was like, goodbye. Yeah.
And if you remember, I did the same thing in San Diego because I got, like, when I won, the night I won, I did the same thing, but it wasn't in a bull turn. It was... I passed you and I put you up against, I don't know if they had tough block. I think that was a tough block. But I put you up and I just stood you up and you like went over the edge and you couldn't foot it and you fell over.
Oh, I did? Yes. I don't even remember that race.
Yeah. That was probably second or third lap maybe in the main, something like that.
I have no recollection. I'll have to go back and watch it. But
again, I was like, okay, it was one of the corners where I think it was, I don't know if it was a step on, step off, and then everyone was going to the outside, and I cut to the inside and just like stopped and like looked at you, and you went over and then fell.
Awesome. Well, apparently I was an idiot. I'll have to go back and watch that race. I don't remember it.
But I do remember in Seattle, I don't know if you remember this, in 96 back up, after Anaheim, you slammed me, and I think it was practice.
Yeah, I remember
and I'm like,
that.
Oh, he's not messing around now. Like,
yeah.
I gotta watch.
It was right before that triple, I think.
Yes, it was. I remember. Yeah.
I was angry. I apologize. It was very childish. But I'm like, I don't want to mess with him in the race because, like, I don't want to screw either of us up. I'm gonna get him in practice. I'm gonna let him know how displeased I am in practice.
Honestly, I thought it was gonna be a lot harder than that because I know. I mean, when you're so focused and back.
Well, look, we were fully invested in what we were doing, right? Yeah. And so when something goes wrong, I want a scapegoat. Yeah. I was like, Schnell, got me good. It's all his fault. No, but dude, it's funny on this show because we'll have guys on. I mean, when Deegan, you know, he and I hated each other forever. And I think he hates me again now after the whole bike claiming thing. But
him and I were teammates at Chaparral, and we didn't really talk a whole lot.
Really?
We hardly talked at all.
It's just funny in racing. We've seen this so many times where you'll have these people that you're like, I don't really like that guy. We didn't like each other. Why? I can't remember. We just didn't. And it's like, okay, bro, it's been 20 years. Let's let it go, right? Like,
we have a whole different perspective after racing.
Yeah.
But I was one of those guys, like, I didn't hang out with a lot of racers, you know. I kind of hung out with my own crew, did my own thing. But I always rode better when I was pissed off. Like, and I'm really like a mellow guy. And Larry, I think that a lot of that comes from Larry because that's how Larry was. Like, he would like, I'd be on the line and he'd be talking shit, but he would fire me up. You know, he'd like kind of grab my jersey. He's like, "You fucking ready?" Or, you know, like he was that intense.
Yeah.
And I ride better like that.
Sometimes you need to tap into that.
You know.
To me, it gets like after so many years have gone by. To your point, right? Like you get a perspective on what matters, what really matters, and what doesn't, and then you almost feel like kind of like a band of brothers. Like, hey, we went through something that not a lot of people get to experience.
Oh no. And
there's not a lot of people that can relate, right? Unless you were at that level.
And you don't. At least I didn't realize it until after
Yeah,
I was
no.
done.
You won't. You can't.
You look back and you're like, dude, like that. How cool was that?
Yeah.
Like you did travel the world and race with these guys, and I respect anyone that throws a leg over a bike. I don't care if you're novice, C guy, pro guy. I mean, it's just, it's an amazing sport, and it takes so much effort.
Yeah.
Like people don't realize. Like I'm pretty sure everyone has had someone tell them, oh, all you got to do is just twist the throttle and go. That's all you got to do.
Well, then here it is. Why don't you saddle up and show me?
So I had in high school, I had a buddy of mine. He was a football player at Altaloma High School, and he said that one time. I said, I tell you what, I'll suit up and play for you if you get on my bike. And he's like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm like, that's exactly.
Yeah. I could take a hit in your pads and live.
Yeah. You're not going over the bars and whiskey throttle under the side of the building. Yeah. Yeah.
The outcome's going to be worse for you, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's finish that year up. You were second at Minneapolis. That probably puts you, like I said, you were close now going into Dallas.
Shae was on it. He
caught fire at the end there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then you went and did another 250 race, Pontiac. So you were like, man, you were hitting them all.
I'm a firm believer in momentum. So even though it was the 250 class, I was like, I'm going to be as safe as I can, but I want to do good. And I'm going to ride within my limits.
Yeah.
And that's what I did.
Well, listen, a lot of people would say, oh, don't do that. You could get hurt. You're going to be riding at the test track here.
Yeah.
I would say you're just as likely to get hurt or more doing a million laps at the Yamaha track or wherever you're riding than going to the race. And
I had people, even my dad's like, you sure you want to do that? I'm like, if I'm going to get hurt, I'm going to get hurt anyways.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if I'm racing or not. So let's try to keep the momentum going. And I'm a firm believer in that. I didn't want to go not race for a month and then lose all of that, And guys don't do that as much these days. No.
And maybe it's the expense has gotten more, right? Like it's probably harder to build a race 450.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. But guys don't do it. And I think it's a mistake.
Yeah.
I think you're less likely to be hurt at a race than you are riding 3 days at your test track a week.
I agree.
Because you get kind of lazy in your mind and you're not really 100% tuned in.
And that's a whole nother aspect of it is staying sharp. Okay. Momentum is one thing, but staying sharp, riding with faster guys, riding with Villeman. He was in the 250 class, McGrath and Rhino and all these guys. And I felt like that was going to help me get faster. And obviously for the next couple of years, it was going to help me out with experience.
Yeah. I mean, what are you going to learn more? Going and riding with those guys, even if you can only hang on to them for a half a lap at a time, or doing the same laps around your same practice track.
Absolutely.
I think it was smart, man. I did it a little bit. I wish I'd have done it more, but so you won Dallas. Tell me about that night.
That was a crazy night.
So you said kind of going in, you were just like, I'm going to just do my thing. I'm not going to think about points. But during that race, a lot of the field got wiped out in the first turn, including Shae and myself.
Same here. I went over the first turn onto the concrete and did like a 360 and then went. So I didn't really fall. I was like leaned over because, as you know, when you get on the concrete, it is like
ice.
It is ice.
I don't know that I've ever seen a start where that much of the pack went down. Because remember, it went the short length of the stadium and then a 90, and everybody either piled up or got pushed off.
I would say realistically, I don't think the footage shows. It only shows the carnage. It doesn't show who actually made it through on this side. 5 people made it through. Maybe? It wasn't very many people. Isaiah Johnson, I think, was leading for 5 or 6 laps. I think. Yeah.
I don't even remember who got through.
Yeah. I don't know if Goose made it through.
He was up front, so maybe.
Yeah. I remember there was a few Honda guys. Planet Honda guys, I think they were up for Planet Honda back then.
Maybe Walker? Or what was he riding then?
I don't remember.
Anyway.
But yeah, so
how long did it take you to get into the lead? 5 or 6 laps?
Yeah. I don't remember exactly how many, but it took me a while.
Okay.
It took me a while. But for me, I didn't have any pressure. I was 16. I knew going in I was 16 points down. So
you just wanted to win.
I'm just going to go. And so I had no pressure. So, but when I went on the concrete, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And I think everybody knew what was going to happen. And
and the first turn was narrow. Like, you remember when it turned onto the track, you could only fit about 4 bikes.
It went
maybe.
like that.
Yeah.
And as soon as Robbie Horton lined up to the inside, I mean, I watched Mitch's episode with you, part 2, and you guys were talking about it. And I don't know what happened behind closed doors, but it sure seemed like he didn't give a shit and he just went straight. And I was like, oh man, and I don't remember why I didn't pick a gate on the inside. I don't remember if I had a bad hearing. I don't remember. But anyways, I was on the right side and I'm like, just be ready for anything. So, yep, sure enough, it was like bowling pins, just everyone, just carnage everywhere. But yeah, like I had no pressure. I just went. Yeah. And that track suited me really well.
Yeah,
it was
hard. It was your
packed.
Yeah, hard packed.
I really liked that.
So you got into the lead by halfway or so, and you just kind of cruised on.
I just cruised, yeah. I'm not a lap time guy, but I'm steady Eddie, you know. So I saw you coming, you know, checking, do 180, and I can kind of see the guys. I think Goose was up there, and a few seconds back. Just tried to manage that, but I wasn't doing points in my head at that point. I didn't see Shae, and I'm like, well, I don't know where he's at. Maybe he got stuck at the bottom of the pile. Maybe I didn't see him at all.
And he damn near did. Like that, you know. He damn near lost it. It was a crazy finish. Because I got Goose literally in the last corner. There was some kind of step up into that turn, and it was off camber. Yeah. And he went inside, and I stepped up and railed around and got him for second. But I came over, and I'm like, Pat Alexander goes, I think you got it. So I'm like, I do? And then we're watching Shae, and Bones is wandering around. He had it wrong. He thought I won too.
I saw his math.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I saw his notes and his math. It was off.
Bones, come on. Back to school.
But yeah, so I knew that going over the finish line, I looked back and I saw you get second. So I knew that I didn't win her off the bat. It was a long shot anyways, you know, but I was curious to see if you won or Shae. And I'm like, where's Shae at? And then I'm like calculating the points because I knew where the points were going in.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I think Ping has it. I think Ping's going to win the title. And then here comes Shae, and I'm like, I don't know who won. And then Bones comes up to me, and he's like, did you win? And I'm like, no, I didn't win. I know I didn't win.
Bones is asking you.
Yeah, he's asking me. And then, but the whole situation after the race was really weird. Like no one really knew until Davey Coombs said something, right? I think
he's waiting to hear. They were doing math up in the booth, and it was maybe it felt like an eternity, but I would say it was almost 5 minutes.
It was at least 5 minutes. I think it was longer than that, but I just won the race and I didn't even care. I was just like, dude, I just won my second Supercross. I'm super stoked. My dad was stoked. Everyone's stoked.
Yeah.
And then I was bummed I didn't win, but it was like, dude, it was a long shot anyways, you know?
To get 2 wins, and I mean, that's a great season.
But that was, you know, my whole goal was to win a title as well.
Yeah.
A 125 title. I just always wanted a regional title, and you know, I feel your pain. I mean, I was in the same boat. I wanted to win, and I don't know what I would have done if I would have never even won a Supercross, like, because that's all we were trained to do, right? And that's all you want, and to win a title. I would be very disappointed if I never won a race.
Yeah.
Especially with that kind of effort that I put in that year. And obviously not winning a title, it's I'm bummed, but what do you do? It's like you can't rewind. And
it's a really interesting subject to me because with the exception of very few guys, maybe Ricky,
those guys are groomed from 5, 4, 5, 6 years old. Like I wasn't like that.
But I'm telling you, every guy, with the except, like I said, very few exceptions, has regrets. Has like, man, I wish this. Jeremy, I bet you he goes, I wish I could have won more outdoor titles.
Everyone has.
Everybody does
something. Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what level you were at. Like Albie kind of changed my perspective on this because this is a 3-time world champion, 250 outdoor champion, and he's just so disappointed he didn't win a Supercross title. And I'm like, big deal,
the race
Albie.
Against Jeremy.
Yeah, but he's like, like that's the way he feels about the way I feel about a Supercross title. It's the same. So he just said, look, we all have goals, and likely we fell short of them because we set them pretty high. He goes, so you can't look at that. Look at what you did do and be proud of that. If you put your whole heart into it, then whatever it is, it is.
And I'm a firm believer of that because, like, racing against James Stewart, I mean, he had the most talent. I mean, I think that everyone could agree that he had the most talent on a motorcycle at that, for sure at that time. Just unbelievable, right? Well, I knew that I didn't have that kind of talent, and you know, I'm behind the 8 ball. I'm like, hey, this guy is like the next guy, you know. Actually, my best race, outdoor race, was at Washougal in 04. He ended up winning, but that was the best I ever rode, and I had nothing for him. And I was like, that's all I had. I had nothing else.
Yeah.
So I'm a firm believer that, you know, sometimes things happen for a reason, and sometimes talent wins, right? I mean, I put a lot of hard work in that year, but he beat me on a 125. I was on a 250F, and he blew by me like I was standing still. I'm like, what do you do?
Yeah, sometimes it just is what it is. You got, you know,
and that's
sometimes guys are just better. He was a special dude. Yeah. And so was Ricky. He was a special dude.
My perspective on everything is black and white. There's no gray area. It's like, it is what it is, and just move on.
Yeah. Well, that's a good perspective because that'll keep you sane. Like, for a long time, I was constantly like, oh, if I'd just done this.
Yeah.
Oh, this one race, if I'd have done this. You got to let that stuff go, right?
That stuff will drive you insane.
Totally will.
Yeah.
All right. So after that Dallas race, you did another 250 round, then Vegas. Then it looks like you did the whole national series.
Yeah, that was my first full outdoor season.
And you had some good rides. 7th at Glen Helen, 8th at Washougal, 9th at Troy, 9th at Millville. You had some good rides.
Yeah. Yeah. I had.
Did you find after getting those couple of Supercross wins, your confidence went up and you were you leveled up everywhere?
Yeah. I remember, well, at that Vegas Supercross, I got the whole shot, and
in 2000.
In 2000.
Okay.
So, and it was a huge hole shot. I couldn't believe it. I come around the first turn, I'm like, what the heck just happened? Because I was 170 pounds.
Yeah.
On a privateer bike, and I mean, I shot out of the gate. My buddy Brandon Dunn, he claims that he did pack my gate, so that's why I got the whole shot. Before that, my dad and I got in an argument. So my dad didn't go up to the starting line with me. Brandon went up.
Okay.
So, anyways, I ended up getting the whole shot, and I just remember Travis was in it. He ended up winning. I passed Ernie with like right before the white flag.
Okay.
And I ended up falling after the finish line. Roncada was in there. Roncada got second. Ernie got third. I got fourth. But I wanted to go into the outdoor season like that. No, I wanted to be up there try to get on the box, try to be in the top 5. And obviously for outdoors, you're combining the East and West, so there's double the competition.
It's basically your outdoor competitors, yeah.
So going into outdoors at Glen Helen, I just was off. Like, I remember my times were off, and I remember like first moto, Nick Way was like right in front of me, and I couldn't. I was so pissed off I couldn't get around him, and all of a sudden I just said F it. Like something clicked, you know, like that anger got to me, and I'm like, I'm going right now, and I ended up passing him, and I think he was on a Yamaha Troy bike at that time, but anyways, it started clicking, but I definitely had a more difficult time getting up there, closer to that top 5 outdoors. It's tough. I mean,
outdoors, it definitely takes more like, you just got to twist it, right, and kind of hang on.
Yeah.
Where Supercross, at least for me, and I feel like you're maybe the same, a little more technical. You like to be smooth, and precise. You can't be precise outdoors. No, it doesn't work.
And that's why I was getting mad, because I knew I was riding behind Nick Way and I was being more timid. And I'm like, just pull the trigger. And I used to yell a lot when I was in a race on the starting line. I remember at 2000.
I actually remember hearing that.
Yeah. So like Travis and I started next to each other, and I'm yelling. I was firing myself up. I had to manifest that energy.
Yeah.
So that's something that I had to do. And Travis was like, I can see him looking at me, and he's like, what are you doing? 30-second boards up. Schnell, what are you doing? And I'm like, woo, just yelling. And he's like, then he starts yelling. And I'm like, this is awesome. And anyways, but that's what I used to do. And I used to yell, like, I think we've all been in those positions where you go into a corner yelling at the guy in front of you. But I would yell all the time. I just kind of, my thing.
I don't remember you yelling on the track, but I remember sitting on the line somewhere at some national, and you were maybe a couple spots down from me, and I hear this, sounds like a train whistle, you know. I'm like, what's going on down there? And you're just like, whoa, banging on your bars, and I'm like, oh yeah, he's amping it up. I'm
really like, I'm super mellow, and I had to manifest that energy. Like, if someone was there that had a lot of energy and they could like kind of throw it off on me, that would help. But I just had to do it myself. Yeah. I remember in 2004 when I had my best moto ever, when James beat me. This was the second moto. The first moto, Rhino blew me off into the pine trees, you know, like with 2 laps to go, and I was so pissed off in between the motos. And then I ended up getting the whole shot the second moto. But it's that kind of energy, and it's hard to replicate that. It's like,
yeah, it's tough. Even if you try to do that artificially, it's hard. Yeah. If that's your motivation, yeah, you know, it's tough to dig it up. So, okay, take me through the rest of that summer. Anything stand out? I mean, you did have those, definitely your best summer of nationals.
I guess the standout would have been Glen Helen. I mean, I don't think my finish was very good, maybe a top 10, but that was
seventh.
That was kind of the start. Redbud, I ended up getting a third of moto, I think. I don't remember if it was first or second moto, but I mean, as a privateer, I was super stoked.
And you were on the 250F? Oh no, that was 01. That was 01.
This is 2000. Yeah, I was on a 125, but you know, I love my pro circuit bike. It was so good. Yeah. But I was so relaxed after that Supercross season that everything started to click. The momentum was good. My bikes were good. They weren't a Yamaha Troy bike, but to me, it was just that was my favorite bike. So I had good energy around me. Had a couple good races. Obviously, everyone loves Redbud. Track is amazing, but I ended up getting on the box there, one moto, and yeah. So
sweet.
The summer was really chill for me. Like, I was working hard, but I wish the results would have came a little bit. I would have had some better results, but Millville, I had a good ride, but like it's hard, like you said. It's just
nationals are tough.
My mindset. I remember going into I think it was Mount Morris. We were out of my van in 2000, and it was a mudder. I think it was the race that Kelly Smith won.
Oh yeah.
I didn't even qualify.
Oh, is that right?
I didn't even qualify, and it was raining, it's muddy, it's off camber. I don't want to ride. I want to be back in California like right now.
You probably did yourself a favor.
I didn't qualify, and me and my dad didn't even say a word. We just packed up and went straight back to Cali in the van. I'm like, don't say nothing. I know. Let's go. We drove straight through. Like, it took us
not a word.
Not a word. No sleep. Nothing. No pulling over. Only for gas, food. And that was the last we said anything about it.
All right. So you have this talk with DeCoster. You've got offers on the table, and you could be Factory Suzuki. You could be Mitch, and you stay with Yamaha.
Yeah.
And you're going to ride the same 125.
So the Yamaha was going to give me some of the old K-Dub stuff, which was the YOT stuff. Yeah. Which they did. So I never actually saw a contract from Roger. It was a conversation that we had, and he, he's like, I want to hire you, and I ended up not doing it, obviously. But there was a bunch of offers. There was Honda wanted to sponsor Motorworld. And I'm like, oh no. Those 125s back then were garbage. Yeah. Gosser rode it good because he's 105 pounds. If I got on the thing, I'm not doing anything. They're like, oh, we'll give great bonuses. I'm like, okay.
Bonuses don't matter if I can run faster than this bike.
KTM offered me a lot of money, but I'm like, how am I going to get bonuses, $50,000 bonuses, if your bike don't turn? You got no linkage. What am I going to do in the whoops?
That was the
Your
deal I
bike
had.
broke in half.
Yeah, that was the deal I had to take. I went to KTM in 01.
Yeah.
Just because I didn't have any other good offers.
And that's where I was. They offered me a ride to go 01 and 02. And I'm like, oh, man, I can't. I'm already 23, 24. I can't jeopardize that.
That Motor World deal was way better than what I did.
I'll never forget that. That happened to Phoenix, right?
Yeah, that was 02. But yeah.
Yeah.
Were you in that race?
No, I was East Coast.
Oh, okay.
I was supposed to be on the 250F for Yamaha Troy on the West. But at the US Open, I rode it, and for some reason I got whiskey throttle over a 353 into a corner. I think they watered. It was real slippery, and then the face wasn't watered, and I got a lot of traction, and I had to step off the back of it. Like I looped out.
Just shot it?
Yeah, and I stepped off and broke my foot. And so I had to have some time to get ready for East.
All right, well, so take me into 2001 here. So you stay with Motor World, and you're going to be 125 Supercross, 250F outdoors.
Yeah.
Did you mess with that 250F at all early on, or did you kind of wait?
I waited.
Okay.
I was really focused on Supercross at that time and trying to get a good setup, and the bike was a little different, you know, with the head and cylinder, factory carb and stuff coming on the bike. All the combinations were really, really good. They were so good, I had a hard time picking one. I was like, you know, which one am I going to pick? And how all that happened, like going into 01 when I signed with Motor World, at the end, probably around the Redbud 2000, July 4th time, Paul Lindsay called me and says, hey, I'm starting a team. I'm like, I already signed my deal with Motor World, and Brian Junkie was trying to figure out how to make all this work. You know, after I signed with him, he stepped up money-wise. And are we getting a semi? Or what are we doing? Like, how am I going to afford all this? Because, as you know, it's expensive. So I introduced Paul with Brian. And I said, look, Paul, I already signed my deal. It sounds like you have something going on. You have an investor. Why don't you just call Brian Junkie? And like within an hour, they had a deal.
Oh, wow.
And that's how it came together. Yeah.
And who was it was a Colorado guy.
It was a Colorado
that had
guy.
the money, right?
Yeah, I believe it was a construction company. I don't remember the name.
Okay.
But I had already signed my deal. And Paul and I got into it a little bit because he wanted me to sign a deal with him. And I'm like, I already have my deal. You know, like, you're part of the team, but I have my deal with Brian. But he wanted me to sign a contract in Colorado. So like if anything ever happened, it was Colorado attorneys, and I'm like, I already signed my deal. Why am I going to sign another one with you? That was my thinking at the time.
Yeah.
I thought I knew everything. So, I remember him sending me a contract over, and I was reading it, and I'm like, I'm not fucking doing this. So I had the black Sharpie, and I'm marking stuff out. I sent it back to him, and he calls me screaming. He was pissed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he was pissed. Because I marked out all kinds of stuff that was in the contract. I'm like, I don't like this. Because I already had a contract signed. Why am I going to do that? No. Sent it back. He called me, just cussing me out. Anyways, we got everything worked out. And turned out to be a good deal. And then in 01, they went to Suzuki. Or 02, they went to Suzuki.
Yeah.
So I had just not went with Roger on a factory Suzuki. I signed a 2-year deal with Motor World for 01 and 02, and then they were going to Suzuki, and I'm like, that wasn't my plan. I'm not going to ride that Suzuki when I had just literally turned down a factory Suzuki.
Yeah.
So Phil Alderton and Eric Kehoe offered me a YLT ride in 02.
Okay.
So I ended up taking that.
Well, take me through 01 first. So I was looking through these results, and I'm like, man, and I had my own struggles in 01. I was doing terrible, but you had a rough start to the season too. 20, 12, 22, 21. Like, what was going on?
Just
because I don't remember that.
Overthinking, overdoing it, trying too hard. Bike was good. Everything was good. I just trying too hard.
Yeah. Now there's some expectation, right?
Yeah.
Like you're like, I'm a 2-time winner. I'm ready to come in and kill it.
Yeah. We have new team, semi. Yeah, just a lot of expectation.
Yeah.
And I put way too much pressure on myself. I remember I crashed out of Anaheim 1. Like I said, the bike was good, but I was struggling with a certain setup. Like, I really liked Mitch Payton's motors. They revved to the moon. My Yamaha Troy 125 was not like that. You got to short shift it. It had the power to do it, but I was heavier, so I didn't trust. Like, for example, like if you're in the rhythm section, you may come out seat bounce in second gear, click to third. And at Anaheim 1, there was a section that I was like, man, I don't know if I should click to third. I tried it
between gears a little bit.
I was definitely between gears. It wasn't pulling through like my Mitch PC motors would. So I ended up running out of the over rev, and I ended up going over the bars, crashed out, crying in the tunnel. It was it was a nightmare start to that season. But it was up and down. I think
You dug it out. Yeah, you get a third at Anaheim 3.
Yep.
And then you just and this is something else I wanted to ask you about. So this was in that weird window of time where you could ride both coasts. If you were not in the top 10 in points, you could ride the other coast, but for no points, right? Or something like that. And
something like that.
it was really weird. I think the deal was they didn't have enough people to fill the gate.
Yeah.
If I remember right, that was the deal. And so they were just going, hey, anyone. You actually went to the East Coast and had some good results. A 6th, an 8th, Indy and New Orleans. What do you remember from that?
Just, I mean, I was just trying to get momentum back.
Yeah.
And, you said it earlier, like sometimes you don't feel good at a race, and I felt good, but my results weren't there. It takes, for me at least, it took some time to figure out. And then once I started getting momentum again, then it kind of have a shitty race. And, it just back and forth. It's a struggle. And I think at that time I was just overthinking things, and I probably should have just kind of relaxed a little bit. But it was a good season. I had a good outdoor season. I felt good. Results probably don't show. I had a couple good races.
You still had a couple podiums. Houston, you got a second, which that would have been Preston.
Preston won. So
First Husky win ever, right?
I'm not first Husky win. Langston was leading and
Did the one-hander.
he did the one-hander, but like back then everything was so sharp.
Well, do you remember that double? That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. It was
Super
like
sketchy.
a flat ramp, and then the landing was a peak.
Yeah, it was a peak, and the berm started like on the peak, like this. So like if you went over like Langston did, you couldn't save it.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I was never like a fast lap time guy. I was just steady Eddie. So that night I actually had good lap times, but I had a shitty start. I don't remember what I was in 15th, but I come through, and at the end I saw Langston. He was not that far ahead of me. I couldn't believe Preston was on the Husky, and I'm like, dude, he's like gonna win the race. And but anyways, I rode really well that night. Just got a shitty start.
Yeah. 5th at Texas. Finished out the season okay. You did the whole nationals. You got a 4th at Redbud.
Yep.
Which
I
is
think Larry Ward won that on the 250F. I think.
Oh, and 01. I think you're right.
I think he did. Moto Triple X. I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Moto Triple X boys. Shout out to Jordan. He's still
out
there doing it. What stands out from that season? And how was that 250F all summer?
It was good. It was really good. Like I said earlier, I knew that we were going to have that bike, even though my 250F was a production Yamaha. I didn't have any factory parts.
No special parts, really.
No, I had Ross from Enzo. We had good kits.
So it handled good.
It handled good, but it, off the showroom floor, it had good power. Just, 4-stroke, tracked everywhere.
Was Huffy riding with you that year? Okay, I was going to say, I remember that year. Huffman was fast on it.
Yep.
The KTM was a fast motorcycle, but I couldn't do a damn thing with you guys on 250Fs. It was, you just couldn't compete.
Yeah. And I knew that going into 01. And that's one of the reasons why I stayed with the Yamaha guys, because I knew that was going to be an advantage. Didn't know how much. Back then, it was like, I think everyone that didn't or was not on one of those bikes, they knew, right? You guys knew, like, these bikes are cheater bikes.
Well, I honestly wasn't sure. I wasn't convinced until that Supercross season racing against Ernie.
Yeah.
And I tell the story all the time. We were racing it in San Diego, so it would have been like second or third round in a heat race. And he bumps me in a corner, and we're at a dead stop. And there's a triple right there. And he just downshifts once and goes and triples.
Super easy.
And I'm like, there's no scenario ever where I could have done that triple on a 125.
No.
I'm like, so, okay, yep, this is not going to be a fair fight.
No, and the only thing that I didn't like about that bike on a Supercross track, because I did ride it on a Supercross track, I just didn't race it, was it was heavy at that time. It was carbureted. It's super sketchy. Like you step on, step off. It was like, we all seen what happened to Reed and Grant, off the step off at the World Supercross Series. It was just so unpredictable. And back then, there was no knuckle. Like it was like flat to flat.
Yeah.
With a huge gap in between. Everything was sharp and anyways, it was unpredictable, and I didn't like that. So it took I think Yamaha Troy figured it out pretty quick.
Well, the starting thing was an issue too, because I remember a couple of times Ernie stalling in the whoops. Do you remember? I don't know. Maybe it was Phoenix one round. He kicked for a whole lap.
They would not fire.
Yeah.
They would not fire. And so 01 at Glen Helen, I had that problem. I would have had a podium at Glen Helen National, and 2 laps to go, I stalled it. When it came back around over the roller onto the start, I stalled it going up the roller, and I couldn't fire the bike. I ended up getting like a 10th. I'm like, God dang it, man.
Yeah, that was tough. Those first couple of years, they were better, but man, like I know Mitch on the because I think Cowie and Suzuki was like that was the joint program, right?
It was a hybrid.
They blew those things up left and right. Like weekly, they were blowing bikes up. So you were taking some risk.
Yeah, for
but
sure.
If it stayed together, it was fast.
I would have to tell myself, like during the 01 season, if I fall, keep your hand on the clutch. Do not kill the bike, like at all costs, because it would not start.
Yeah.
And for the most part, we did that. But like, I didn't
like,
even fall when I stalled it. My brakes were hot. I'm a rear brake dragger, and it got hot and stopped. I'm like, oh my gosh.
It's like when you crash on a stand-up jet ski and you're just holding on to the handlebar for dear life. You got to grab that clutch. And the guys that are good got used to that. Look at Ivan when he and Alessi had that thing.
Yeah.
He was good enough to just hold the clutch and just be patient. Keep it revving and like make sure it doesn't stall.
Yeah. And that 01 season, I mean, I enjoyed that season. Going into 02, knowing Motorola was going to Suzuki, I was like, oh man.
So you were locked in 02.
Yeah.
You had to stay with them.
Yeah. I actually had to pay to get out of my contract.
Oh.
So
okay. Well, I want to take a quick break here. I got to use the head, and we're going to talk to some sponsors here. Stay tuned. We're going to be right back to finish up here with Greg Schnell. Hey gang, does your happy trail look more like a happy highway? Does your bush peek out over your fence, if you know what I'm saying? If you had to even think about the answer, you need the revolutionary products from Manscaped. Success is when preparation meets opportunity, and Manscaped Platinum Package will make sure you're prepared when opportunity strikes. Join the 6 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped by going to manscaped.com for 20% off and free shipping with the code WhiskeyThrottle. The Manscaped Platinum Package 4.0 is the one-stop shop for the man who deserves it all. They designed this package to allow you to fully align your entire hygiene routine with elite products. Inside the package, you'll find their Lawnmower 4.0, the 4.0 trimmer, Weed Whacker ear and nose hair trimmer, Ultra Premium body wash, Ultra Premium 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner, Ultra Premium deodorant, Crop Preserver anti-chafing ball deodorant, Crop Reviver ball spray toner, anti-chafing boxers, and the Shed travel bag to hold your goods while traveling. Damn, that's a lot of stuff. The Lawnmower 4.0 body trimmer and Weed Whacker nose and ear hair trimmer features proprietary advanced skin-safe technology to protect your delicate parts and holes. Both are waterproof so you can shave with less mess. And believe me, when you're down there taking care of the bits and pieces, you want to make sure that this thing isn't going to bite you. I've had that happen with other shavers, and it's no bueno. In addition to shaving, you can now completely upgrade your shower routine with the Ultra Premium Body Wash and Ultra Premium 2-in-1 Shampoo and Conditioner. You'll have your skin and hair feeling hydrated and smelling fresh. Manscaped even threw in 2 free gifts to their premium Platinum Package 4.0, the Manscaped Boxers and the Shed Travel Bag. Bring your comfort in boxers to another level. The Platinum Package 4.0 covers all bases, head to toe and hair to ball fro. So let's review, folks. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code Whiskey Throttle at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use the code Whiskey Throttle. Use the Platinum Package because the gold standard is no longer good enough.
Dunlop. There is a reason every AMA championship in the past decade was won on Dunlop tires. They are the best. Choose the best performing tire and a brand that has never wavered in their support of our sport. Choose Dunlop. Pro Circuit. Pro Circuit products are designed with one goal in mind: winning. Through passion and hard work, Pro Circuit has operated the most successful 250 team in the history of the sport. They use that same formula when developing exhaust, engine, and suspension parts for every brand. When only the highest level of performance is acceptable, trust Pro Circuit.
Since 2009, Seat Concepts has been dedicated to making the best aftermarket seats. More comfort, more grip, more riding. For 10 years, we've continued to raise the bar. Innovation and American craftsmanship make Seat Concepts the world-leading manufacturer of power sports seats.
Something from nothing. That's what Nihilo Concepts is about. It starts with a spark, an idea, a concept, which leads to a design, and finishes with engineered excellence with the highest quality products created with durability in mind. All our products are made in the USA at our state-of-the-art facility in Stuart, Florida. Whether you are a weekend warrior, ride for fun, or at the highest level of competition, Nihilo Concepts offers innovative titanium, aluminum, and carbon fiber parts for your dirt bike. We offer a wide variety of products that you can customize to your liking. Browse our site for foot pegs, brake tips, engine components, specialty tools, frame grip tape, lever grips, carbon fiber components, motor stands, our secondary on-switch, plus much more. Head to NihiloConcepts.com and see for yourself why factory teams like Red Bull KTM, Rockstar Husqvarna, Troy Lee Designs Gas, Orange Brigade, Club MX, KLM Gas, and some of the fastest riders in the world choose Nihilo Concepts.
Since 1987, Coach Rob has been dedicated to creating durable motocross, supercross, GNCC, and road racers through his complete racing solutions program, integrating performance, nutrition, functional strength, flexibility, and mental development. His proven system has world-class results, producing 4 AMA #1 Pro Plates and over 270 national championships. The complete racing solutions program focuses on the fundamentals of human physiology and how riders interact with the physics of a motorcycle. Its proven process and system helps riders understand the why associated with riding technique, and how getting faster on a motorcycle directly correlates with strength, endurance, nutrition, and flexibility off the bike. There is a difference between a fast racer and a complete racing solutions racer. Visit CompleteRacingSolutions.com and get on the path to becoming the champion you want to be. Specialized Bicycles. Specialized leads the way in the world of bicycling. Whether it's cross-country racing, downhill, e-bikes, enduro, road, gravel, dual slalom, dirt jumping, or all mountain bikes that do it all, Specialized has the perfect ride for you. The brand is synonymous with engineering excellence and innovation that steers the industry. Visit your local Specialized dealer for a test ride and see just how good Specialized products are.
I try to keep on keeping on.
OGO Power Sports. OGO has perfected the carrying case. Motocross gear bags, helmet bags, boot bags, hydration packs, backpacks, and travel bags, to name a few, have all been meticulously engineered to maximize space and surpass durability standards that would make NASA proud. Simply the best, OGO Power Sports.
Nurse intercom on. cool to be able to hear what they talk about and how fast they go, throttle control, braking. Really cool.
Extend your leg out. There you go. Good job. Good throttle control, Lonnie.
That's a great training tool. It was a lot of fun to be on the track with them.
Hey, Lano.
What?
Can you pull off over here when you get to me and your brother?
Okay.
With a rich history in motocross, Pro-X has been dedicated to supplying quality components since 1975. Whether you're rebuilding an engine or just need a new chain, Pro-X Racing Parts aims to bridge the gap between OE quality and affordability. Pro-X has over 9,000 part numbers and over 60 different product types that are manufactured by highly reputable or even OEM suppliers and are offered at affordable prices to help keep riders on the bike instead of in the garage. Visit ProX.com to search parts for your bike or check them out at your favorite online or local dealer.
Audio Jungle.
The guys are just breaking in their race bikes, which will leave on the semi this Saturday to go to the first Supercross for our coast in Orlando. So the guys are just be goofing off a little bit, do some cool photos, do some cool videos. When you go racing, you want to do well, but a big key is keeping the bikes on the track. That's why we chose to work with Motul.
Expectations coming in as a rookie is just to try and get my feet wet and honestly just send it, see where I end up and do my best out there, but just ride aggressive and ride like myself in practice and I should have a good time.
Challenges of this sport, I believe, is just simply staying healthy. With how fast we're going and what we're doing, your margin for mistake is really, really small.
Stay Sick. If you have little rippers, then you have had to have seen Stay Sick bikes by now. We have created bike and experiences that allow kids to develop sooner and empower them to find their own ride. From learning to ride to sharpening skills, the Stay Sick promise is accelerated growth. Whatever path your family chooses, it's going to be the ride of your life. Stay Sick Stability Cycles.
You ever heard the phrase that the harder you work, the luckier you are? Well, at Luck Apparel, they believe in an acronym that kind of sums it up a little more simply than that: laboring under complete knowledge. So it isn't just some random chance that determines what your outcome or results are going to be. It's being educated and working your butt off to get it done. And I think that goes hand in hand with the motocross industry. You don't get lucky into a win. You work your ass off and you make it happen. So check out Luck Apparel. They've got t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, all kinds of cool stuff. And we're stoked to have them on board here at the Whiskey Throttle Show in 2022. Today's show is brought to you in part by ZDMS, the next generation dealer management system for the power sports industry. Designed for large and multi-rooftop dealership operations, ZDMS Business Intelligence harnesses the power of your data for better line of sight into dealership decision making. Pinpoint performance areas of concern where profit is being maximized and opportunities remain. Real-time data visualization combined with drill-down reporting means you can track up-to-the-minute dealership performance across all departments, unlock stories you never knew existed, and meaningful insights into your business. With ZDMS's intuitive, easy-to-use dealer management system, you'll streamline your opportunities and improve communication across your entire dealership with efficient workflows while spending less time behind the counter and more time with your customers. ZDMS understands technology is only as good as the team representing it. With ZDMS's unmatched top-tier support, rest assured your customer experience is part of the package. Every team member in your dealership will have access to a support team ready to assist in any way possible. Change is good. Say goodbye to your legacy DMS software and modernize your operations, minimize costs, improve efficiencies, and make data-driven decisions to increase profitability with ZDMS. Demo at ziidms.com today.
Hey folks, support for today's show is brought to you in part by Vincero Collective. If you're not familiar with Vincero, they make really high quality crafted watches, among other things, different jewelry and sunglasses and things, at an affordable price. Great products. Other premium handcrafted watches have insane markups. You can finally own a high quality and lasting timepiece without going broke. And the best part is listeners of this podcast are getting hooked up to save even more time and money with the biggest discount they can offer. So if you're looking for the perfect accessory to help elevate your style or just, for that nice night out, for a limited time now you can get 20% off plus free shipping worldwide with our exclusive code Whiskey Throttle at Vincero Collective, Vincero Collective.com. Vincero Collective is known for their exceptionally crafted, ethically made products for today's most ambitious people. Modern pieces that upgrade your look and stand the test of time. There are 3 words that come to mind when I think of their products: stylish, quality, and versatility. Vincero designs everything in-house, sources their own materials, and produces in small batches. They're committed to doing things well or not doing them at all. For all the boss men and women out there, their watches are a must. They can elevate your look with a twist of the wrist. Made with surgical-grade steel, durable silicone, and genuine Italian marble straps, these sleek modern watches come with traditional automatic and Japanese quartz movements. Their eye-catching and modern designs can go with any outfit or trend, and they're perfect for a day in the office or a date night out. It's a great gift for somebody you love or, hey, even for yourself. You can finally look like a baller without having to spend like one. But you don't need to take my word for it. With over 30,000 5-star reviews, they've been named GQ's Got to Brand for premium lifestyle accessories. From quality you can feel to style you can't deny, Vincero Collective guarantees to up your game. They can only offer this big of a discount for a limited time, so don't wait or it'll be too late. Get 20% off plus free shipping site-wide with the code Whiskey Throttle. That's www.vincerocollective.com. Support our show and use code Whiskey Throttle at Vincero Collective.com. I guarantee you'll find something that fits your style and your budget. Shop Vincero today. All right, folks, welcome back. That was your Troy Lee Designs timeout. If you guys have not been over to troyleedesigns.com recently, they've got brand new lines of gear out. The stuff looks awesome. You're going to see Barsha and some of that stuff and other team guys. But it's great looking. The paint shop is still up and rolling, so get over there and find something cool. You can get your name and number put on, very reasonably priced. Makes the helmet look really good. Mountain bike stuff, casual wear. Check them out. Great stuff over there at TLD. Okay, Greg, getting back into your story here. Let's pick it up with 02. So end of 01, you have a pretty good season. You're riding that for Moto World, but on Yamahas. For 02, they're going to Suzuki's.
Yes.
Because Paul Lindsay's come in and whatever that deal that got put together. And you're thinking like, okay, I definitely don't want to ride those bikes, Suzuki's.
But they were good, but I had just had an opportunity to ride the Suzuki factory bike, and I'm like, I'm not going backwards.
Yeah.
Not saying that.
No, but you're not going to have you basically have factory motors for your 125.
Yeah.
So that is a step backwards, no doubt.
Yeah.
So tell me what happens.
Well, I signed a 2-year contract with Motor World at the end of 2000. So I had planned to ride a Yamaha for 2 years. That was what I wanted to do, and that's what I signed for. Halfway through, Paul Lindsay said, "Oh, we're going to ride Suzuki's," and I'm like, "Well, Motor World doesn't even sell Suzuki's." So I'm like, "Well, at this point in my career, I don't want to mess with that momentum, like I was talking about earlier." So I found a way to get out. Paul and I and Brian figured out a way to get out, and I had an offer from YOT. I had to pay some money to get out of that contract.
And I'm wondering, like, if your contract was to ride Yamahas for Motor World, and they're not, that's breach of contract essentially, or at least a change in it. Like, why did you still have to pay? Like, what was the stipulation?
So the stipulation was really the pressure that was put on me from Yamaha, YOT. They were like, "Hey, well, you got X amount of days to get out of your contract and come over here." That's when I hired, Bobby Nichols and Rich Swisher. And Rich Swisher had already helped me with the toys that year. So I had already known him pretty well. And so it was just, I literally had X amount of days to get out. So the pressure was on me. And I'm like, I need to get out. So you
could have fought it, but you were just like, look, I got to get out.
I just, like I said, I'm black and white. Just look, let's just get rid of it. Let's stop and let me move forward. And the way that happened was I paid to get out. So luckily it was a fairly cut and dry deal. I mean, it was pretty easy, actually. I didn't want to pay the money, but it is what it is.
Yeah. So you stepped onto YOT for 02, and was this 125s or 250Fs?
I had signed to ride a 250F on the West Coast, but I had got on the bike like 3 weeks prior to the U.S. Open. And I felt really good on the bike, and then I raced the U.S. Open for a while.
This is on a 125.
This is on the 250F.
Okay.
That was the bike I was originally planned to race.
Okay.
In 2002, but I ended up looping out, complete squirrel off a 353. They had to eject, broke my foot, and that was the timing was just off. I could have raced the West Coast, but they pretty much put me on the East. Well, Chad Reed had already signed, and he was on the 250F, so I had to ride the 125.
Because was that when they had Metcalf? Or
Metcalf wasn't there, I think. So Roderick Tane rode the 250, took my spot on the West. He was originally for East on a 125. When I got hurt, they swapped us, but Yamaha insisted there was a 250F and a 125 on each coast. So the bike was great. I mean, but I wanted to ride the 250F. That's what I signed for. So I ended up racing East Coast with Chad.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how did you find that disadvantage to be? Because it was at that point, now they've got a year under their belt. It's already won both coasts. They've worked out some of the bugs. It's got to be a clear-cut advantage at this point.
I mean, I think it was, but still at that time, not a lot of people were on those bikes.
Yeah.
And my bike was a factory YZ125, so I wasn't. In Supercross, it was fine.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Because even you had Stewart, Preston, myself, Sellards, Lanovich. There was a lot of people still riding 125s, I guess. Huh?
Yeah. So it didn't really like. If I had been a couple years later, I would have been struggling.
Okay. All right. So take us through that year. You rode East again, and decent, I would say, but definitely not what you were probably wanting.
Yeah, just kind of struggled with a few different things. I really liked Bones' suspension, and I've always loved his stuff. He was always within that comfortable range, predictability, which I like. And I switched over to Enzo, which is great, but I struggled with that a little bit. We were trying some different things, and when I went to the year prior, like to the factory YZ125, there's some things I didn't like about it. And I wanted to use some of Mitch's stuff and kind of have like a hybrid.
And they were saying no?
We tried some stuff. We made some things work, but like, there's certain things like factories, like the ignition. It's just hands down better than production, right? I can only imagine like these days with the ECU, having a factory ECU and all that. But anyway, so I struggled with that kind of stuff a little bit, even though the bike was better. I like my bike a certain way, and we struggled with that a little bit. So my results struggled a bit, but I mean, I enjoyed my season. I ended up getting one podium that year. I think it was St. Louis. Yeah. Should have had second. I think I caught Sorby, and he ended up getting second. He probably nailed me somewhere in a corner or something.
Stood you up in a berm so you couldn't touch the ground like a real asshole.
Yep. So it was a good season for me. Yeah. I wish my results were better that year because obviously Chad Reed was my teammate, and we would ride all the time, and my speed was pretty good. He was amazing, by the way. Like, obviously we'd be at the test track, and he, sometimes I'd beat him, sometimes he would beat me, more times he would beat me at the test track. But then you get to a race and you just have those guys like Chad, they just click, and you're like, where'd that come from?
Just a gamer.
It's unbelievable. And but I ended up, I think it was Pontiac, I dislocated my shoulder that year. I think it was the last round, and I had trouble with that, and I tried to ride with it, and it was just too bad. I tore my labrum, and I told those guys, I said, I got to get it fixed. And they're like, dude, you've been racing all summer. I'm like, I don't want to ride like this anymore. So got it fixed.
So you hopped on that 250F for summer, I would assume, yeah, or no? Did you have to ride the 125?
I don't think I rode that 250. I don't think I raced it outdoors.
I guess if they wanted two people, because I remember for years they wanted both.
I think I hopped on it. One of the guys got hurt. I don't remember who it was, if it was Tane. I think I hopped on it maybe one round, but Yamaha insisted they wanted one of each on East Coast.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I fought it. I was like, man, I want to get on the two. No. We still sell the YZ125. It's still in production. You got to have a guy on.
So yeah, your results outdoors, I would say, were not awesome, but if you're dealing with a shoulder, that's tough. Shoulders are hard.
Yeah.
So you did have it fixed that off season?
I did, yeah. And
was that harder than I've never had a shoulder surgery, but I've heard they're like the worst. Recovery. You can't sleep. You can't.
I didn't have that much difficulty with it, but you know,
Murphy do that one too?
Murphy did it, yeah. And he did it. He did an excellent job. I've heard some guys that went to him. I think Preston maybe he had a cadaver, I think, you know, his ACL, and it didn't end up good. He had to have multiple surgeries. But Murphy's always been he's my dude. He did my wrist, both my shoulders, and have had no problems.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so like after I just didn't feel comfortable. I felt like it was gonna come out. It's just a matter of time.
That's not a good feeling.
No, it's not. It's not a good feeling just going out to the track and messing around, but racing at that level, I'm like, dude, I don't want to do that anymore. Let's just get it fixed and move on.
Yeah, if it comes out at the wrong time, you could be in a real bad spot.
Yeah. And then you get guys like at Southwick that year, Reed dislocated his shoulder in the first moto at Southwick. And he comes out the second moto, and Spencer was his guy, Jeff Spencer, and they went in the motorhome for 30 minutes, did his magic, and he's got it all taped up, and he goes out. I think he got second or third that moto. I'm like, dude, how'd you do that? You know, some guys are like that. I wasn't like that. Like, I wanted to get it fixed.
Yeah. There's something about some guys that are just so headstrong, and that's what I would say Reed, he falls into that category. When he is focused on something, it doesn't matter. Rhino rode with a broken leg, dude.
Didn't he duct tape? I remember him with a broken leg duct taped his boot.
That's not normal.
No. So Langston was the same way, right? He had some injuries, and
Langston was gnarly. When he saw an opportunity, or you know what I mean, he could ride through anything. And Rhino and Reed, there's these guys that just. I'm sure Ricky was that same way. He never had a lot of injuries, but if he had to, he'd probably ride with one arm cut off. Yeah.
There is 1% less than that in our industry that are like that. Like I don't know how Reed, he come out, and I'm like, dude. And then I saw Rhino that time. I'm like, you guys are fucking gnarly.
I had a broken finger and I damaged my pinky finger and I almost didn't race. You know, like there's just some guys that can put.
It takes a certain mentality, and at that level we're all focused already, but like to go that far, yeah
it's different. Okay, so end of that season, was there talks of staying a while, T, or what?
Honestly at that time I had some offers on the table to ride a 125 or 250 from a couple teams, but I wanted to ride a 250 two-stroke. And one of the things that I had set in my mind is I didn't want to race a 125 my entire career without giving it a shot, whether it was a privateer or not. And I ended up coming up with some decent money as a privateer, and in 03 I did okay.
So tell me what you did, because this was always like, you know, you and I were kind of in the same boat in this, that we were really close, but could never quite get to a point where we could get a 250 offer. And so I considered two different times, 01 and 03, putting together my own 250 program and going, but I was just like,
it's hard.
I'm gonna spend I'm gonna blow through everything I have in savings. The little bit I have managed to save. Like, do I really want to do that, or I could make 150 grand and go ride this 125 again and hopefully get it done? And then, you know what I mean? Like, for me, it was tough. I was always weighing those options at the end, but I never pulled the trigger on the 250 season. Tell me what went on.
So in my mind, obviously we all want to make a good living, and we want to take advantage of those opportunities, especially when you're young like that. In my mind, I was like, I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I just didn't try. Mm-hmm. Like that's just me. You know, it's like the Roger thing in Suzuki. I was just stoked that I was offered that, because you know how many people are offered that? Like hardly anybody. Yeah. I don't even think anyone's ever declined an offer like that, you know, but you can call it stupid or whatever. But my point is there's certain things that I didn't want to end my career not doing. And that was one of them. I mean, I came up with some good, decent money, you know.
Who was helping you? What did you do?
Fly, I think, was helping me. I had some mutual friends that were outside the industry that a construction company gave me some money. Like I think we ended up 70, 80,000. Most of it went into travel and all that stuff. Yeah. But again, like in my mind, I'm like, I just do it.
Give it a try.
Give it a try. You know, with my hand, with the numbness that went on, I'm just like, let's just do it and see what happens. And I pulled the trigger on it. Like,
what were you riding? Yamaha?
Yeah. And that was another thing is I already knew the bike and I already knew that it was good and I already was comfortable with it. So it was kind of a no-brainer.
Was Motorsport giving you bikes again? Were you back to them or?
That so at the end of 2002, I signed with Riverside Yamaha, which is a Canadian shop.
Okay.
So Motor World, we were done at that point, right? Because I had paid money to get out, and then Yamaha Troy, obviously they didn't have a 250 program, so I was out searching and I found, I want to say Mike Young hooked me up with this guy, and he super good dude, Riverside Yamaha. I think it was in Edmonton, somewhere in Canada, and so but I signed to do the Canadian Nationals that summer. And they gave me 3 YZ250s to do the Supercross series.
Okay.
So it was a good deal for me.
Yeah.
And
parts budget, yeah. And did they give you any money for that or?
Not for the US stuff.
Okay.
That was all like I had to come up with that. And
gotcha.
You know, I spent some of my own money, got some money, and had a good team of people that supported it.
What were you traveling out of?
Box van. So it was one of my buddies, Garrett from Fetish Clothing. I don't know if you remember.
I remember seeing it. Yeah.
So he's Dean Gibson.
Yeah.
One of his old roommates, good friends.
What's his name again?
Garrett. Garrett owned Fetish Clothing.
Okay.
And Dean Gibson. So in 2001, he was my mechanic for outdoors. And anyway, so put together a thing. I used his box van. It was really a piece of shit. I mean, the thing barely run. So a buddy of mine owned an auto shop, had some work done to it, painted it black. Garrett had already had the inside done, and it was all cheetah leopard print. The entire bed, there was a bed in there. The walls were cheetah print. We cruised that thing all over the United States.
The stabbing cabin. I remember Fetish was like, it kind of fell into that LBZ or Skin Industries kind of like vibe, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And he was from Rancho Cucamonga. He lived right down the street from me.
Okay.
So it kind of just made sense.
Okay.
It was fun. I'll say that.
So how did it go? I mean, again, you're back to like, where do you test now? Where do you ride?
Well,
was Elsinore around? I guess
Elsinore was around. They came around like end of 2000-ish.
Okay.
We had some areas to ride at that time, but like it was a fun season. I mean, I did okay. I mean, I remember I missed the first couple rounds. I think I got hurt somewhere.
Yeah,
in the off season.
First one looks like San Diego, which would have been early February. So yeah, you missed the first.
I missed the first 3 rounds, I think.
Did you qualify for pretty much everything that you?
I think pretty much.
Okay.
I think my best finish was a 7th and
7th at Houston.
Felt really good up until about that 13, 14 lap. And then my hands started going numb, and I'm like, oh man, here we go. But I remember one race, I think it was Pontiac that year, 2003, is I got a good start in the main, maybe 6th or something, and I'm up there for like a few laps. You know, I think Jeremy was in the race, Willem, and they were gone, but Loretta was there. There was quite a few good guys that were in a group, and here comes lap 10. I feel my hand start going down. I'm like, here we go. And then I just pulled out the sail, but I really enjoyed it. I wish that I could have done it more, because I really liked the 250. It suited me better. But I mean, we were in a position kind of in that middle part to where if you didn't win a title, you're not getting a factory ride. Mm-mm. So that was a struggle. And I mean, who's going to turn down a couple $100K to do your own program like I did? I think.
Did you make money this year? Or did you lose money? Was it kind of break even?
So that year, probably made a little bit. I mean, there was a privateer fund back then, which, I mean, compared to a factory salary is nothing. But here, my whole career was 13 years, 13 seasons. 4 of those years, I made nothing. Whether it was I didn't race, injuries, spending money on surgeries, whatever. 4 years, I made decent money. And then 4 years, I made okay money, like, you know.
Pretty decent.
Pretty decent. Yeah. So, but, I enjoyed myself, and I wish I had more years on a 250 for sure. But it's hard. Like, it's doing everything yourself is not easy.
Who was wrenching for you, or anybody?
Oh, Jimmy Fishback, which he's a speedway guy. He grew up. His dad was like, they called him the animal. He was a speedway guy.
Okay.
We grew up in the same town. He was younger than me, but he also raced a little bit. I actually got him on the team up in Canada. He raced Supercross a little bit.
I remember racing him when the pit bike craze was going bananas.
Yeah,
he rode a lot of mini bikes.
Super good on a pit bike.
Yeah.
He would do that Vegas race all the time.
Mini moto,
yeah.
Supercross, yeah.
But yeah, so he ended up. I'll tell you a funny story. His dad is a big dude, animal. He has never been on a Supercross floor, and we're walking the track, and he's like, Jimmy, last week you sucked in the whoops. We need to get you going in the whoops. And little Jimmy is like, Dad, these whoops are like humongous, you know? And I'm trying to explain. I was like, have you ever been on the floor? No, I never been on the floor before. And I'm like, okay, we're going to go down and walk through the whoops. We get to the first whoop, and his dad looked at him at Anaheim down the third base line, and he says, Jimmy, good luck tonight, and literally walked off into the stands.
You will never hear another word from me about that.
Yeah, he's like, you will never hear me say anything negative like that again.
It's crazy how different they are when you're looking at them level. Right?
Oh,
like from the stands, you go, these guys, come on.
But here's the thing.
Pick it up.
You don't get the depth when you're in the stands. Even when you're level, like the whoops, back then they were huge. Jimmy was going around the whoops every lap in practice, and his dad's like, you got to go through the whoops. I'm like, Jimmy, you can't do that in a race, buddy. And finally he started going through them, and I think he crashed a couple times in them. But you don't get, even the field level, you don't get the depth of them. You just know they're deep.
Yeah.
You know the consequence. I remember one year, 05-ish maybe, 04 maybe, at Dallas, the whoops were so big, you couldn't even roll through them. That's how they were back then. Like, Stewart went through them, Reed went through them, I think Kada went, Ricky, and that was it. I don't think anyone else went through them.
It's the gnarliest part of a track by a long ways. If they're gnarly, if the whoops are sketch, it's the square edge. You just go, how are they doing it?
Yeah, it's a game changer if you're good at whoops, you know. But especially back then, they were super big, and during our era, that early 2000s era.
Do you remember? It might have been Anaheim 1 in 2000. Do you remember those whoops?
Oh yeah.
They were like jumps. They weren't even whoops. I was able to skim it. Like, that's why I told you about that bike. I was so comfortable with it. I was skimming those.
Yeah.
Like, they were gnarly. They were shoulder high. You know, it was insane.
They were, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know how deep they are going in, but you have to pull the trigger coming out of the corner before. Yeah. Not while you're in the whoops. Yeah. That's the mental game.
I watch guys now, like, I was at the test track yesterday as the guys were getting ready for straight rhythm, and watching them go in, I'm just like, oh, thank God I don't have to do this anymore. It is so sketchy, you know? And I remember at the test track days going, you got to do it, man. Like, just sack up. I'm so glad I don't have to say that to myself.
Yeah, anymore. It's tough. It's making that call. I remember at Elsinore, their whoops, you know how the dirt was. They water it. They'd be all cupped out. And Goose was there, little Gosler, and he was trying to blitz, and he was small, you know, he was short, and he was going through them kind of good, and we were like, he's like, Schnell, okay, it's your turn. I'm like, fuck, man, I don't want to go through these whoops. Like, we got a race this weekend. These are super sketchy, way worse than a race.
Yeah.
And we're like making bets who's going to skim him the fastest. And I'm like, this is dumb. Like, but so, for me, whoops, that was my favorite part of the track. It took me years to get there, but I was always halfway decent in whoops.
Technical, longer legs.
Taller.
Yeah.
I set my bike more for the whoops than anything. So I was always prepared. And once I learned just to pull the trigger, like, shit's going to happen. I mean, once shit happens, it's going to go bad. But like, I found the faster I go into them committed, the safer it would be for me.
Yeah.
If I was not committed, I'd be all over the fucking place. Be like Ricky hitting the boat, like going through the whoops, and he hit the boat that one time.
Yeah, they're not a lot of fun. Okay, so that season you do Supercross. It goes decent. You went to Canada for the summer?
Yeah.
And rode the nationals up there. How was that?
It was fun.
I did a few Canadian nationals. Like, it's a fun vibe up there.
Yeah.
But those guys are really fast. I think people don't get that.
No, yeah. So I raced John Sebastian Wall. And I swear up there, you throw Ricky Carmichael in the mix, he's going to battle with that dude up there. And I was like, I had nothing for him.
Yeah.
Tracks were a little different. I went to Nanaimo, which was on the island in the Pacific Northwest. And, oh man, I just remember getting cut up from, it was like shell. Super hard packed. Blair Morgan was there. I'm trying to think of some other guys. I think that was pre-Darcy Lange. But John Sebastian Wall was on another level. He was untouchable.
Well, he'd come down here and do like good, not, he'd do decent, top 10 guy. But in his home, oh man.
I'm telling you, like
Fasciati now, he's like there's been these guys, they don't get enough credit.
No, they don't. And I raced John Sebastian Wall, and I'm like, dude, like, what the hell?
Yeah.
And my guys were like, you think you can beat him? I'm like, no, I can't beat him up here. No.
Bring him to Anaheim, man.
Bring him to Anaheim. I got him at Anaheim.
Yeah.
I'll put him up high in a corner. And
so good experience up there. What'd you end up in the series?
I don't even remember. At that time, I stayed up there on the road for a month and had a great time.
Did you race Deschambault? Do you remember that event? It was kind of sandy on the East Coast.
Yeah.
That was a fun track.
I don't know if that was the race that I raced or if it was Gopher Dunes. I don't remember.
Okay. What about Calgary?
Calgary was cool. Yeah.
Wild Rose Raceway, maybe? Where you see the city right in the back.
That was it.
That's a cool place.
Yeah, that was a cool. I've never been to any motocross track that was overlooking a city like that.
Yeah.
Like, that was really cool.
Fun jumps. When I was there, I can't remember. Maybe it was 05, 6, 7, something like that. But fun jumps and good dirt. I
liked Walton. Walton was the final round. They still have it now. That was my favorite track. Couple of the rounds rained, and I was like, every time it rained, my
mental state just
Why do you gotta rain? I just hate mud. Even to this day, like if I went to a race now that I'm not racing full time and it rained, I'd be like,
you're going home.
I'm going home.
Yeah, same. No, I'm out. No way I'm putting my bike or my body through.
I don't have a mechanic anymore to wash the bike, so.
All right, so take me through 03. You finished that season up in Canada. How do you wind up at Geico Honda for 2004? I was kind of curious about this because you rode 250s a year before, went to Canada, you were gone, and you still locked this good ride in.
So I started the season, I decided to go back to the 125 class. I did 03 in the 250 class in Supercross. And I was like, okay, let's try to give it one more shot to try to win a title. Didn't have any good offers. This time I was 26, maybe 27. It's either do something or not. So I had Mitch do a YZ 125 for me, which was pretty much the same bike as 2001. It was super good. We're at Tommy Harrison Supercross track in, it was off Live Oak Canyon. And Timmy Wiegand was there on the brand new 04 Honda 250F.
Okay.
So we were doing lap times and full PC 125. He had a stock CR 250. And I'm like, dude, this was like in December, like early December, and Anaheim's right around the corner. This is my bike that I'm going to race. Timmy, let me borrow your bike real quick. Did a couple laps. I was like 3 seconds a lap faster. Not even my bike set up.
Oh, wow.
Timmy Wiegand, you know, short, I'm tall, and I still, right off the bat. And I'm like, I'm getting one of these. So I went to Chaparral, bought 2 of them, and I started the season on that. So I got a couple decent starts. I don't know if my finishes were that great.
9.79 at the first 3. Anaheim, Phoenix, Anaheim 2.
Yeah, so, I mean, not what I wanted, but I was going in the right direction on what I had. I mean, Mitch didn't have really a whole lot for that bike at the time. That was at the very beginning of the 4-stroke era. So I was pretty much on a stock 250F and sketchy, bogging, carbureted. Definitely not the power that my YZ 250F had. But I liked the way it handled. It was real nimble. So anyways, the Geico team, well, it wasn't Geico back then, but it was the Factory Connection team. Halfway through the season, they offered me a position there. I think Preston got hurt and Lanovich got hurt. They blew out their ACLs. So there was 2 spots open. That's how Josh Grant got his ride, and that's how I got the Factory Connection ride. Okay. But how it happened was, before the West Coast Series, I think there was a break after San Francisco. So like the week before San Fran, I got a call from the Honda team, or the KTM Red Bull team in Australia, to race for them while we had a 8-week break. So I'm like, yeah, I'm Australia. Yeah, I've been over there a couple times already. Let's go. So I ended up going and racing for them, and I was living in Australia at the time before I got the Honda deal with the Factory Connection guys. And I heard that they were interested in hiring me, but it wasn't for sure. So I was on the phone in the Southern Hemisphere trying to get a hold of JC Waterhouse over here in the Northern. Like, it was stressful, nonstop trying to communicate in different parts of the world, you know, trying to sell myself. Just give me a chance. I'm going to do good. Finally, they said, yes. Well, we're going to hire you. And I said, oh, dude, I'm so stoked. Back on a good team. And then I ended up getting on the podium my first race in Supercross as a fill-in guy in Dallas.
Dallas? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Literally had a week on the bike. And
what were you, and you were racing a KTM down in Australia?
125, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for Red Bull KTM. And so met some great people over there, and I still am in contact with some of the guys over there. And anyways, that's how the Honda Factory Connection deal came through. I literally had to beg to get on it. They finally hired me. It was just an opportunity, no money, fill in. And first race, I podiumed. Tedesco won. He was on another level. That was first or second title he got, I think.
It was the first one. He was 04 and 05.
Yeah, but he was gone. Ramsey was riding for Factory Honda at the time. And he ended up getting second, I think, at Dallas when I got third. But my speed was pretty good. I was right there with those guys. Ivan was gone.
Yeah.
Mitch had those bikes.
Oh, yeah.
Next level at that time.
It was a huge advantage at that point, yeah.
So the deal was I come back to the last couple rounds of Supercross and then all of outdoors and see where that goes. Yeah.
So your outdoor season, you did get that third, which is awesome. And then outdoors, looks like you missed the first couple because you started at Southwick.
Yeah, so I missed the first couple. At Vegas, white flag, last lap, last corner, I was trying to pass Hansen. Threw the whoops into the left-hand corner, and I lost the front. And I didn't like wearing chest protectors, so my ribs took the brunt of it, and I broke a bunch of ribs, so I had to take...
Took you all the time.
Yeah.
So when you came back with a top 10, ninth at your first round back, which is good. You had another ninth at Troy, fourth at Washougal. That was the race you're talking about. What was kind of your best race ever?
That was my best race ever. Washougal 04, second moto. First moto, Rhino blasted me into the pine trees. I was pissed off.
Did you ever have Bubba go by you on that 125, like on a hill, somewhere where you're okay, there's no way he's going to pass me here. I got power.
I got 02, Southwick. They ran the track. You go up the start to the right in that long straightaway. I got the whole shot. I think it was the second moto. Here comes Bubba. There's a video of it somewhere. second lap, third lap on his 125, pulling tear off, passing me. Wide open. That's high speed fourth gear.
In sand.
No shit. He's pulling tear offs while he passes me, and I'm like, oh my god! I saw the video, and I was like, Jesus.
Yeah.
But that's what he did, you know.
That's what he does. So you were saying, I mean, to me, that's a pretty good showing that you got a podium indoors. Your top fives, a lot of top 10s outdoors, and they didn't want to give you anything for 05, and you said they kind of strung you along and then juked you.
Yeah, you know, I felt like they strung me along. You know, they have their side, but like I said earlier, I'm a huge advocate of momentum, and I'm not one of those guys like a Josh Grant that has that raw speed that can go out and just click off fast lap times and, you know, probably win a race. It takes me a little while to get going, and I felt like I had a good shot at winning the title that next year on their bike. Their bike was good indoors. Outdoors, I didn't like the suspension at all, really. I struggled with that setup. But indoors, we had a really good setup. I come up with a solid suspension chassis package, and those guys, like Grant, you know, he signed a multi-year deal with them the following year. They ended up hiring Joaquin Rodriguez instead of me, and I was pissed off at that. And, you know, anyways, they used my settings. They told me like the next year in Supercross.
That make you feel good?
Oh man, I was like, dude, I tried to negotiate a deal to get some good stuff, and they no.
So okay, end of that year, it doesn't happen. What you still did one more year, a couple more years, 05, 6, and 7. Tell me what you did. Let's start with 05, because you just did like Supercross on a 125 that year, East Coast. Who were you riding for there?
05, I signed a deal with, I didn't have a lot of options. I signed a deal with the Motorsport Outlet team.
Okay. Were they Cowies?
No, they were Hondas.
Oh, they were Hondas at the time. Okay.
But the bikes were fucking terrible, like so bad. I had a deal in my contract to use Mitch's motor. So my practice motor was excellent. It's one of those deals. Like, I'm at the test track doing things that Lanovitz and these guys aren't doing. My lap times are better on this PC motor. And I signed an East Coast deal. So I go to Indy and I ride first practice, and my bike is terrible. Like,
who was doing the engines there?
It was supposed to be the PC bike or PC motor, but I rode it and I'm like, this is not my, what'd you guys do to the bike? So it was a White Brothers concoction. I don't know exactly how they did it. It was worse than stock. Suspension was good. Rob at RG3 was doing it. Chassis was good, but slow. So I was just not happy. I said, why didn't you guys just tell me? I could have brought my PC motor with me. It was that good. Mitch did an excellent job with it. But no, they didn't do that. And I remember walking. So Tucker Hibbert was a teammate of mine, Randy Villade, and you know, mind you, coming off of the factory connection bikes in the team, and a decent season, I had high expectations. Yeah. And then I get on this bike, I'm like, oh my God, dude, like I'm so over it.
So they wouldn't let you run the Pro Circuit motor?
Their excuse was PC didn't have a cam. They didn't have these parts that we needed. So they meshed it together. And that's the problem that you get into when you're riding for these B teams.
Yeah.
And it's the same old story. It's been happening for years. So, but they never really gave me a straight answer why they didn't say, hey, why don't you just bring your PC motor? Because it was good. I had no problem with it. So I'll never forget this. There was a 353 out of a corner, and we're walking the track, everyone, team track walk. And this is when they had Friday practice, and then this is Saturday morning, and one of the team owners, his name was Bill, but he was from, I think he's from Montana. But anyways, he was never a pro racer. So we're walking the track, and we're sitting there. He's like, okay, I want you guys to seat balance to this. And I'm like, dude, you get on that fucking piece of shit and you do it. And he looked at me, and I'm like, dude, I'm not doing this on your bike. And Tucker looks at me, and then Randy Valade was there. He looked at me and I'm just like, dude, I'm not doing that on this bike. I'm not killing myself. And I'm just sitting there. I'm like, what? Like, I'm not doing that. I think I got ninth or something that round. But anyways, that was a funny story because he, you know, this is what I want you guys to do. I'm like, I'm not fucking doing that. You do it. Let's see what you got, buddy.
Yeah. It's tough when you don't have the equipment. When in 03, I rode for Motor World Suzuki.
Yeah.
It was my only option.
How was that bike compared to your 2000 bike?
So that's the funny thing, right? It was the same guys doing the engine. It was Bill and Jeff at Bill's Pipes, RG3 doing the suspension. I'm like, these are my guys. Like, we made the best bike ever. So
how can it be different?
How can it be worse?
Yeah.
I don't know, but it can. And it was. And it was a lot worse.
Yeah.
So bad that, like, when you talked about, this was at Anaheim, I don't remember if it was the opening or the second round. It was a step on, step off, and guys were coming out of the turn and seat bouncing all the way over the tabletop and then kind of jumping into the berm. It was the fastest line. And I couldn't do it. This bike had no balls. Like, even if it was on the pipe, if you put it under a load, it would just fall off.
Yeah.
So I went to seat bounce this thing and went, and kind of, lugged. And I got spit over the bars. I'm like, dude, what are we doing here? Like, I'm going to get killed.
I have a theory on why that is. Why you may have had a better bike. You probably had a better bike, in 2000, but you're on a Suzuki in 03 and the bike is not as good. I think that, and my theory is, and I don't know if this is accurate or not, but from my experience, the engine builders may have a good relationship with you or a certain team owner, but may not have a good relationship with another team owner or a team manager or whatever. And that I don't think that they will give you the same stuff. I remember riding for Mitch in 05. I rode that. It was a Suzuki. I had a Rockstar deal to do arena cross and some East Coast Supercross stuff. And the bike sucked. It was a full PC bike, but Mitch hated cold grass. You know what I mean? Hate's a strong word. He disliked cold grass. And I don't think that Mitch gave me the good stuff. And I think that's my theory. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But I think that we've been in similar situations where that's probably what it is, I think.
Well, it was frustrating. It ended my career. I was like, this is it. I'm done.
There's nothing more frustrating knowing that you have the capabilities to do something on a motorcycle, but your equipment just sucks.
No.
As long as it's, halfway decent, I think that you have a good shot. But if it's a shit like my 05 bike was, dude, it's
tough.
Yeah.
So you just did Supercross that year, no nationals. What'd you do the rest of the year?
Not much of anything. I worked on my next contract with Rockstar Suzuki, Colgres.
Okay.
In 04, I won the U.S. Open. So going into the outdoor season in 05, I had the number one plate going into the U.S. Open, and Cole wanted to hire me for arena cross. He's like, dude, you smoked everyone at the U.S. Open, which is an arena cross track. I'm going to hire you for arena cross. And I was like, yeah, let's do it. And he left the door open. Suzuki, like you said earlier, they're pretty open for a lot of different things. And they allowed me to do Supercross as long as it wasn't conflicting with arena cross.
So that was for 06?
That was for going into 06, yeah. So I signed probably, the U.S. Open was in October, maybe August. I think I signed in August.
Okay.
So it gave me a little bit of time, but that bike, that 250F concoction, that KX Suzuki 250 was garbage.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
It was, yeah.
So how you the Supercrosses you did, you had like 11, 15, 17, 16 on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Wasn't amazing. How did the arena cross stuff go?
I didn't win any. It was all right. I mean, I had a good time. I think I came in injured. I don't know. Oh, I at the U.S. Open, exiting the tunnel in 05 in practice. I was on that bike, that KX concoction, Suzuki concoction, and they overwatered, the track like they normally do, and I got wheel spin on the single going out of the stadium, and it threw me over the bars. I rode the front wheel to the berm outside the stadium.
Oh no!
And they thought I broke my neck. They're like, dude, you need to go to the hospital. Went to the hospital. They're like, don't move. You broke your neck. And I felt like my neck was it was destroyed. I didn't break it, but they thought I did. So that's how that all started. Like that, I started there. That was my first race. And then Arena Cross started. It was kind of weird back then. I think they started in late November, early December. They had like 1 or 2 rounds, and one was in Albany, New York. I don't remember where the other one was, but anyways, I was injured. It was like a month after I did that, so no riding. I went into the Arena Cross series injured, and then I kind of picked up some momentum, but I never won any.
That's another series where the guys that are good at it, they're pretty good at it. Like you think, I can go in there. It's Arena Cross. I'll kick their ass.
It's it's a different ball game.
It's a different sport. Yeah.
I was talking at Motocross of Nations. Coincidentally, parked out of the thousands of motorhomes there, Denny Stevenson is next to me, and Cody Gilmore and their buddy Chad. It was
so you didn't get any sleep.
Dude, we had the best time ever.
Yeah.
It was the most fun that I've had in years, dude. It was just a blast. But we were talking, Denny and I were talking about Arena Cross and you know, Buddy Antonez, him winning 5 titles, and it's a whole nother ball game. And
totally.
It's something that you can't. You're either good at it or you're not.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It's definitely a unique skill. So 07, same type of deal then? Arena Cross?
Yeah, I signed a 2-year deal, and then I only finished first part of the series, and that was it. I didn't really like the bike, so again, I had a PC bike, but the production bike wasn't great. I was riding the 252 stroke in the Arena Cross series, and then they wanted me to ride the 450, and I'm like, oh, dude, the track's way too small for a 450.
Way too small.
Just about killing myself everywhere. It weighed about 350 pounds. I wasn't into it.
Yeah.
So I ended up getting out of the deal, and then went and bought Hondas again. Went and spent like 2 months at Millsap's training facility in Georgia to race East Coast. Had a good program going. I was like, let's just do it one more time, and this will be it. If I can't get some good results and land on a good team, I'm going to be done. I was already in my 30s at that point. So started doing good, and then I ended up crashing on the first turn. I think it was at St. Louis or Indy, maybe. I think it was Indy. And that was it. That was my last race.
In 07.
In 07. Yeah. That was my last Supercross. I crashed, broke a bunch of ribs, tore cartilage, and I'm like, I'm 32. I'm done. I'm going to go do something else.
Yeah.
So literally drove from there, completely fucked up, to Clearwater Beach, and spent the whole week at Clearwater Beach just having a great time.
That was your painkillers?
That was my painkiller. Yeah. It was, so then we had a long drive back home to Cali.
So was that decision tough, or when it ends like that, it's kind of like, all right, that just puts a period on it?
I actually didn't realize that was my last race. But at the time, I was in such pain, and, you know, obviously the older you get, when you do hit the ground, it hurts worse and worse. And it just so happened that, like, I just made that decision later on after I healed. I'm like, I'm over it. I just want to do something else.
Yeah.
32,
that's a long career, man. Like, I know you started a little late, but anything outside of a 10-year window of pro racing, it's just a lot.
That's what I come to terms with. It was difficult the year to 2 following that decision.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people struggle with that.
Yeah.
You know, you're doing something that you love, and then the light switch is automatically turned off.
Yeah.
What do I do now?
What did you do? What was kind of the first thing you did?
Well, I didn't do hardly anything at all for the next year. I had, you know, some money saved up, not as much as I probably could have or should have, but I had some. Just didn't do much of anything coaching, and then got a regular job pulling cable. A buddy of mine owned a low voltage phone company, and we did stuff for Ralph's grocery stores and Food for Less. Did that. Money was shit, but one thing that I wish I would have done before I turned professional was get a normal job. That's the one thing that I wish I would have done before, because had I known that, you know, Jeremy I think he worked at a grocery store before he was pro. I think he...
Dude, that is a great point, because these kids who just only raced motorcycles, and whether you kind of have to commit that much and that is your job, if you don't know how good you have it, like go do construction, go swing a hammer for a minute.
Absolutely.
Go pull some cable, go stock the shelves at the grocery store. You don't know how shitty a regular job is.
I wish I would have done that beforehand.
I hope people are listening to this.
Understand how good you do have it. And, you know, even though like in 05 when that was the worst bike I've ever ridden motor-wise, I still was doing what I loved.
Yeah.
But at the time I was so pissed off that the bike sucked, and I'm like, dude, I'm over it. You know, instead of that, had I had a normal job before I turned professional, that perspective would be different.
Yep.
100%. I totally think that's true.
That's an awesome point.
And I tell the kids that I coach now, I'm like, dude, I tell their parents, just before you turn pro, go get a regular job, so you understand what the alternative is.
Yeah.
Because like my dad was a framer, you know, I have a couple years, I'm still an apprentice. I mean, I don't do it now, but I did it for a couple years, and it's hard work, you know, like my family and friends come from construction backgrounds of all sorts. Right now I'm doing construction up in Idaho. I do grading. Okay. So it's not nearly as hard as framing, but I truly love framing. Like my dad loved it, and like I said, all of our friends are involved in construction of some sort. But if kids really understood how difficult real life is, you know, we were talking about earlier, the world that we grew up in racing, I call it a fantasy world. It's reality at the time, but dude, there's like 5% of people that actually do it and make a living. It's fugazi and fairy tales, you know. It's not real. It's real at the time, but to an everyday average Joe, dude, we've all had friends that have had that followed our careers. You know, you have your circle of friends, I have mine, and the opportunity that during the race, during when I was racing, they would say, dude, like, you're so lucky. And you're like, yeah, I know. I mean, you get to ride a dirt bike and race it for a living, and kind of really don't.
You don't appreciate it, though.
You don't appreciate it at the time, but I do now. Like, I truly respect anyone who throws a leg over a bike, and the experiences that I've had, life-changing. Yeah. You know, like, I wouldn't change it for... I would have changed the Suzuki contract. I would have signed with Roger, but
well, I look at like Christian Craig. I think he learned. Remember, when he retired and then went and did construction. That's what he was doing for a year. Yeah. And now look at what his career's done since. Getting up and running may suck. Yeah. You know, riding a road bike in the wind, doing motos when it's raining or muddy, or the worst case things where you're like, God, this sucks. No, it doesn't.
So when
you and I know now, I would way rather do mud motos than be up at 4:30 swinging a hammer and, you know, drinking crappy coffee.
I hate the mud so much, I probably would rather swing a hammer.
All right. Well, you know what I'm saying. Okay. So what after? So you worked for your buddy for a little while. Then what? What carried you through the next 10 years up to, like, you know, the 2019 thing, which was
2010, I moved to Texas for a year, came back for like a year to Cali, almost got a job with Mitch, taking James Coy's original position there.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he was
amateur support.
Amateur support. Yeah. Here's a funny story, and I love Mitch, and if there's a Mount Rushmore of motocross dudes, he's my number one pick. Roger's up there. Like, I respect those guys so much. But I went into the same office I did 10 years prior when he offered me a deal, and I turned it that day because it wasn't enough money. And same office 10 years later, and he's like, I'm going to give you this amount. I'm like, are you serious? Like, I live in California. I can't afford that. He's like, just do it for 90 days and see, and then maybe I'll give you a raise. I'm like, fuck that, I'm not doing that. Like, I know how you work. I've known you since I was a kid. I'm going to be doing this position. I'm going to be like shipping stuff, building bikes, salesperson. Like, I'm good. It's a 100-hour work week. Yeah. So, I'm not doing that. And so I ended up making the call to go to Texas, which was probably the best thing for me at the time, and started working on the oil field. I had an opportunity, and so I.
So what are you doing there?
Well, I was hauling fuel, so out on the oil field. They call it the oil patch, and no experience whatsoever. Like I was thrown.
You got your Class C license? What do you got to get?
Yeah, the Class C.
Hazmat classes, probably
everything. It was difficult. Like I went out there with my ex-girlfriend's dad. He's the one that got me the job.
Okay.
Really good money, but you're living out like in West Texas. It was very trying coming from here to go there, because obviously if you want to do something here, you have opportunities all over the place. There, it's not that way. And I struggled the first 6 months or so, but I got used to it, and just different lifestyle.
Yeah.
Learning how to drive a bomb around, a fuel tanker with 80,000 gallons. I was like, dude, like any little thing, you die.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's literally like, and I've known people that have died because of stupid shit while they're driving fuel. And anyways, I did that for many years, and good experience, great money, met a bunch of cool people out there. I may actually go back in the next couple of months. I live in Boise, Idaho right now, but the money's so good out there, it's hard to pass up. And I'm not getting any younger, and I don't want to be in a position 10 years from now to where I want to make sure that I have enough to, be okay.
Yeah, of course.
Because we don't know in this environment now with COVID a couple of years ago, we don't know where we're going. We don't know what's right around the corner.
Well, we were talking about that kind of off camera, just the economy and where it's headed. It's pretty scary.
Yeah.
Potentially. Maybe not. Maybe it won't be as bad, but nobody knows.
I'm not a political guy. Like I try to stay away, but some of the shit pisses you off so much. Like it's hard to stay away from.
It's kind of in your face right now.
Yeah. You're either on one side or the other, but that's for another day.
Well, tell me about, obviously life-changing for you. You got diagnosed with squamous cell carcinoma in 19.
Yeah.
And when I read through this, I'm like, man, I haven't heard that term since I went to paramedic school, squamous cells.
Skin cancer.
And you got to do A&P and all that. But man, tell me about that experience. Like just hearing that when you got diagnosed, it's got to be just like blow you off your feet a little bit.
It was the last thing that I thought. I mean, like when I was going through treatment, I was like the youngest guy in there. But
yeah, man, really young for.
Yeah, I how we found it was I was in Puerto Rico with Travis Pastrana when they did the Motocross of Nations in 18.
Okay.
Half of that deal was to go to Puerto Rico and help rebuild after Hurricane Maria.
Yeah.
So, excuse me, I contacted those guys and I asked them what their plan was. So their plan was to build some roofs, because like when even to this day you fly in there and you're like, half the roofs are gone.
That's
so
pretty good.
tarps.
Yeah.
So their plan was to build 3 roofs in like 5 or 6 days. I'm like, well, how many guys you got? 2? I'm like, dude, let me call up my framing guys and we'll go. I'll get a team together and we'll do it. We'll just do it. So we did that while I was there. I had my lymph node on the left side of my neck was swollen, just a little bit. I just noticed it when I was there. Wasn't feeling great, but like I had no idea that it was cancer. So it took us till August. So that was December. Took us till August to find out what it was. So
but you were seeing doctors and trying to figure it out.
So we thought it was. I went to multiple doctors. And we thought it was an infected wisdom tooth, which was here, right?
Okay.
And the swollen lymph node was here. So they were like, we're 90% sure that that's what it's from. Multiple doctors said this, even my dentist. So he's like, let's take out all of your wisdom teeth. So I said, oh God, here we go. Not just one, but all of them. So took out all of them. 3 weeks later, I go in and it's still swollen. And he didn't even ask. I just said, hey, doc, the lymph node's still swollen. And I can see the fear in his eyes. He's like, what? It didn't go down? And I'm like, no. So I knew it was serious. Like, I think we've all been there. You being a firefighter, paramedic, right? You can see fear in people's eyes. And I saw it. And he's like, that's not good. And I said, well, define not good. He's like, that's not good. So I knew something was up. So I'm like, okay, what's the next step? I'm always trying.
How can they not get it? I'm sure they did a blood panel. Are your white blood cells not elevated? Or
nothing showed up. And
they didn't biopsy it or anything.
So that's how they found it. Was they biopsied, but we went through all these different protocols before we did that.
And removing all your wisdom teeth was part of the protocol prior to just testing that.
Yeah.
Like, that seems crazy to me.
Yeah, but it was infected, so it made sense. It was infected, so they were just like, we're just going to take out all of them.
Okay.
So that's what we did. And then 3 weeks later, like I said, he was like, nope, something's wrong. I said, okay, what's the next step? And I'm always like, I try not to dwell on things. I don't like gray area. It's either black or white. Tell me what I got to do, and I'll do it.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, well, you need to go to an ear, nose, and throat guy. I said, okay, do you know one? He's like, I'm sitting in the chair. Literally, after he's looking at the holes in my mouth, he's like, come with me. We walk across the hall to a doctor, and he checked me out. We did blood. We did everything. He's like, dude, it's something, but we don't know what it is. And it took him 6 months to find it. Went to another doctor, couldn't find it.
Oh, that's frustrating, man, huh?
One of the things that's frustrating with the cancer thing is they don't have a lot of answers, hardly any answers, to be honest. Like, you ask a question, they don't have an answer. It's very odd, like, well, what's it from? Well, this type of cancer is from HPV that you probably got 30 years ago. And 90% of Americans have HPV, the virus. And it clears the system. And most people, and some people, it doesn't.
Okay.
That's one possibility. Another possibility is chewing. Another possibility is alcohol. Another possibility is eating fast food. They give you a whole list of shit. And it's like, well, which one is it? Well,
could be a little of all of them.
We don't know.
Yeah.
So it's very strange. And it kind of leaves you in a weird spot, and you can easily overthink it and kind of get down and be like, well, if they don't have answers, who has answers, And right before all this, I went through my dad's stuff. He had glioblastoma, terminal brain cancer.
So yeah, and we talked about it off camera too. Your father passed away in 2018.
Yep.
He was a Vietnam vet. Right.
Yeah.
Agent Orange potentially.
Yeah. So they sprayed, our government sprayed Agent Orange to get rid of the foliage in Vietnam. And my dad was there during that time. All of our soldiers were sprayed. So now, speaking of that, it goes 5 generations deep.
Oh, really?
Yes. So me and my brother are exposed to it.
I didn't know that.
I don't have any kids, but if I did have kids, they would be exposed to it, and their kids would be exposed to it. So it goes 5 generations deep. So, but I had just gone through all this with my dad, and then seeing the struggle that my dad went through, and then I had to go through the same thing. Obviously, I'm here, and my dad's not here with us anymore, but it's the same struggle. And anyways, we went through a protocol, and as of now, I'm good.
So. How long was that? Because you did surgery to remove
a lymph node.
A lymph node.
Yep.
Then chemo for.
So we
months.
did. And I didn't want to do chemo or radiation. I'm like, what's the next option? And they're like, we don't have another option. I'm like,
that's the thing about cancer that's like seems crazy to me is this is the best we got. We can't come up with something better than just like torch everything.
I could have went to like Mexico or. I think it's in Colombia. There's some areas down there, some countries that you can do stuff to not do chemo and radiation, but you're rolling the dice. I'm like, do I have to do this? They're like, yeah. What if I don't do it? You're going to die. I said, okay, well, I'll do it. So I did it. I mean, like I said, I'm like,
you're black or white. Yeah.
Tell me what I need to do and I'll do it.
Yeah.
So that's what I did. And so it was every type of cancer requires a different chemo, a different plan. Mine was 7 weeks and 35 zaps is what they call it, of radiation, which is a lot. Worst thing I've ever done. It was
really just
it
nauseous, and
the radiation didn't make me nauseous, but how they do the process, you have to lay on a table on your back and they strap you to the table so you can't move. You have to be within 2 millimeters. So for example, one time I was in there and I tried to, they gave me some Xanax to stay calm because 2 millimeters, you can't move. I'm breathing. They're like, you're moving. I'm like, I got to breathe. Like, what do you want me to do? So they're like, so I'm strapped to the table with the stick in my mouth. And remember what I was telling you earlier about the whitewater foam?
Yeah.
And like, so the side effect of the radiation was that in my throat. So I'm gargling. Like, I felt like I was drowning, but I had to do this and it took about 20 minutes. So that was the hardest thing that I've ever had to do.
Just hold still and fight through that.
Just hold still.
Jeez.
And so I started taking Xanax to help me calm down so I wouldn't move. I was on the table for about 15 minutes and they were telling me I was moving, and I'm like, I'm not moving. Just do whatever you got to do. If you got to zap another, just, they're like, we can't go, we got a variation of 2 millimeters. Like, do you understand? And the radiation has caused all kinds of issues. Like, I got no saliva glands on this side. I got, the blood vessels are pretty much dead. So like we've all had those cramps after like a national, and you're just dehydrated, like in your calf. Yeah. I get those in my neck now, and that's permanent. I can't yell when I run. After I'm done running, I can't talk like for about 15 minutes because the radiation damaged my throat, and it's really tender. So, but as of now, I'm cancer free, so I'll take that.
What do they say the odds are for you, like of it returning or not? Like, is there a?
They gave me good odds, 90. So the reason why I did the chemo and that was 90%.
Okay.
Survival rate, and I'll take those.
Yeah,
those
that's good odds.
Yeah, but the chemo, that was 7. It was 7 weeks, but only 1 day a week, and I only did 6 instead of the 7 weeks because after the 5th round, one of the side effects of this particular chemo was hearing loss. So I started hearing ringing in my ears, and that's a sign. And they don't know that. I had to tell them that. And I'm like, hey, I hear ringing in my ears. And they're like, is it bad? And I'm like, well, it's getting bad. So I'm like, look, and this is another one of the answers that they couldn't answer. I'm like, well, how does it work? Like, is it just I go deaf if I hear the ring? They're like, yeah, you'll just go deaf and
completely. Yeah, potentially. It's
always the potential. And I'm like, well, how about we do this? I'll give it one more shot, and if I can hear afterwards, and if it gets worse, then I'm done. Like, if you guys didn't kill the cancer in 6 treatments, what's the 7th one gonna do, right? I mean. So that's what we did. They actually
did it get worse after 6?
They did 5, and it did on the 5th one. It got worse, and then they switched the chemo, which was a less effective chemo, and then but it had its own side effects. And I'm like, by this point, I'm almost like over it. I'm gonna call it a day. I finished the radiation, finished that. My buddy Matt Byton, he took me to a lot of my appointments. He was a lifesaver there. But yeah, so 90% odds to survive. I'm still here a few years later. They call it cured after 5 years. So I got 2 more.
Okay.
Yeah, and I go get checked every year.
And if it were to come back, would it be the same area? They don't know. So would they say how you'll feel?
Obviously, I ask what the alternative is, and the cancer that I had was close to my voice box.
Okay.
So the next option would be, if it comes back, to take my voice box out. So I told the doctor right then and there, I said, that ain't fucking happening. I said, I'll run the course of my life. I'm just one of those people. I'm like, I'm not going to live my life like that. I'd rather just live more of a quality life. I couldn't do that. I just, that's it. Being forced with that decision, I didn't want to think about. And at that time, I just told him, no, I'm not doing
Yeah.
it. So
that'd be a harder decision if you had kids, like you said.
Yeah.
But I think I would probably be the same way you are. Like, you know what? I've lived a pretty good life. Let's just ride it out.
That goes to what we were talking about earlier about how well and good we had at racing motocross and supercross, a sport that we absolutely love. 95% of people don't get to do that.
Yeah.
They don't get to have a job that you love.
Yeah.
So I feel like I lived a full life already. And you're right. If I had kids and a wife and stuff, that decision would be different.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I saw the stuff that my dad would go through. He would be in his treatments. I would take him, and he wouldn't allow me to go into the treatment room with him. But he'd come out, fuck this, fuck that. Why do I have to go through this? And I saw that. This is all pre my cancer. So I guess it just changes your perspective on life and how you go about it. And yeah, I don't know. Right now, I'd be like, I'm not taking my voice box out.
Do you feel like from watching your dad and then going through this yourself, has it changed like how much you value just every single day?
Yeah. I have done quite a bit of charity work since with Road Recovery. They helped me out when I was going through cancer, and
it's got to. I mean, it just has.
Well, it's just a different it's a different perspective, like being faced with death, and I never thought that I was dying, even though that I was dying. I never felt that way. It's kind of our mindset, you know, like we're mentally strong from what we did racing supercross and motocross. It's like, I'm not dying. I have cancer. I literally told the doctor, I asked the doctor, says, are you sure? Could you double check?
I don't feel like I do.
I don't feel like what's a little lump in my neck? I can live with that. They're like, you don't understand, Greg. You're going to die. I'm like, okay, whatever you say.
So you're doing some construction stuff up in Idaho now.
Right now.
Maybe going back to Texas, huh?
Yeah, I may be going back to Texas. And I do coaching.
Yeah, I've seen you do some schools with, who's back there that you do them with?
Well, I did one in Texas a couple months ago, Davey Millsaps.
Okay. Maybe that's what I saw. I saw like two of you guys were doing it.
Yeah, we did one out there, and I did one with Josh Grant, Shark Moto, you know, Pat. Yeah. So I did Josh Grant. So we did a Supercross Futures Camp at ACP in 2020.
Okay.
Josh Grant, Sharky, and myself.
How do you know Pat?
We were in the same class back in the day.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So when he was an Osiris guy in Oceanside, we did some Tijuana trips. You know, we did some Tijuana trips.
Pat McMullen and I grew up racing together from the time we were little kids. Man, he's a good dude.
Yeah, he is a good dude. He's a good coach too. He does a really good job with the kids. If anyone wants to get a coach in Arizona, he's the guy. Shark Moto. But yeah, we grew up together.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't know that.
Yeah. You know, I was an Osiris rider when he was the guy, even before he was the guy, but he lived in Oceanside, and we spent some time. I'll tell you a funny story real quick. So I was a pre-production Suzuki guy while I was riding for Suzuki.
Okay.
95, probably. Well, all of us decided to go, Sharky decided to go to Tijuana. And I had a pre-production test at Star West on a Wednesday with Roger. This was 1995, and Roger don't know this, but he does now. So this is the 90s, mind you. So we go to Tijuana on a Tuesday night.
Tuesday night?
It was, hold on. We went on a Wednesday night. The test was on a Thursday because it was college night.
Okay.
It was college night. So we, as young men, we couldn't pass that up.
Of course not.
So I drove across in my truck to Tijuana. We partied all night. It's all Sharky's fault.
So sketchy, dude.
I'm drinking Jack Cokes, okay? Not thinking that I'm going to get Montezuma's revenge from the ice from Tijuana. I have a test with Roger because if you remember, 95 Suzuki was different. It was the older era, and then 96 was the new version.
Yeah, that's right.
So we were testing the new version. I drove straight from Tijuana to get to Star West with Roger at 8 a.m. I'm throwing up everywhere. Roger's like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, I think I got food poisoning.
I ate some bad Mexican.
So,
which may or may not have been true.
So, yeah, Tijuana, Mexico, straight to a test, pre-production test, and it was one of the final tests actually before the bike went into production. And I'm throwing up everywhere, and Roger's like, "You okay?" I'm like, "I got this. I got this." So
you got through the day?
I got through the day. It was a struggle, but the 90s.
Probably not your best lap times, I guess.
Absolutely not. Ugh. Yeah.
Oh, way to make some good decisions. That's funny. That's 90s moto right there. So sketchy going to Mexico, dude. Even back then, it's sketchy. It's always been sketchy.
Yeah. So I actually, that same night, there was like 6 of us, and Tijuana has a bunch of one-way streets. You're going down Revolution, you make the wrong turn, you're going the wrong way. And, had a couple cocktails, and I went down the wrong way. And, I got pulled over by the federales.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, no.
So remember the story about Montreal when I had to borrow $10 from Preston to get across the border?
Yeah.
Well, we had to give the federales all the money that we had, and they let us go. So... sketchy.
Sketchy.
Yeah, we had a good time.
How much money do you have to give them?
Whatever we had in our wallet, I don't remember. It was probably $100 some, maybe. But
just scavengers. They'll take whatever.
Yeah, we had no. They were gonna take my truck, a Ford Ranger, like a '93 Ford Ranger. They were gonna impound it. I would have never seen it. They would have turned it into a police truck.
Oh yeah.
So. Yeah.
Wow.
Good old days.
So what do you see for you down the road here? I mean, you say you maybe go back to Texas.
May go back to Texas.
Got anything else you want to do inside or outside of the sport, or?
I would like to go back to Loretta Lynn's.
Yeah, I heard you saying that.
Yeah, my brother has a title. He's won a C-class title in '95, and I don't have a title. Thanks, Robbie Skaggs. He got mine '94, I think. But yeah, I'd like to do that. I don't like the Loretta's track. I've never been a fan of it. That also kind of entices me because it's a struggle.
You know what they have at Loretta's a lot? Mud. I don't mean to bum you out.
I would race in the mud there. Anywhere else, I'm going home.
You're out.
Yeah, but that would be something that I would like to do. It's not a priority, but it does.
Be fun.
It would be fun, but it's definitely on my bucket list.
So what would you do? Like 40 plus, or what? Like, what do you think?
The only classes that us ex-guys racers that are allowed to race is 25 plus and 40 plus. Oh. And it seems like it changes every year, to be honest with you. Like, 25 plus, you're racing against guys that are still pros.
Yeah.
Which, I have a question for you.
All right.
While I was at Motocross of Nations, I asked Denny Stevenson this question. I said, you're going to laugh. Denny, if you were offered $1 million, but you had to qualify for a 450-man event right now, could you do it? He's like, absolutely not. I said, not even for $1 million? He's like, no way. I'm 52. And do you think, if granted you had time to prepare for it, would you, for $1 million, would you be able to qualify for a main event?
How much time do I have to get ready?
As much as you need. And here was my point to Denny. And Denny was having none of it. He's like, there's zero chance you're going to qualify. I'm going to qualify. Zero chance. And I said, I disagree. We were just having a good time.
Yeah.
We talked about this, by the way, for like 4 hours. And he's like, no, there's no way. And I said, I think you could.
I can't speak for Denny. We're all at different places, but I think I ride enough. Now, Anaheim won?
No
dice. But maybe one of the last couple of the year, when it's thinned out a bit, you give me, I probably need about 4 months, which has never happened because I have too many jobs. But if I had 4 months. Hypothetically.
Yeah.
I think I still have it in me. I could go out and do.
The
qualify for a main? Is that what you're saying?
Qualify for a main, but here's the thing, like, you don't have to race the main, just qualify for the main. So you got 10 minutes of a heat race or whatever it is, 12. One good start is all it takes.
That's it. And that's the thing. I'm a good starter.
Yeah.
So I feel like I could get a start and hang on to the position I'd need.
And
it'd be very close.
I agree with that. It would be very close. Definitely not doing a whole complete main event, but I tried to explain this to Diddy, and he was like, dude, Schnelly, come on, buddy. You're not doing it. And anyways, I thought I'd ask you that same question. We had a couple other guys in there too, and they're like, no one's doing that at 50 years old. I'm 47, but I think I know I could, especially if there's $1 million on the line. Like, hypothetically.
Yeah. I think the biggest question, I think I could do it technically, and I think the odds of me getting to that race without getting hurt would be slim.
Yeah.
Because you got to send it into the whoops, you got to do stuff, and I just think I'd catch one whoop wrong, and it'd be to the hospital. And at this age, you shatter like glass, right? Like I think
and that's the thing, is that laser focus that you have when you're going through a set of whoops that are so cupped out, and sometimes you're like in between the ruts, right?
Yeah.
Like you're trying to find that line, and it only takes one little slip up and you're done. You hit the ground and you're done.
Let me ask you a question about Loretta's, since we're on the subject. I am taking some heat online for a column I wrote that said, I feel like there needs to be an adjustment in classes for Loretta Lynn's. Like, that's the problem, right? You can't add any more classes because the week is just packed full, right?
People.
So I opined that, like, we should get rid of the C classes. Who gives a shit if you're a novice national champion? If this is this is supposed to be the highest level of amateur racing, then why are we even having a class that's entry level for adults?
I've never.
Now, I'm only saying big. I'm not talking mini bikes. I'm talking 250 and 450 novice. I mean, like, does it really matter?
I've never really thought of it like that. So I don't know.
I'm the fastest novice in the country. Ooh, congratulations. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I've really never thought of it, so I guess I don't have an. I don't know.
All right. Well, think about it. I want to hear.
I'm going to think about that.
Okay. Because the guys are like, "You're an idiot. I can't believe you'd say that." These are these people that start as novices. They go on to put so much money into the sport, and I'm like, yeah, I get it, but I'd rather see more kids classes, more maybe.
I agree with that.
Because maybe more vet classes. Because, like you said, it sucks putting former pros in with guys who were never pros.
Yeah.
But where do we really have to go? Like you said, I got to either race against a kid or...
I like what David Villeman said on your show. In France, it's like 12 to 16, it's one class, right? Like, when I was growing up, I don't remember all these classes, right?
Right.
Like, there's just too many. Like, and now everyone picks which one. Oh, well, maybe Deegan is going to be in this class, so we're not going to race him. We're going to go to this class.
Yeah.
It's kind of always been that way, but it just seems worse now.
They're creating more classes so that there are more winners and people.
So here's, like, I coach a kid, Mikey Hill. He just got on a 250F, and he went to Loretta's on a Super Mini, and he's the fastest kid up there in his area. And I tell him, I said, dude, don't like name drop, because I was at Moto X for a little while with Matt Walker for 5 months, and I brought Mikey over there for a couple weeks, and he got to meet Drew Adams and Carson Wood, and those kids are gangsters. Like, they're the next group of kids that are going to be Supercross and Motocross champs. So even though Carson Wood is 12 years old or whatever now, and Mikey's 15, they're going to race together at some point, right? Same with Drew. They're all going to be, even though they race different classes now. So I guess my point is I tell my riders, like, don't look at these kids in your different classes like they're better than you, even though their results may be better. You're going to race these kids at some point. So just get over it.
Yeah.
That's something that...
They're just at a different place in their career than you are at the moment.
But think back in your career. How many eras did you race? When was your first pro year? 94?
93. I did a few rounds. So 93 to 03.
But, like, you raced guys back then, and then you went to the late 90s, early 2000s, which was Ricky's era.
Well, yeah, I had Huffman, Wyndham, Carmichael, Stewart, I mean, I had all those guys come through.
Stewart, in 2000, Stewart was a kid.
Yeah.
So, and we raced them we raced them at a pro level. So that's my point is I tell my guys, I'm like, dude, don't look at it like that because you're going to eventually run into these guys.
Don't read jerseys and hold them up.
Don't name drop. Don't come up to the line and be like, I looked at that kind of stuff as a privateer. Like, let's say in 2000, you guys had factory rides and good bikes, and I don't look at it like that. My view was I have to work harder. That's what my view was, and when I do, and if I do beat, Mitch's guys, I take that like I'm on a lesser bike.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of missing these days. I think that not enough privateers look at it like that. I think they're defeated before they get to the race because, I mean, we were talking about the gaps of two strokes back then was wide, like from a factory bike to a production bike. I think the gap is a lot more slim nowadays. Like you go buy a Yamaha 250F off the showroom floor, it'd be, you spend 10 grand on, I know it costs money, but your bike is going to be closer than what we had.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're still not going to have exactly what the factory teams have, but you have something that you could be top 5.
Yeah, like someone like a Garrett Marchbanks, he rides for Club, and he's got the talent to win on his Yamaha, even though it's not a factory bike. He may have some good suspension stuff, but he can do it.
Well, listen, our last question we always ask everybody is how you want to be remembered in this sport, kind of your legacy question.
Oh, man, I never really thought of that. That's a good question. A lot of people remember me from the privateer days and winning as a privateer and certain, I guess I like to be like, I'm a stand-up guy and I respect a lot of people that are like that. And I know when I was younger, I was a punk and, at least I feel that way anyways. I was kind of immature.
We all were.
Yeah.
You're young and you're immature, period.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to Tijuana and showing up to a Suzuki pre-production test probably isn't the smartest idea, but we did that. I checked that off the list.
Yeah, check.
But, I mean, there were times when I gave it my all and there's times when I didn't. And I think a lot of people remember me as a privateer, standing up to the factories because you know how hard that is. That's really difficult.
It seems to me, just like listening to your whole story, like you really did things your way. Not to rip off, Frank Sinatra here, but to tell Roger no on a deal, I mean, it's pretty big. Or to tell Mitch no. To tell Mitch no twice.
I wanted to ride for Mitch more than anyone else. I just wanted to, and I respect him more than him and Roger. I mean, they're, like you said, the Mount Rushmore. I did want to do it my way, whether it was the right way or the wrong way. I had fun every single minute of that time. Some more than others, but yeah, I mean, you get guys like, I won't say any names, but there's guys that say they've done it their way, but they had to go through the process of.
Yeah. Well, we all make those decisions. Do we give a little bit here? Do we compromise ourselves here? And you try to make the best decisions for your career, where you're at, where you want to go, right? Yeah. But you definitely, at at times, even when it probably hurt you financially or, you stuck with what you wanted to do. Yeah. I think that's respectable.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that I really wanted to do as much as I could, is first and foremost, we all love to ride. And not loving, I think we've all been there at some point at a high level where I'm not having fun right now. And I never really wanted to be put in that position. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to make those decisions on my own, not have someone else make them for me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Do you ride much anymore?
Last time I rode was a year ago.
Okay.
So.
You miss it?
When I'm at the track, I do.
Yeah.
But when I'm not, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't miss hitting the ground.
Yeah, amen to that.
Yeah.
It hurts a lot more now. Ground's gotten harder.
Yeah, well.
You know that.
Yeah.
The more wrinkles we get around our eyes, the ground gets harder.
Yeah, and that's, going back to Loretta thing, the only reason why I would want to go back is to try to win a title. And to do that, I got to beat Mike Brown. And that's a high risk. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'm really up for that at the moment. Post-cancer, I think I'm good right now. But I may change my mind.
Well, maybe they'll change the rules so we could race the 50-plus class.
You can race the 50-plus.
Oh, I can?
You can, yes. Yeah, you can.
Well, let's shoot for that. I'll meet you there. That's the only way I'm going is if I can go 50-plus, and it's going to depend on how I feel at 49. But
how do you feel at your age now after everything?
My knees feel like dog shit.
Really?
Oh, yeah. My knees are smoked. Yeah. I'm going to be lucky to get... My plan is to get 10 more years in the fire service and then retire. And when I say retire, like I'm gone. I'm out of here. I'm to the mountains. I'm going to disappear.
Yeah. Idaho. You're going to Idaho.
I'm going to need knee replacements. Like they're that bad.
Jeremy had a knee replacement right now. I don't feel that bad. Like my knees, I've never had ACL surgery. I have 2 torn meniscus, but I don't feel that bad.
Doesn't bug you?
But I didn't race a lot of outdoors, so I think that helped.
Yeah.
So,
well, listen, man, it's been a pleasure having you on. I'm stoked you made it in.
Me on, man. And I like what you're doing, dude.
Thanks.
I hear a lot of positive feedback from my friends and the people that I deal with. Yeah. They love what you're doing. They love what you're about. They love the Whiskey Throttle show. They love the Whiskey Throttle media now, and keep doing what you do, man.
We're trying, like you said, you get older and you get this perspective on what this sport is and like how cool of a community it is.
Yeah.
And I think that we've lost track of focusing on people and getting to know who people are. And so if I can build a library of all the people that I know in it, right, and catch them at the end of their careers when they can really talk. Because mid-career, you're not going to tell me about the Tijuana trip. Right?
I don't think I've ever told that story to anyone in the motocross industry until right now.
Is the donkey show as good as they say?
I have not been to the donkey show.
All right. Yeah, that's funny. All right, well, hey, thank you. And, man, best of luck in the future and stay in touch with us.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. Man. We're going to be back to wrap up the show.
I wanna be bad with you, girl, like we're robbing a bank.
All right, guys, that's our show. Thanks for tuning in. Always appreciate it. And just appreciate Greg's time coming all the way out here from Idaho and spending some time with us. Hope you guys enjoyed getting a peek into everything he's gone through and going through. Great dude. And, man, if you were around during his career, that kid was talented, super, super fast rider. So fun to go through his story. As always, I want to just encourage you to please check out Whiskey Throttle Media and support the stuff we're doing there. That keeps this show coming to you, among other things. And support our sponsors. I really vet these people out the best I can. I will not tell you to go buy products that I think are garbage. I just won't take their money. I won't partner up with them. So the people that we have involved in this show and with our media company, they are quality products that you will be happy with. So I kind of put my word and my name and my stamp on that. So please support them so we can keep bringing content to you. All right. Thanks for supporting us. We'll see you next time.
The Whiskey Throttle Show is brought to you by Yamaha. Join the Blue Crew today and take advantage of all that Yamaha has to offer, including amateur racing trackside support, awesome Yamaha contingency, Jason Rain's demos and instructional classes, and frankly, the most high-performing motorcycles available on the market today. Whether you're looking for a 4-stroke, a 2-stroke, a side-by-side, a quad, a boat, a generator, Yamaha prides themselves on absolute top-level quality and reliability. Rev your heart with Yamaha and join the Blue Crew today. Sore necks, aching legs, tight backs. Our bodies aren't designed to be constantly tense. But what can we do about it? Help your body relax with TheraBody. TheraBody creates effective, natural solutions to take charge of your daily wellness. By combining education, innovation, and over a decade of pioneering technology, TheraBody makes wellness more accessible for everybody. A traumatic motorcycle accident led TheraBody founder Dr. Jason Westland to create the Theragun for his debilitating pain. Now the Theragun, the only physician-created percussive therapy device, uses a scientifically calibrated combination of depth, speed, and power to relax and release your deep muscle tension. Recovery Air is Therabody's world-leading pressure compression therapy system that flushes out leg soreness so you can bring on peak performance. Most electrical muscle stimulation is ineffective. Instead, Therabody's sleek Power Dot takes away the guesswork with an intuitive app that customizes intensity and placement so you recover faster. Regular foam rollers hurt. Therabody's Wave series delivers powerful vibration and pressure to help you recover with less pain. Don't settle for mystery CBD. Therabody's TheraOne range of topical and ingestible full-spectrum USDA-certified organic CBD products are redefining high-potency CBD for wellness and recovery. 250 professional sports teams exclusively use Theragun and other Therabody products to take recovery into their own hands. Method Race Wheels, bringing you the lightest, strongest, fastest wheels in off-road for your truck, van, sprinter, UTV, or SUV. They've been dominating the Baja 500 and 1000 and every major off-road event around the world for years with high quality and performance. They also look amazing. They come in a bunch of different styles and colors for your rig, so check them out. You can get 20% off a set of wheels using our code Whiskey Throttle. No capitals, no spaces. 20% off using our code. Check them out. Also, coming soon, the R1M project. Method Race Wheels makes a dive into the motocross world. Stay tuned. Troy Lee Designs is the leader in off-road motocross apparel and style. So whether you're looking for a cool new paint job for your helmet, maybe your name and number on your helmet lettered on, you're looking for new gear, you're looking for mountain bike gear, off-road gear, they've got the brand new Scout line and GP and SE models. Troy Lee Designs has it all. They've been leading this industry for decades, and they're going to continue to do it. Check out TroyLeeDesigns.com. SKDA is a moto graphics and seat covers company with several offices based around the globe. For too long, bikes and graphics have all looked the same. They just start to blend together. SKDA is working to change that. With super clean and unique design work, a bike with SKDA graphics stands out in a crowd and adds a touch of art to the world of moto. Hey, we need that. SKDA prides itself on providing premium customer service both before and after the sale is made. Visit SKDA online to view the current product range and get in touch with their team to get your bike refreshed. I want to just make a mention here that these guys, not only is their design way outside the box, very, very cool. They'll work with you on custom things. The products are incredible. Okay, they'll speak for themselves. But what's really awesome, and you'll notice this the minute you order one of these, man, they give you an email saying, hey, the product's been shipped. Hey, the product is here. It landed in this spot. Hey, it's coming today. Hey, your product's been delivered. They just so good about staying in touch with you and letting you know where it's at. Customer service is 100%, and that's just something that's rare these days. Check out SKDA. Here at the Whiskey Throttle Show, we're all about supporting brands that support our sport. And there's one tire company that has never walked away from the sport of motocross and supercross, and it's Dunlop. When times got tough and the economy took a crash, Dunlop stepped up and stayed with our sport to support it and the athletes and individuals that love it. Their MX-53 line and MX-33 lines absolutely dominate this sport. Every national championship at the pro level has been won in the last decade, and nearly every single amateur national championship at Loretta Lynn's has been won on a Dunlop. So if you're looking for high performance, you're looking for amazing quality, and you're looking to support a brand that never turns its back on our sport, there's only one choice for you, and it's Dunlop. Pro Circuit is the leader in aftermarket performance and quality. Whether you're looking for a little more horsepower out of your engine, some quality hard parts to improve the way your bike feels and looks, better handling through suspension or linkage arms, Pro Circuit is where you need to stop. It's your one-stop shop. You can go in there and get everything you need to make your motorcycle go from average to exceptional. Pro Circuit's got enough number one plates on their wall to side an entire home, and there's a reason for that. They're very, very good at what they do. The highest quality products with one goal in mind, and that's winning. Check out ProCircuit.com. Nihilo Concepts is leading the way in aftermarket hard parts. With their secondary on-switch device, something that was much needed in this sport, they've been innovating and bringing new products to market. Their latest is the new Nihilo Run Cool brake pistons. They're designed to be stronger than stock and provide exceptional cooling performance with less brake drag. Most OEM calipers pistons are made from aluminum that just can't hold up to the heat and extreme demands of serious racing. When they get hot, the aluminum will distort, causing loss of hydraulic pressure and brake failure. Nihilo's Run Cool pistons limit the area that boiling hot hydraulic fluid is able to come in contact with the piston, leaving 2/3 of the piston volume in open air with breather holes to enhance the cooling ability. It's made of a proprietary stainless blend which is better at dissipating heat. You have issues with brake fade or brake failure, check out Nihilo Concepts among their many amazing hard parts and carbon fiber parts and titanium. NihiloConcepts.com. Senna is the leader in motorcycle helmet communications. There's really two prongs to why this is important. One of them is safety. If you're a dad who's watching your kid out on a track, being able to communicate with him about a rider down or a track situation is imperative. You don't want him coming over a jump and seeing a rider down and getting himself involved in that. So from a safety aspect, it's huge. You can also coach them. So if you see them taking a line, doing something that they could be improved, it's very easy to just click a button and speak to them right in their helmet in real time. This has been a proven coaching technique used by many motorcycle coaches. There's also just the simple fun factor. Being able to chat with your buddy while you're out on a ride, share music between one another, answer phone calls. It just takes your riding experience to another level. So whether you're using the 50S or 50R connected through a mesh network in your helmet, or you're using a Tough Talk headset connected with one of those, Senna is the leader in quality and performance in motorcycle helmet communications. Check them out at Senna.com. Seat Concepts is the leader in motorcycle saddles. If you're looking for a new cover or a new seat entirely, Seat Concepts is the place to go. They make custom seat foams catered to your height, weight, riding ability, riding type. They also have waterproof covers and foams that will not break down if you ride in a lot of inclement weather. And they pride themselves on being much more comfortable than OEM or any other aftermarket company. If you're looking for a new seat or a new cover, Seat Concepts, there's nothing better. Need to replace something on your bike that's worn out? Look no further than ProX. These guys aim to make everything OEM quality or better at an affordable price. And they've also got some new products coming. So right now, chains, sprockets, anything inside the engine internally, air filters. If it wears out, ProX makes it, and they make it at a quality level that's OEM or better. And they've got some new things coming that are awesome. A complete engine rebuild kits for the Polaris RZR 800s. Need to replace something on your bike that's worn out? Look no further than ProX. These guys aim to make everything OEM quality or better at an affordable price. And they've also got some new products coming. So right now, chains, sprockets, anything inside the engine internally, air filters. If it wears out, ProX makes it, and they make it at a quality level that's OEM or better. And they've got some new things coming that are awesome. A complete engine rebuild kits for the... If you've got a little Grom that's looking to get started in the motorcycle world, the best way to get them going is on a Stasic bike. They've got multiple sizes, so from your very young Groms to those who are a little more grown up, you can start them safely. They've got controls that allow you to control the speed so he can't get going too quick. They can touch the ground. There's not a lot of noise to distract them. It's the perfect way to get your child involved in motorcycling at a very young age. And if you've got a kid who's already out ripping, there's series popping up all over. For those of you in Southern California, go to www.ameminicross.com and join their local series. If you're outside of this state, contact your local track and ask them about starting a Stasic class at your local track. Get over to Stasic.com and check out all they've got going on. Motul USA, we lean hard on these lubricants to keep us on the track and on the trail. And Motul has proven their quality over and over, most recently with their Dakar win with Ricky Brabeck. They're sponsoring Supercross teams. They're diving into our sport again full throttle, and we're stoked to have them on board. Amazing products, top to bottom. Motul USA, go check them out. OGIO is the leader in motorcycle storage solutions. As motocross riders, we need a gear bag, we need a helmet bag, a boot bag, a backpack, a travel bag, a hydration pack, maybe a tool kit to wear around your waist if you're on an off-road ride. OGIO makes all of that, and their products are absolutely top of the line. I've got stuff I've had for several decades, just to give you an idea of how long this stuff lasts. If you're not sure, ask around, talk to folks who've had some of this stuff, and they will confirm that OGIO's quality is absolutely second to none. So go check them out, OGIO_powersports.com, and look at all they've got to offer right now. You ever heard the phrase that the harder you work, the luckier you are? Well, at Luck Apparel, they believe in an acronym that kind of sums it up a little more simply than that, laboring under complete knowledge. So it isn't just some random chance that determines what your outcome or results are going to be. It's being educated and working your butt off to get it done. And I think that goes hand in hand with the motocross industry. You don't get lucky into a win. You work your ass off, and you make it happen. So check out Luck Apparel. They've got T-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, all kinds of cool stuff. And we're stoked to have them on board here at the Whiskey Throttle Show in 2022. If you're in the market for a toy hauler trailer, cargo trailer, look no further than Custom Outfitters, one of our new partners for this year. These guys do an awesome job, even so far as to dial in the inside of Sprinter vans, which have become the new standard moto transportation for moto. These guys can handle it all. They use ATC world-class trailers, top shelf service and performance in their products. Custom Outfitters out of South Dakota doing an awesome job. We're stoked to have these guys on board this year. So whether you're looking to just do some camping with the family, looking for a trailer that can fit all your toys to go out to the desert or wherever, look no further than Custom Outfitters. And finally, last but not least, Specialized Bicycles. If you are in the market to start pedaling, this is where you want to start. They've got great entry-level bikes all the way up to the Cadillac, the new Levo e-bike, anything in between, man. It doesn't matter what kind of riding you're doing. Go check out and start with Specialized. Don't waste your time on something that's going to break. The derailleur's not going to shift after a couple months. Get something quality. These guys make it. Specialized leads that industry. Hey, everybody. Thanks for clicking on another episode of MPH Moto E Performance and Health. We've got Coach Rob Beams here, and today we're going to talk about adrenal fatigue. Those of you who are working multiple jobs, training your butts off, trying to ride as much as you can, you're 100 miles an hour, 23 and a half hours a day, and just can't figure out why you can't stop feeling sluggish. Possible adrenal fatigue. This is something I think that's pretty rampant in our sport that doesn't get enough attention.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. I think it's like kind of a black cloud, as you always say. It's the elephant in the room that nobody wants to really address. We're in a bravado sport where showing any sign of weakness and you get ostracized for it, and it's a shame because it's ruining our sport at that top level. I mean, as you've said over and over again, you look at the age that they're retiring. That's not necessary.
Yeah.
We don't see the burnout rate in other sports, even sport of triathlon. I mean, Jan Frodeno just set the world record for Ironman world record. He's going to turn 40 next month. 40.
Yeah, that's crazy. It certainly shows you that it isn't the physical side of it from us. It's the psychological and
it's just the
that
redlining. Yeah.
So whether you're racing at a professional level, and we've seen more chronic fatigue and Epstein-Barr and just guys going out early, a lot of injuries. But this isn't just at a pro level. This is the everyman who's working their ass off at a 9 to 5. There's a lot of stress that goes along with that, and then you tack on, just life in general. And trying to still ride dirt bikes and be in shape. What's some things they can be looking for?
Well, we call them the big four indicators. If you're craving simple sugars, if you're tired and you can't sleep, if you have night sweats, or you have low sex drive, 1, all the above, 2 of the 4, whatever, even if it's just 1, how many more red lights do you need blinking in the room? Now, the challenge is the media, the mainstream, the Google, whatever you use, has an excuse for everything. If you don't have a sex drive, it's because you're not 20. If you have night sweats, you're premenopausal. If you can't sleep, it's because you've got so many jobs.
And they have a pill to sell you.
Absolutely. Behind it's always an ad, right? And that's the part that I always get frustrated with, because when somebody is telling me that they have night sweats, or I've got a young athlete and sexual dysfunction at 20 years old, I'm like, man, you realize that's not normal, right? No matter what you want to believe, that's not normal. And if you can get past the sensitivity of the subject and you just look at it for face value, what bigger indicator do you need that you need to sleep and you need to eat more?
At 20, you should be walking around with an erection all day.
Exactly.
So, something's way off.
Absolutely. And yet I've had people who have presented themselves in every sport that we're in that are 20, 22 years old, sexually dysfunction.
Wow.
And it's sad to me because obviously the enjoyment that comes with that is a significant part of life. But if you've got that going, you're probably not far behind on the other 3, or they may be there and you may not realize it. So when we're looking at what are the signs of it, and this is where it gets a little bit nebulous, and I hope the listeners, if you have questions, you can reach out to us, contact@coachrob.com. When you feel that you're exhausted, stop and ask, what did yesterday look like? Does it really justify this current level of fatigue? Because, some of us, we don't have extremely hard days every day, but you notice that you never seem to get out from underneath it. Well, it's that residual fatigue.
It's cumulative. I feel this at the fire station a lot because I'll work 4, 5, 6 days straight, and It's not like any one day we had an event that was really hard. I mean, even if we don't have big fires or anything, but you get up a couple times at night for a call. It screws your sleep up.
Absolutely.
It builds. And after 4, 5, 6 days, I can feel really, really tired.
Well,
and then I'm trying to overcome that with caffeine. And
think about the listeners. You're getting woken up because you got to go put out a fire. The listeners are getting woken up because their newborn child woke up. Mm-hmm. They got called into work. That portfolio of why am I getting woken up? We all have our unique challenges, right?
Yes.
And some of us, maybe you're bringing in an elderly loved one. That changes the dynamics of the house. It's very commendable that you're willing to do that, but what's the balance there? Mm-hmm. Are you bringing in outside help? What's the agreement with you and your partner? How's that going to be managed? Because it's, no pun intended for you, it's a code red alarm. Mm-hmm. Every time you get woken up, the body, you've thrown off the circadian rhythm and the cortisol level. It's, for the listeners, it's called the parasympathetic, right? Our fight or flight as we all know it. Well, think about it in terms of a motorcycle. That parasympathetic system, it doesn't want to be revving all day long. Well, you've got a sick elderly person in your house. One of your animals is down sick. You may be losing your job. Someone just stole your motorcycle. We've all dealt with these frustrations, but what happens when they load up? Like you're saying, 5 days at being at the fire, eventually it just wears you down. That's 5 days. But for one of the listeners, or for our listeners that might be 23, he's like, nah, suck it up, Buttercup. You can do it. It's a little different when you're 40, 42, 45. You feel it differently. That's that residual fatigue you're talking about. And I think that's what our sport is really hurting ourselves with is, and when I say our sport, I'm not just talking the pros themselves. For some of us, we have to travel further and further to go race. And then you go and you race, and unfortunately, the races are very short. You go, Rob, well, when the races are short, you're pinning the intensity. So you do 5 or 6 different classes because you want to get more than an hour on the track for the entire day. So very, very short recovery, high intensity racing. Well, where are you trying to get your food and beverages in between that? Then you got to try and drive all night long to get right back to work, to go work a 12-hour day because you want to race on the weekend.
To make the money to go do it again.
Yeah. And we all do it. We love it. We're not pulling the victim card at all. That's not what we're saying. But just like if we rode this in second gear for 45 minutes, we would know we excessively stressed the system, irregardless of the hour meter. But we do it every day. We chalk it up to being married, having a family, doing whatever we have. And the body's in there just revving, going, when are you going to rebuild me? When are you going to? It's not like an hour meter where we go, hey, well, we had 10 hours. Let's put a new top end. I am a big fan of the heart rate monitor. You can look at that resting heart rate. You can see if it's abnormally high. If it's not justified, you're probably tired. You have with the Garmin platform with the new body batteries, it's telling you need to be starting your day at 100. You're starting it at 67. Is that really a good day to do intervals?
Yeah.
Maybe not even go to the track. Maybe just go work a turn track on your property. Go work starts. Keep the intensity low.
I have days. Some days I've got a workout scheduled, and I'm just like, man, I don't have it.
That's
and
right.
I'll walk on a treadmill. I'll put it at a little incline, walk for 20 minutes, and then get down and stretch for 20 or 30 minutes. And sometimes that's all I got.
Well, take it a step further. Go and smash yourself for an hour because the schedule says you have to do it. Wear the bike down even more. Or go ahead and do a 20-minute walk, foam roll, get some food in you, and go take a 30-minute nap. What's going to give you a better ROA 2 days later?
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't always go well with our listeners because we only have one gear, right? We always tease about it on the show. Pin it to win it. There's a point in diminishing returns. And what I think is interesting about this is you wouldn't have a bike that has 100 hours on it and go, yep, I've got my championship bike. I'm ready to go. But yet we think that we can just drag ourselves out of bed tomorrow morning and we're in championship shape.
Yeah.
No, we're not.
Got a good night's sleep one night, I'm all set.
And that's where those 4 external signs, they're an external sign of a hormonal fatigue. That's what adrenal fatigue is. It's hormonal. Mm-hmm. It's the parasympathetic system, the fight or flight saying, my red line is redlined out.
Yeah. And there's 2 things you always talk about. You use a funnel.
Yes.
Take us through that.
Well, if you think about, when I have a funnel and I'm pouring fuel through the top of it, I expect fuel to come out the bottom of it, right? When you're looking at the adrenals, and the adrenals need to be adrenaline, as I always like to tease, what the adrenals need to excrete are HGH, and testosterone, human growth hormone and testosterone. HGH makes you naturally leaner. Testosterone increases the red blood cell count, amongst other things. Well, if I don't put MCT oils, high-quality fat, raw coconut, raw nuts, extra virgin olive oil, any of the listeners can just Google MCT, medium-chain triglycerides. That needs to go on the top of the funnel. The funnel itself exemplifies the adrenal system. If you want the funnel to release the hormones, give it fat. And that's what's so difficult in our society where we're fat phobic. We think fat's the enemy. Well, saturated fat is the enemy. It'll kill you. But the high quality fat, your body will either use it or lose it. Well, when you're trying to give the system what it needs MCT oils. It needs high quality fat so it can excrete the hormones that makes you naturally leaner and recover. That's why you always hear me say sleep and food are the key elements to recovery. Because you can sit and lay in bed for 10 hours, but if you don't get enough deep sleep, your body doesn't release hormones. If you don't get enough sleep cycles, you don't fully recover. If you circadian rhythm, especially for yourself with those constant interruptions, police officers, firefighters, doctors, nurses, they're usually up when they need to be asleep. They're asleep when they need to be awake. And their circadian rhythm is all out of whack.
Yeah.
And that's what causes weight gain.
Damn it.
Yep.
Well, there's a lot more info on your website, and I would encourage anybody, if you are feeling any of these symptoms or you're just feeling like run down, address it. Don't keep trying to push through, coffee your way through it. You're just going to make it worse and worse.
Well, it's like kerosene on a fire. You've got an exhausted body, and you're throwing a stimulant in it to kind of just keep getting it to rev until it just can't anymore. That's when you get diagnosed with Epstein-Barr, adrenal fatigue. And for those of you that are more medically have a medical foundation, we understand Epstein-Barr and chronic fatigue are not the same. I don't want to mislead anybody that it is. We can get into what actually is adrenal fatigue and all that in another show.
Well, and that's the go-to blames when riders just get worn out.
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily always what it is. It could just be this.
That's why I like you to look for the 4 external signs of craving simple sugars, night sweats, low sex drive, tired and you can't sleep, because those are non-emotional. As much as we may joke about, the sex drive, we can turn it on, turn it off. Those are just non-emotional external signs. The part that becomes so dangerous in all of this is when you boil down adrenal fatigue, why do we wait until it becomes a diagnosed disease? Because if you want to get highly technical at the 10,000 foot level, when you have a cold sore, it's in the family of the herpes. So when you have adrenal fatigue, all of that is in the same. Adrenal fatigue isn't having herpes. I'm saying usually when you have a cold sore that breaks out, it's because the body's excessively stressed. So it's showing you it's an external sign of stress. Yeah. So when you look at all of those external signs, how many more do you need?
Right.
And it's not like a motor where I can reach in and I can rebuild your adrenals. The only thing that rebuilds the muscle, the body from the inside out, because you got to remember cells, they make up tissue. Tissue makes up an organ. Series of organs make up a system. So when we say at a cellular level, that's why blood work results are so important. If you're constantly out of range, you're out of range for one of only 3 reasons. You're not eating enough, you're burning it faster than you can get it in, or you're just simply not absorbing what you're eating. That's why blood work is so advantageous, because it is the foundation of health.
Yeah.
But we wait until we get adrenal fatigue, and if you've never had it, unfortunately, the only prescription for adrenal fatigue, sleep and eat.
Sleep and eat.
That's what they're going to tell you. And it's ruined a lot of people's careers that we all know.
So takeaway here is don't feel bad about catching a nap, sleeping in a little bit.
Absolutely.
And good fats are just that. Very good.
Very, very good fats.
There's a lot more resources over at CompleteRacingSolutions.com. I would recommend going over there, punching in and checking in with Rob. All the things he's got there for free. You can also look at advanced memberships that will allow you access to a lot more. So we really appreciate you being on. Stay tuned for more MPH videos.
Thanks for watching the Whiskey Throttle Show, now available on the Spot Network, an independent standalone streaming platform live now on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire, Google Play, Android TV, most smart TVs, and all phones and tablets. Look for future live shows and specials only available on Spot Network. Download the app today on your favorite device. And don't forget to like and subscribe and click the bell to get alerts for all the latest content. Follow us on Twitter at W_Throttle_show and on TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram at Whiskey Throttle Show.